Welcome to Day 2 of the Sun Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division. Yesterday we went down to 6 teams. Today we crown our champion. Alongside me here is Lepid and WaTesla. Welcome both of you. Yesterday we had some great fun. Tonight though, the action only gets spicier.
Yeah, I'm expecting to
Indeed.
see some quality Rocket League going forward here. Looking forward to see if the subs that came in last night are able to show out like they did last night this evening. Um, Special shout out to Velo. He really showed out for KCG last night.
Yeah, of course, there's so many different special shoutouts here. Lepid, you got to see all of last night's action as well. So many great teams still here in this bracket. It's 6 teams, and tonight, a little simpler than last night. It's single elimination only, so you lose, you out, you win, and you're in. 2 teams, Serenyx, Esports, and KG Chaos in the semifinals. They only need to win twice, and they'll be playing later tonight. Whereas for the lower quarterfinals, 4 teams waiting there. Talk to me, Lepid, about how much easier it is for these 2 teams in the semifinals than it is for the teams in the lower quarterfinals. One less match means one last chance to go out, means you also get more time to prepare for your upcoming series. Do you think it's easier for Serenyx and Chaos, to have that extra life, to have that extra bit of time to be able to wait and know that they're playing late tonight? Or, what do you think changes about their position compared to the other teams that are waiting?
Honestly, the teams that have to play earlier on are gonna have a harder time to play at their full potential throughout the entire night. Um, but if they are able to keep that stamina, keep it up, they can just outplay the teams who are waiting for their match because the teams that are already going to be playing in the lower quarterfinals tonight will be warmed up enough to not have any pressure towards them.
Yeah, you mentioned as well that there's a feeling of a sense of less of pressure here. But Tesla, you wanted to add something to this?
Well, if you remember correctly, in the Catalyst Cup playoffs that we just had in April at the end of the month, um, we had Americanada that barely snuck into the playoffs, and so they had to play every single match. They didn't get a bye, and after they took a timeout in their semifinal round, they rattled off 6 straight wins to sweep the finals and take it. So there is something to be said if you have to play more matches about the momentum you can build if your first match goes really, really well.
It is definitely the case here, and you talk about that first match needing to go well for all teams here. But there's 6 teams left. It's a big bracket. There's a lot of teams still waiting here. But of these 6 teams, only 2 of them can make to the finals. And in our next segment, we're going to talk about which teams we think can make it there. So, Tesla. Who do you think is making it to the grand finals? There's a couple of front runners here, but it does feel like any of these 6 teams could make it. Who do you have as the teams that we're going to see in our last match at the end of the evening?
Well, I said at the first yesterday that I like Torrent, and it looks like the way the bracket plays out, if Torrent wins out, we'll get a rematch of the last game we had last night between Torrent and Serenyx, which was, if you remember, tied 2-2 going into Game 5, and then Game 6 being down 3-2. They tried their luck again with ones, which I applaud the effort because it was a 1-goal game in the first ones matchup. But Av was able to assert his dominance. But I believe it plays out different if they pick 2s there and we get 7. So I'm really hoping that we get a rematch of the last game last night for the last game tonight in the grand final.
Yeah, you commented as well that last game felt like the closest of the evening, and I don't think I would disagree with you as well, with Serenyx being a clear frontrunner. But Lepid, I know you have your own opinions on who's going to make it to the grand finals, who's going to be in the top 2.
Honestly, I think Knight will be that team to watch tonight. If they are performing at their best and playing well, they will take the run all the way to the grand finals and see chaos there.
I love what you're saying. So you said what do you think is your grand finals again? You think it's Chaos versus
Knight, 100x
Nice.
Knight.
And I think that's, Knight and Serenyx is such a tough pick. I personally have Serenyx taking this. I think they're the front runners. But one thing we do all agree on is that, there's a lot of teams that can win this thing. We may not agree on who's going to be there, but I know we have a lot of teams that we think can be there. I know Maxine, talking earlier, said that she thinks that Chaos is going to have a relatively easy time, is going to win this whole thing. Likely, she thinks it's going to be against Serenyx as well. So, all the analysts here expecting a lot of insane performances. I know a lot of the players here are expecting some pretty good performances. And if you want to join the action, of course, the action's not gone. ATS Season 5 signups close tonight, so if you want to join ATS and join us in our next season of 3v3 action, exclamation point Discord and chat, make sure you join the ATS Discord or join our social media X at ATS_RL. Signups close tonight. After tonight, you'll have no more chances, so if you want to join for ATS Season 5, join like how these teams, many teams have, then you'll want to do it now as, again, we are here in the Paradise Cup. Crew battles action. And again, all the matches being best of 7. So many good teams here. And we mentioned all of it, and I think most of us agree on the front runners as well. Here being Serenyx, Knight, and Chaos. Lepid, do you have an underdog pick? Who do you think is that underdog pick that you have that could make a real good run to the finals?
My underdog pick would be Torrent, Gelion, and Vagabond. It's between those two, honestly, in my opinion.
Well, those are 2 of the 3 teams left over, so I guess you're trying to hedge your bets here. But, yeah, I mean, Vagabond's a clear choice, I think, for a lot of people here, especially considering that they're getting that rematch against Knights, a match that they won earlier. We'll talk more about that since that will be our first match of the night here as well. But I think a lot of people have Vagabond being that underdog. Still in this tournament, they lost yesterday in a pretty tough loss to Chaos. They did not look great in that match. Really couldn't get their foothold. Many still have them as that clear underdog team that goes into it could make a really good run here. They beat Knight earlier. Serenyx Esports is a tough team, but as we've seen, if you can play up to Serenyx Esports, and a lot of teams seem to be able to do so, and you make the right decisions on the game modes you want to play at the right time, you can beat them. I mean, Vagabond's good. Many I think would rate them better than Torrent and Gelion is, and that's a team that could make a run, and it's a tough side of the bracket as well. But WaTesla, you got Torrent as your underdog. Do you have another team that you think is going to be an underdog? Do you maybe have another storyline, maybe another prediction that you think maybe not everybody is going to agree with here?
Well, just based on the trackers for each team, it looks like Vagabond would be the biggest underdog because they seem to be collectively the lowest rated. Just doing some quick math without hammering out the average here. But Serenyx is going to have a tough night of it because, in my opinion, the MVP yesterday was Jared. And so I think he scored, by my count, of course, I'm keeping tallies because I wasn't on that, because I was on that game, so I was trying to watch and not hit tab a bunch. But if I'm not mistaken, he scored at least 10 goals in that series. I know he did play the ones portion as well, but he was lights out for his squad. And except for in one game, Manny was diming him up from all kind of angles. So if Jared plays that way, 100X is going to be tough to beat no matter who they see this evening.
Yeah, and I mean, all these players, I got confirmation. They're not B rank, actually. They're, I think, B plus rank. So they're even higher rank than I thought they were initially here. And yeah, you mentioned Jared. I think many people are going to look to Jared on night to be an MVP. He was the MVP last season when they won the Pinnacle Cup. He was a top front runner even the season before that. So he's a talented player, and he knows what he's doing here. And he's definitely not unknown to winning tournaments here. With Knights, we mentioned a lot about the subs. You mentioned a lot about the subs. Lepid, do you kind of, I know we're here talking about MVP level players. Who do you have as that player that maybe could be MVP level tonight? Obviously, we have Jared picked, so you can't pick Jared again. I'm sorry. We can't all have the same person here. Who do you have as that MVP caliber player that I think everybody should look out for tonight? That played well yesterday, or maybe didn't play well yesterday, and now needs to play well tonight for their team to succeed?
Honestly, the player to look at that needs to play well tonight to even stand a chance of winning the entire thing tonight is on the side of Torrent Gelion in July. We saw him play in those once matches against Av, and of course, Av being the great ones player that he is, like, there was some brutal mistakes that July did that just forced July to lose those ones games.
Yeah, of course. And you mentioned as well July being such a top tier player here, but our first match won't include July. Our first match will be a rematch from round 2 earlier in this tournament. 100x Vagabond versus 100x Knights. I mean, that was probably the biggest match, the biggest surprise, this entire tournament across both divisions. Vagabond winning out against Knight in round 2. Now, the difference though, this Knight team had a sub playing on them. They had Crypto playing for them rather than their full roster tonight. And as we saw last night, they had their full roster. I don't think that's going to be changing at all tonight. So for Vagabond, they may have gotten the win before. It's going to be really tough for them to get that win again, considering that this is a Knight team at full strength. And Knight at full strength, as we saw yesterday, they didn't even look like they were trying yesterday, and they made it look easy. I really worry for Vagabond here against Knight, because they played against Knight with subs, they played against Knight that wasn't at full strength, now they are, and Knight on playoff bracket, this team has a tendency to win. They have never missed the finals in any ATS bracket that they have played in. ATS Season 4, they made it to the ATS Season 3, they made it to the Grand Finals. ATS Season 4, they won the whole thing. Now in the Paradise Cup 3, there's a very good chance they do it again.
They just have a long night ahead of them, and if they are able to keep at up that stamina, they can pull it off, and I have no negative thoughts about them making it to the grand finals.
That's a good point you bring up, Lip, about stamina. Because now that I'm thinking about it, there've been a lot of other um, leagues like Paradise Cup that had playoffs or championships this weekend, and a lot of these high ranked players were also in the RLCS 1v1. So coming in late on an evening on Sunday, yeah, I guess I didn't think about till now. Some of these players might just be mentally chalked, like they may just be taxed. That's a lot of grinding in one weekend. If you had like an RLSS playoff game, and then you were on this Paradise Cup thing, and then you also had to do RLCS 1v1. Like that's a lot of try hard for one weekend.
It is, and I know we all talked about the exhaustion that could be here for night. Vagabond are in very much the same boat here. They didn't play well yesterday. They didn't look good yesterday, and that was with their full roster playing against a team with a sub in Chaos. Knight, Knight is a tough team. They're just about as good as Chaos is. They have a record of beating Chaos more times than not. I mean, what gives Vagabond a chance in this series? They beat them before, but what gives Vagabond a chance to win this series against the Knight team with all their starters?
Well, I mean, they have played together and proved they could beat it once. I said this last night. The more players that are on the pitch, the less one individual player is able to dominate. And so, as long as they're able to hold their own in the 3v3, even if individually they're worse in the 1v1 and the 2v2, if they can hold their own and win all the threes, they definitely can move on. But I would say they have to play at least ones, and they're probably going to take a L for that. I don't see anyone except maybe Av beating Jared in ones based on what we saw yesterday.
Lepid?
Uh, for the series that is coming up tonight, there like I agree on the with what Tesla said about uh Vagabond having to win all of the threes games, because no matter what, I think Knight will take over any of the ones games, and twos is going to be really difficult for Vagabond, but we saw how good Vagabond was in the 2v2 against Chaos. Like, that was the one game that they ended up winning yesterday, so they could pull off that again and win against Knight in the 2v2s as well.
Yeah, and even more importantly, that was the game where they won against Knight again. It was a 3-1. They won in the 2v2 mode, and it was a pretty convincing win. I think it was a 2-goal difference at the end of that game. So, Vagabond have proven they can do it, but the question is, can they do it again? And can they do it when the pressure is high? Now it's time to make your predictions here. Tesla, you're going to start off on this one. Vagabond and Knight. Do you see Vagabond beating Knight for a second time?
Negative. As I said, I think Jared is the MVP from yesterday, and I think he carries the day again here.
Well, what prediction do you have? What series scoreline do you have coming into this
Oh
one?
no, I expect it to be 4-0 Knight. I
Oh,
mean,
dang.
if Knight just looked like they were freestyling at points last night. And so I didn't see anything out of Vagabond that made me think that they were fast enough to make them take it more seriously. Now, maybe either of the two teams already in the semis can. I just didn't see anything when Vagabond played Chaos that made me think they would be able to get up to Knight speed for sure.
Well, that's a confident prediction here. Knights on full strength. Lepid, are you as confident as Tesla is in that 4-0 prediction? Or do you think, I mean, you mentioned a lot about the 2v2 game mode for Vagabond, how good they are. Do you think they take a game here against Knight?
I think they do take a game against Knight here, but I think it's more so going to be 2 games instead of just 1. Like Knight will 4-2. It will go to game 6, but those 3s games are going to be the death of Vagabond tonight if they do not pull an upset here.
And as many have said before, the 3v2 games are the most important in the Paradise Cup crew battles. I do agree on this. I think it's gonna be 4-2 as well here. If Knight plays the way they did yesterday, they should be able to win this series. Although I do see Vagabond as a team that's probably gonna win their 2v2 games. It's the mode that they're best at, and I think it's the mode that they are strongest at. So we'll go to the capture screen. We'll get ourselves into the game shortly here. Lepid, it is Vagabond and it is Knight, a rematch from earlier in the tournament here. So these players have a lot to prove, have a lot to play for, have a lot that they need to provide. And we mentioned a lot about Vagabond. They're clearly underdogs. I mean, they've been underdogs this entire bracket. And it really does feel like, I mean, their run has been something incredible. I don't want to see it end, but it feels like Knight, if there's any team to do it, it would be Knight. It just feels poetic.
It does feel poetic, indeed sporty. If Knight do play like they were playing yesterday, they can easily take out Vagabond in 6, like I said, in the desk. But what Vagabond need to do today to eliminate that is try to eliminate the great defense that was Knight yesterday, because they just shut down with for Wet Jet's offense opportunities.
Now, I think it should be said that the Wet Jets yesterday were probably, I don't know, I think many would say that they were probably the weakest team from yesterday. They had to play with a sub, and they were already not a team that was expected to do very well. So I think for Knight, this is a huge step up in toughness for them. Vagabonds is a much scarier team than the Wet Jets are.
Indeed, but only time will tell of who wins tonight. One team could play amazing, one team could play not good, and we'll find out here shortly.
Yeah, we will find out here shortly here as we are just waiting on everybody to make to get into the lobby here. So again, Vagabond and Knight, again, reminder, it was a 3-1 win for Vagabond last time these two teams met. That was the biggest upset, I think, of the entirety of the Paradise Cup here. I don't think anybody even gave Vagabond a chance. So I think some even think they were going to get out of their own group, considering that Team Evo Academy was in the same group as them. But Vagabond have done it. They've gone to this point. They got an upper seed, an upper bracket spot, meaning that they can play even after a loss like they did yesterday against Chaos. But I mean, you have Knight making it to the grand finals. There's no question who you think is going to be doing well in this bracket. Tesla mentioned all about Jared. I mean, do you see Jared as that role model that Knight needs to follow, or do you see somebody else on Knight being that player that is going to step up tonight? Do you see someone else that could possibly be chasing that ATS MVP spot at the end of the evening?
Honestly, on the side of the night for MVP, who is going to be fighting with Jared, I would say it would be Periscope. We saw not much from him yesterday, but we saw a lot from Manny, which both Manny and Jared showed up to be a great duo yesterday. But if their third starter shows up, and they will need to tonight in order to even get to the grand finals, especially with Serenyx winning for them in that semifinal matchup, then it would have to be that third player to step up, Sporty.
Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, Rock League is a team-based game, and yesterday for Knight, they could kind of take things easy. They didn't need to play at their full strength to be the better team. Tonight they do. I mean, tonight clearly they do against a team like Serenyx. It's going to be very tough for them to beat Serenyx. That might be again, I think that's going to be the match that determines who wins this entire tournament. But I think, no matter which way you look at it, Knight will definitely need to have all three players here this evening. You mentioned Perry, you mentioned Periscope as being that player that is going to be one to watch tonight. So I think Manny Alara is a good player. I think all these players are going to be watched. For Vagabond, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to mention Osclo as being the player that's going to lead this roster. He's not only the captain, not only is he the one-team player, but he's probably their most recognizable player on this team. He's had to get a lot of clutch wins for them. He's going to play in the 1v1 mode. Do you think it's Osclo? Do you agree with a lot of people? Do you think it's Osclo that's going to be the player in Vagabond that needs to step up? Because this Vagabond team clearly needs to step up from what they did yesterday. They didn't play well. They didn't look good. They weren't a full, well-rounded team. Against Knight, they're going to shatter if they play like they did yesterday. Who on Vagabond, or whom maybe, could be multiple people on Vagabond, need to step up, need to show out?
Honestly, the two people who I need to see step up their game from yesterday are Gadante and Cypher. Oslo was doing amazing all night last night with every single game that they played. But if those two do not show up tonight, then it will create chaos, and Knight will just take this game away from them with pretty much ease.
And Cypher especially, he really looked very quiet yesterday. Cypher wasn't really there yesterday. He was out of position. He just didn't get involved in the play. And while he didn't make a lot of the mistakes that really hurt Vagabond, the fact of the matter is, he wasn't even there to really begin with. I mean, there's an argument to be made that you can't make mistakes at this level, but in Cypher's position, he wasn't even really there in a lot of the plays, and I need to see Cypher get more involved. He felt like he was distant from the play, couldn't really catch up, and simply put, if you're not involved in the play, even if you're not making mistakes, you're not going to help your team in any way, and I need to see more of that from Cypher. I need to see more of that from the Vagabond team, where they are willing to stay close to each other, willing to stay a little bit closer, higher up the pitch with each other, and just not nearly as far away from the play so that they can attack quickly. Because one thing that is true about Knight, they're fast. They're a fast team. They're a lot faster than Chaos is. Against Chaos, Vagabond got burned on a lot of challenges. Against Knight, if they play like they did yesterday, they're not even going to stand a chance winning those challenges. That backwall is going to be pelted with shots, and for Vagabond, I need to see those challenges come in quick, come in decisively, if they're even to stand a chance, especially in the 3v3 mode, which I think they need to win.
They do need to win the threes. Like, me and Tesla, what we're saying in the desk segment today, Vagabond needs to take those threes games, as Knight will take those without a doubt, pretty much. Like, that is Knight's game mode to lose, I would say. But if Vagabond can keep up the pressure, make Knight panic on defense by going for those physicality plays, using each other on the pitch, playing good off-ball gameplay, then they could possibly take a few threes games against Knight, which would propel them to win the entire series.
Yeah, because I think the thing about it is 1s and 2s, I don't think it's going to be that competitive. 2 is just going to be more competitive, but I see 2s where Vagabond's at their strongest. I see 1s where Knight's going to be at their strongest. I mean, Jared, as Tesla mentioned, Jared, as he looked tonight, as he looked yesterday, looked amazing. And if he continues that, I mean, Oscar's not going to beat him. I don't see a lot of other people that are going to beat him, as they are jumping in. And actually, they have a sub tonight as well. So it's the exact same roster that I think played them earlier. It's Jared, Crypto, and Manny who are here. And I wonder if Crypto is playing or if it's Perry who's playing. But Perry isn't here. That's a huge difference here as well. It seems like Knight could not get a hold. I know they mentioned that Perry was going to be available tonight. Clearly, he's not here for this series, so this is huge. They're playing with Crypto again. That's their sub. This really has not opened the window wide open for Vagabond to take over, because against Jared, that's their best ones player. Against Jared, that's their best ones player, but against Perry, I think Perry's a huge integral part of this team. He's part of the offense. He's part of the defense for this team. The fact of the matter is, Crypto, not as well known, not as used to this roster, not as, doesn't have as much time. That's huge. The fact that Knight are playing with a sub at this match.
Indeed. Maybe Knight wants to just have a rematch of the roster they used for their match against Vagabond, go full revenge style, not go with their main roster, because, we need to see this.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that intentionally here, but it's the exact same matchup all over again. The matchup that Vagabond won earlier, and the matchup that they'll look to win here. It's the lower quarterfinals and a best-of-7 series. Vagabond takes the blue. It is Knight on the orange. And for Knight, they were supposed to play their full roster tonight, but clearly that is not the case now in the 3v3 mode. Everything seems way more doable for Vagabond to eliminate the team that they had their win against earlier, as Knight trying to get themselves through. Only one loss so far this bracket, that being to Vagabond. So, for Knight, they just had a chance for a revenge play, but revenge won't start here. It's Cypher with goal 1 and Lepid. We specifically called Cypher. We needed to see him get more involved. We needed to see more aggression from him. That is a perfect start.
That is a perfect start for Vagabond and Cypher individually. We needed to see him show up with ball pressure, and he did exactly that with the first goal of this game. And Knight are starting game number 1 behind. Manny with good save. Crypto trying to take it down the field. Cypher back on the ball. Gelion off the backboard. Crypto goes for the redirect, and Oslo passing it back to Cypher. Cypher trying to get past Jared, but Jared's able to beat him out, and Gelion will be first man back on the ball there. Crypto trying to get past Oslo, but Oslo with a great block. Jared will clear this one out, and Cypher will rush all the way back towards his side of the pitch. Manny gets a good 50. Jared trying to put it back center for one of his teammates. Doesn't get contact, and Oslo is able to clear that one out. Manny doesn't get the touch he wants, and Oslo has a shot opportunity. Good save from Jared. Gelion with a shot, and he scores.
And you can tell Knight, they're crippled without Perry here. They can't challenge early, and if they can't challenge early, this Vagabond team's so good at holding pressure against you. 2 goals for Vagabond, and Knight, they might be trembling at this point, because, Crypto's not an unknown player. He's been here before. He's I think most recognizably he was here on 100x3am, a team that I believe won our Legends Cup too a long time ago, so not unknown, but you can tell Knight, because they don't have that starting roster, they really do not know how to rotate around each other. Their challenges are a lot slower, their plays a lot slower, it's a lot more solo efforts, and Vagabond are winning more of the midfield, and Vagabond's winning the midfield. In comes a lot of shots, and if Vagabond have a lot of shots, goals are soon to follow.
Indeed, sporty they are, and we see a lot of offensive pressure starting out from Vagabond again. We saw this against Chaos, but Vagabond wasn't able to score any goals against Chaos, and now it's Knight with the opportunity there, and Manny almost with a shot in. Good save from Cypher, and Cypher shows up again in this game.
Yeah, now it's gonna be a pass. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Dante nearly got a third for Vagabond. As they'll go up again, Cypher sets the play up. He'll follow this one through. As Knight still no goals in game one. Not very even many chances to talk about for this team. And I mean, the difference between it, Knight and Chaos is not only does Chaos have a lot more experience with their sub in Vel, but they also have a lot more experience just being able to challenge the ball. They won a lot of the aerial plays against Vagabond. Knight have not, but they'll go again, and it's Jared with goal one. We mentioned a lot about needing to see Perry show up. Obviously not here. This is gonna be one where Jared, he's the best one player on this team. He can handle his own. And on a lot of plays where their offense is all about, making solo efforts, working the offense yourself, for Knights, they really need Jared to step up and take over the position that he did yesterday.
He really does, sporty, and we are starting to see that start out late in this game, but Jared is now completely out of place. So is Crypto. Good pass from Cypher out to Dante, and Manny with a good block there. Manny over to Crypto. Crypto almost with contact there, and we see a double commit come out from Vagabond. Jared passes it midfield towards Manny. Manny back to Jared, but Jared gets bumped off by Osclo. Manny back on the ball, tries to pass the center for Crypto. Crypto puts it over, and we still see a 1-goal deficit for Knight.
They're really ramping up the pressure here, and Vagabond running low on boost. His Crypto's shot just goes a bit high off the touch from Cypher. Now it's Manny. Jared up first. That's going to be too low, and Cypher will get the block. No boost here. For most of the players on Vagabond, they'll get rid of this one, as Osclo chases it down. Another bump this time on Manny Alar, as it will be Dante again. A lot of bumps so far from 100x Vagabond, really taking out that Knight rotation as a play to the back wall. Osclo, Crypto, flip reset, will leave it. Manny across, Jared was jumping in, but now he's overcommit. Cypher will score again. 2 for Cypher, 3 for Vagabond, and their lead is extended.
That was an overcommit from the side of Knight. We see Jared pushing up way too far after we see Crypto and Manny try to do a passing play, and Osclo was able to clear it all the way out to Cypher, who leaked upfield. That was great off-ball play from Cypher, seeing that the 100x Knight overcommitted, and they were able to score off of it. And we see Knight continue to struggle in this game number 1, which is very needed to win for Knight, I would say.
I don't think it's needed, but it's definitely going to hurt them even more. The fact that they get down off to a bad start here as an infield play. Cypher keeps it out as it's Jared trying to push his way through. And we mentioned earlier the 3v3 games might be the most important for both these teams, and clearly the importance is magnified now that Knight don't have their full roster, as Cypher, Dante, 20 seconds to go, but it is 100x Vagabond who are holding all the cards. Manny looking for the bump on Osclo, can't get him. Jared missed the nets, he shot it wide. Dante takes the boost, and Knights are running out of time. An infield play left in front. Cypher keeps it out as Crypto cannot put the ball in. And Knights have lost all that time. Game 1 will go to Vagabond in the rematch from earlier. Vagabond proving they still have a lot of control in the 3v3 mode.
Vagabond taking that game 1 with Storm. They showed up early with Cypher. Cypher was the one we needed to see step up, and he did indeed. 2 goals to his name and 7 saves. And that's exactly what we wanted to see out of Vagabond, with Cypher stepping up And we're going into 2v2 off of Knight's choice.
Odd choice from Knight. That's the mode I think they would have had the worst time in against Vagabond, but I wonder now who they're playing, because simply put, I mean, I'd be surprised if Jared doesn't play the 1v1 mode. Right? You played Jared, maybe they're playing someone else in ones. Maybe they think that someone else can play better in ones. Maybe that's why they're playing twos here, is that they'll have Jared playing twos, and maybe they'll have, like, Manny play ones. Because Manny's not a bad 1v1 player. He's not the strongest on the team. Jared is, but for Knights, at least for them here, in this mode, we'll see who they pick. That's the bigger question for me, is who do they pick for the 2v2 mode? Is it going to be Jared? Are they going to have a weaker 1v1 player for a better 2v2 team? Or are they going to really hope that they can get this 2v2 win just so that they can take Vagabond and remove all that momentum that they just gained?
And we see a duo from Vagabond that we saw yesterday in Cypher and Kedante, but we see Jared and Manny take the twos on the side of the Knight, so Crypto would have to run the ones later tonight. And we see an early attack from Manny, and Kedante able to clear that one out. Kedante taking control, trying to get past Jared, but Jared will be blocking that Cypher first, trying to put it back center, but gets the touch that he did not want. Manny over to Jared. Jared's shot is wide, and first man up to the ball will be Manny, but Cypher is able to take it away, and he takes it to the other side of the field.
And I think it's interesting that they choose both Manny and Jared, because that's, I would assume on paper, their strongest 2v2 roster. And I wonder if they're doing this just so that they can take away all that momentum from Vagabonds, that they can, on Vagabond, what is their best game mode, by far. It's twos, it's probably their strongest game mode. If they're doing this more so to try to demoralize Vagabond, and it's an interesting choice. It's a little riskier from Knight, but I definitely think in a match where you lost game one as badly, in the way that they did, knowing that the 3v3 game is going to be tough, they got to start relying on those 2v2s and 1v1s, and I wonder if this is, again, all just to try to demoralize Vagabond and see if they can set themselves up for success in threes. Because if they lose twos, I mean, that 3v3 mode, it obviously didn't look great for them in game one, and I don't think it's going to be easy in game three either. They're just doing this for confidence, as Cypher will get that save there.
And he tried to pass it back center for Jared, but Cypher with an amazing clear. Jared goes for the psycho touch to the sidewall, but Cypher will be the first man on that ball. And Jared trying to keep up the pressure, but the ball goes back to his own side. And Manny takes it back down to the wall, takes it over to Jared. Jared takes control, tries to get over Cypher. Cypher gets a touch, but Manny's up for the shot and scores. Good lead from Jared, letting Manny take this ball away, making the defense for Vagabond awkward. What a shot.
Yeah, as you said, as well, a great start, a great goal here, and Knight on the board first, so one goal for themselves. They are still not done yet, but again, trying to take down Vagabond, and Vagabond's best mode, as it's Jared again, in the air, does take the challenge on Cypher, as it will be a play in front. Kedante has it, as Manny will wait back, takes that challenge. Vagabond are really going to have to struggle in this mode here, as Cypher, Jared, waits under it, as it will be open room for Knight. That $200 prize pool, I'm sure, resting right in their minds here as Kedante on the block. Manny, challenged by Cypher. Kedante on a quick run away, but it'll be Manny again, and Serenyx Knight will race back as Jared keeps the play going. But Vagabond, they lost position! Cypher gave it away! It's an open net for Manny Alar, and Knight with a second!
Indeed. Manny just waiting for the touch from Cypher. Cypher was trying to get over to Kedante, but he gets the touch that he did not want over to the other side of midfield, and we saw that just go terribly for them. Jared off of the kickoff, and they take the lead up to 3.
And for Vagabond, I don't think they were ready to see this duo in the 2v2 mode, and I think they had all their cards expecting Jared to play the 1v1, but clearly for Knight trying to hedge their bets with Crypto, and trying to hope that, they can try to take down Vagabond, get that lead early, put them under pressure. Well, they've definitely done that here halfway through game 2 and a 3-goal lead. Now Jared to make it 4. That's going to go in as well. Knight are taking over, and we mentioned earlier when there's less players on the field, that gives more room, and high-ranked players love it when they have all this space. Jared and Manny are clearly the high-ranked players here by a decent margin. And Knights, because they have all this room, that's where these players can really play at their best.
You think this is because they wanted to gain confidence going back into the threes game mode, because they need to shut down Cypher's confidence? if they shut down Cypher's confidence, they can easily come back in that 3's game mode and do things they weren't able to do in that game number 1. As we see, Manny block a shot from Cypher. Kidante back on the ball, gets a reset, trying to stay on the ball, leaves it for Cypher, but Jared's just there waiting, and we see the offense for Vagabond start to slow down a little.
Yeah, it is. They're just not winning the challenges here. There's so much room that the mechanics of Knight are really just doing everything, and they're still scoring here. 5 goals to none at this point, and I mean, this is not only going to give them confidence, this is really going to hurt Vagabond's momentum here going into Game 3. This is the game that I think they're best at, and clearly Knight is proving that they might be a level ahead with the players that they're choosing.
Indeed, Sporty. This is going to be a matchup to watch tonight. As we see Cypher get the demo, he has space, but he doesn't get the touch he wants. Manny takes it over, and Jared gets a touch he does not want. Manny with a backflip. Kidante will take the first goal for this game off of an awkward touch from Jared, and Kidante was just waiting for it.
Yeah, that's a big goal here. 5-1 now, and Knight, I mean, they want to win this. You know they want to win this as badly as they can. They're definitely trying to put themselves in a good spot here, but it will be a second for Vagabond. With 90 seconds to go, they've given themselves some hope. 2 goals straight.
He goes straight indeed. Cypher with a stalled kickoff, and Kidante will be first man on that ball off of the cheat. And now, just like that, Vagabond has the potential to come back in this game now. Cypher with another cheat wins it. Now, Knight are on the back foot. Kidante with another goal. It's just a 2-goal deficit now, Sporty.
In maybe the span of 15 seconds, it's 3 goals for Vagabond, and 2 of them right off the kickoff here as Jared was given no help. That's a weak touch. He can't really get up as high as he wants to. It doesn't help he was on the back wall either. You really can't get power off the back wall like that. And Serenyx Knight now from a 5-0 scoreline, it is now 5-3. They're still leading, but Vagabond are feeling that confidence, so but maybe not for long here. As Manny gets another. All that confidence that Vagabond bought now is getting stifled here as Manny off the kickoff will score one himself, his 4th of the game.
Kidante doesn't get the control touch that he wants. Manny saw that awkward touch come out, and he just punished Kidante for it, and it was just an open net because Cypher did not expect that, and we see another kickoff goal. Great demo from Manny, and Jared scores again.
It's another off the kickoff too, Lepid. We've had so many goals off the kickoff here. And simply put, these kickoff goals going back and forth. Vagabond can't afford this. They have to start winning these kickoffs. Time is running low on them with a minute to go. It's another kickoff. It should be another goal, and it will be now for Kidante. I think our last, 5 goals have been kickoff goals? This game is kind of slowed down to a halt here. And for Vagabond, they need to start turning this game around. They need to start winning more and more of these kickoffs because, simply put, if they keep playing the way they are right now, it is going to go back and forth, and they're not going to win this one.
Indeed, Sporty. If they do not shut down any of the kickoffs from the side of Knight, they will end up losing this game and switching the momentum into the other team's favor. Manny tried to get a double touch. Now he overcommits. He passes it back to Jared. Jared doesn't get the touch he wants, but he can stay on the ball there. Tries to get a skim, but doesn't get the touch, and Cypher takes the ball down the other side of the field. Manny gets an awkward touch, leaves it for Jared. Jared all the way down the field. Can he score? No, he cannot. Cypher with the good save, and Jared continues on the press.
Yeah, it is a Knight at this point, just wasting out time. They don't need to score anymore. They just need to make sure that Vagabond do not score themselves here. And Manny, big dunk. Could be another goal for Jared if he'll be here first, and he will be. Fakes it! Oh, it's beautiful! Why not get another? It is a 5th goal for Manny LR and 100x Knights. I mean, at this point, they've already won this game, but Jared, he's just continuing to look to beat down Vagabond where they stand.
They want to kill the confidence and mental game from Vagabond, because if that happens, Rocket League is that type of mental game where if you mess with the mental for long enough, you will see effects in that even in the next match.
As this ball will stay in front. Vagabond trying to find one more. They'll get it off of Manny LR's last touch, but this game is over here. It's an 8-5 scoreline. That might be our most high-scoring 2v2 of the game of the final bracket so far, but it'll be Knights win here. That's a 1-1 tied scoreline, and that means we go back to 3v3s. Now Knights got momentum again here, but for Vagabond, it's 3v3 where they won that game 1. I do worry, though, if Knights feeling good and Vagabond's not, that might be just enough to tip the scales in Knights' favor.
Indeed, but we will be going back into the threes game mode, which Cypher propelled at. Even with this kill of Mental 4 Knight against Vagabond, we might see this go back in Vagabond's favor if Cypher can step up again in the 3v3 game mode, or Dante, or even Osclo. We saw Osclo be the MVP of performance against Chaos, but can they do that against an opponent like 100x Knight?
Yeah, that is the question, really, if they can do it again and again. And you think, you make your life tough now if you can't win the 2v2 game mode. Now ones is going to be an interesting game mode, because it's Crypto and it's going to be Osclo. That's going to be a close matchup. I think we are all excited to see how Game 4 is going to end up. But in Game 3, I mean, this is going to determine the lead in the series, and it will give one team a chance to take that match point in the 1v1. So, a lot more pressure now in the 1v1 game mode. I think if it was Jared versus Osclo, there wouldn't be much pressure on either player, because Jared is the far better player. I don't think Osclo would have even expected himself to win against Jared. Now that it's Crypto, it's a lot more high pressure for both those players and both these teams. And Game 4 is going to be important, but the setup Game 4 is Game 3. When these teams will give themselves that lead in the series and a little bit more room to work with in that Game 4. So we go back to 3v3. For Vagabond, their offense is a nightmare in 3v3. For Knight, they still need to find out a way how to shut that down, because clearly they didn't find it in Game 1.
And we start out with the ball on the side of Vagabond, which is exactly what you want to see if you are a Knight fan. But Osclo taking it back down the field on his own, gets a back flip over to the backboard, but the defense from Knight shows up too strong for that time, and Jared starts on the attack, tries to get a flick in, but Dante with a good save, trying to take it down the field, and Crypto takes control of the ball, gets a reset, continues on the control, tries to get it back center for Jared, but Cypher with good clear out, and Crypto taking it back towards his teammate, but Cypher cuts him out, and Jared continues on the press.
Knight on an early offensive push. That's a beautiful flick! Goes right to Manuelar's front bumper. Knight lead inside the first minute.
And that was just an awkward jump from Osclo. He had the boost in the tank. He wasn't able to get up to the ball quick enough, and that just left a wide open net for Knight. And now Knight take the lead early in game number 3. Unlike in game number 1, they now have the pressure going, and this might be the reason why Manny and Jared were in 2s, because now they have all the confidence in the world. As I say that, Jared scores the second goal.
Yeah, it is. All that confidence for Knight, and all the demos too. Oh my goodness, look at this from, look at that move right on your screen from Crypto, going right after Vagabond got rid of 2 defenders, left the net wide open. Knight is seeing exactly what Vagabond did last game, and they're adding demos to their own playstyle. And Vagabond, who are usually so good at giving demos to other teams, now have to face them against the team of Knight.
Indeed, Sporty. We will see this physicality start to come out more from Knight. As I see, it's been working, and that will shut down the mental game for 100x Knight. Crypto with a reset goal. Oh my god! What a double touch from Crypto.
I mean, this is Crypto. Welcome, everybody. He's maybe the sub for Knight, but he's done this before. 3-0, and Knight showing up. That was a massive strike, and that to tell you just how comfortable this team is in Game 3. Knight have full control, and even Crypto, who himself is probably the least accommodated to this team. That was an incredible shot. Now he goes again to the corner, but this one will be too far away. Knight have a 3-goal lead, and they're still not done. Looking for more, just looking to continue to demoralize Vagabond as the series goes on.
Cypher with an early shot on. That's an open net for Cypher, and Vagabond start to slowly get back in this game, especially after that great shot from Crypto. Good pass from Osclo over to Cypher. Jared was not able to get back in time, and now, just like that, they have a chance to come back in this game.
3 minutes still to go here. 4 goals in the first 2 minutes. It feels like the 2v2 game all over again with the number of goals we're seeing as Manny. Oh, he nearly found that angle. Willoughby, Crypto, try to leave it for Jared, but Jared got removed from the field going for that demo, and now 100x Knight will need to restart the play, but this is a perfect roll-up. Jared has all this room. That's not a great first touch. He will be challenged by Cypher as Crypto on low boost will meet the challenge from K Dante infield. Crypto pokes it out. Manny Alar jumps in as Osclo. Jared, oh, he doesn't have a touch here as Cypher keeps things going. K Dante to the back wall as Crypto on that challenge. 100x Knight stay close as a bump opens up the play here as Crypto, Jared, K Dante, 100x Vagabond still without much to work with on offense here as they'll continue to get challenged. Jared is just all over the place right now. Every play, it feels like Jared wants to challenge it, wants to be involved, and every time he's going for these challenges, he seems to win 100% of the time.
Indeed, he has scored a great demo play from Crypto. Jared tries to go for the double there, and Oscar with the good clear out. Cypher will be first man back on that ball, and Manny trying to keep up the pressure. We see a double commit come out from Vagabond. That's not what you want to see if you are a fan of Vagabond and want them to win this game. Jared just slowing down the clock, and Knight it will be trying to kill out time. Dante with an early shot on. Crypto with good save. Cypher back on the ball, and Oslo will put a shot on.
Oh, he missed!
And that's a slow roller. Oslo will clean it up, and the defense from Knight is confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Manny just missed on that. Manny just missed it. I don't know what else to say there. It's a second goal Vagabond. What I can say, though, Vagabond is one away from tying this game. It was a 3-goal difference early in this game for Knights, and now Vagabond slowly but surely whittling it away. Now they look to strike again as Asklo kept out by Jared, and Knight sitting back a lot more now. And as we get nearer and nearer to the final minute of gameplay, Jared up in the air. K Dante can't challenge. It's Jared on Osclo. We'll see that shot go deflected wide as Cypher challenges. Manny wins the play. K Dante, he'll be next to it as he'll get round one. Osclo jumping in. A bit awkward there. Miscommunication from Knight as Jared had to avoid a couple different players to get to that shot. Now we'll see this play stay in the midfield, but it is Knight who are in the air right now as Manny, 2 touching away. Cypher will keep things airborne as 1 minute to go here. 100x Vagabond. They may not have offense now, but you know they're only 1 shot away from tying this game.
Indeed, only 1 shot to tie it, but they need to get this ball out of their half if they want a hopes of even tying this game and trying to bring it into overtime. But the offense from Knight is starting to constrict and make them stay in their half. As I say that, Cypher gets out of their half, but we see no boost on the side of Vagabond with a great musty from Crypto. Manny tries to put it back center, but pitches it off K Dante's car, and Jared has to rush back. Gets a touch that he does not want. Crypto has to go in for the ball there. Manny pitches it back mid, gets past one, and K Dante has to rush back and try to clear this out for his team. And this ball will get put down on the ground shortly here, but Cypher keeps it up, and Jared, first man on the ball, kills it, and Knight takes game number 3. We go to 1v1s, Crypto versus Osclo.
Yeah, what a match that will be as well, but from a 1-0 series deficit. Let's talk about the recovery from Knight here. After losing game 1, not looking like their full selves. I mean, after that game, they've come back, and they are definitely looking like 100x Knight now, so a much better showing here later in this series, and gotta give credit to Knight where credit's due. This team had a bad game 1, but man, they've recovered so quickly, and Vagabond, they haven't made too many changes. They haven't looked any different, but clearly Knight have, and Knight's just looking a lot better for it.
Crypto looked insane in that threes game. He has a lot of confidence after that flip reset double touch. That was a crazy shot from Crypto, and now we will see him in the 1v1 game mode against Oslo, who performed great in their ones match against Chaos, but they weren't able to take that game, I believe, and now they're going against a player with the confidence level of Crypto, and we will see what happens here in game number 4.
Next night are such a talented roster, but in 1v1, this might be Osclo's turf here as Vagabond back at it once more as it'll be night to try to continue on those challenges. Crypto, not against 1v1. He's definitely a 1v1 player as well, but when you have Jared on this roster, it's pretty tough to recognize how good Crypto is on ones. But again, the reason why I think they have Jared playing was just to try to demoralize Vagabond. Now that they have Crypto, he's not a bad 1v1 player. It's going to be a close match regardless. It's not going to be as one-sided as maybe we thought with players like Jared, but Crypto can stand his own. And against Osclo, he has a very, very good chance. It's going to be a tough matchup for Osclo, and it's going to be made even tougher for the fact that if Knight wins this game, they take match point.
Indeed, Sporty, and that would probably kill the confidence on the side of Vagabond after losing both twos, which should have been their game mode with how good they were playing, but they didn't expect Manny, LR, and Jared to take the pitch, but now we're in ones and Crypto just continuing on the onslaught in the air, trying to shut down Osclo's defense, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, this feels like a calculated risk. I mean, Crypto's still a very good 1v1 player. It may not be as definite as it is with Jared, but he's still very good, and obviously they have trust that Crypto can win here, and clearly he's having a pretty good time so far. 3 goals, all of which up, pretty soon up the kickoff, and Osclo, who, I mean, he was never going to have a chance against Jared. Against Crypto, it may not be much better, as he actually could have saved that shot, just accidentally hit it in his own net, and just make things worse. It's 3 goals now, and, an early lead like this for Crypto, I mean, this is exactly what this Knight team needs, and Crypto, he's far from done.
He is indeed far from done. He takes it down the field, goes for a musty flick, and Osclo is able to save that one out this time. He has an open opportunity now, but he shoots that wide. Crypto has no boost in the tank. Osclo is taking all the boost and trying to control the ball here. Takes the ball all the way back to his half, has full boost, and Crypto now has time to grab boost of his own. He pre-jumps Osclo and goes for the double touch, and he scores!
Oh my goodness, that might be insane as well. Oh, what a shot from Crypto to the back wall to the goal, and I mean, he's mechanical, but he is having quite the day so far. Not only does he get that double tap, he gets it off a play that was made by Osclo. He had so much calmness in his own goal line. That was insane.
And Crypto having the confidence that he had from that threes game earlier, and it shows with how much Max he's going for. He goes for the plan B, and Osclo is able to save that one away, and Crypto pre-jumps Osclo's touch, and Osclo's mental must be getting shut down. That's a great pinch effort from Crypto. Osclo's able to get back in time and save that one, but you may think if you're Osclo, you had to score now, and he does exactly that.
Well, he'll get one here, over 90 seconds of gameplay, but man, Crypto, he's having so much fun right now, but there is still a ones game to be had. There is still a lot of time left. If Crypto gets a bit too relaxed here, that can give Osclo all he needs to come back in this game. I love that Crypto's going for some fun mechanical plays, but I want to see him slow it down. I want to see him relax a little bit. There's still a lot more time. There's still a lot of time left. He has not won this game just yet.
Indeed, he hasn't. Once is a game mode of kickoffs. You have to win kickoffs over and over again, especially with how much goals are going to be going in off of just small, minor mistakes on defense. Osclo takes control of the ball, waits for Crypto to concede, and now Osclo's back in this with 3 minutes left on the clock. He will shut down Crypto's defense by taking it slow.
Yeah, and for Crypto there, the mistake is he's gone way too far, way too close to it, and then he's given a lot better of an angle for Osclo than he should be, and well, now it's 4-2. Crypto has lost a couple goals in that lead, and he'll need to kind of regain that momentum here. That early game start was good for him. Is now up the back wall. Oh, he'll get taken out here as Osclo has the much better recovery. It is demoed away. It's going to be Crypto with the ball again. A huge demo effort. That has just saved a goal.
Indeed, Sporty. That was off of Osclo's awkward touching. Crypto gets another reset goal today. Oh my god, he takes it up into the air, gets the reset, waits for Osclo to jump up, and Crypto places it right behind Osclo there.
That could not have gotten much closer if you asked. I mean, that was right over Osclo's challenge. Crypto doing just enough to beat him. But Osclo will go for his own little solo effort now as he takes it to the sidewall, up the ceiling. Crypto will meet him to it, and in fact, Crypto's not even going for this play. Osclo got completely baited there. Thought Crypto would challenge early. Crypto will not, and now Here we go again. Crypto to the ceiling. Light touch. Ground pinch. No, he's going for a pogo play. He's got perfect room. The fake play. Crypto. Oh, he wanted to let that go in. He wanted to fake out Oslo. It won't happen. He'll still score though. But my goodness, Crypto. This might be the best I've ever seen him. He has sufficiently prepared for 1v1s. And clearly Oslo. I mean, how do you defend a player like Crypto when he is going for stuff like this and he is just not missing a beat?
You really are playing against a Goliath in this match. We did not expect Crypto to be playing like he is. He's playing almost near perfectly in terms of mechanics, and that could shut down Oslo's every attempt to come back in this game. But then again, if Crypto starts messing up, Oslo can come back. If Crypto goes for overconfidence plays with how he's playing, and Oslo gets demoed there, Crypto has time and space. He goes for the Cuxer pinch, and that's off the backboard, but Oslo back on the ball here. Crypto's waiting for Oslo to commit in the air. He gets a dunk there, and he kills off more time off the clock here. Pops it over Oslo, but it's just off the crossbar, and he's not able to score that here.
But he will score this one, though. Oslo on the return trip takes one more against Crypto. He's still keeping himself in this game. It is still a 3-goal difference now, but Oslo, he's really running out of time here. And I mean, a minute usually is more than enough time to score 3 goals, but with the way this game has been going, he's going to need every single second he has left in this one to come back.
He is indeed. That's a great kickoff to start it off. Crypto has to rush back, grab pads, and Oslo takes his time, takes it up into the air, gets a reset of his own, tries to fake out Crypto, but Crypto does not jump. And Oslo is trying to score a single goal at this point, just to try to get himself back in this game even more so. And Crypto is just starting to waste off more time off the clock, goes for more mechie plays, gets a double reset, goes for the backwards flick, and Oslo just drives off the corner of the goal and can't jump because of it.
Yeah, it was not the best shot from Crypto either. I mean, I love the mechanical play there, but simply put for Oslo, you said it, he tripped off the corner, he could not jump in the play. And Crypto, just another goal to his tally. What a night he is having so far. Who knows? We might be seeing more Crypto tonight for 100x Night here, as he'll keep the ball close again. Will put the challenge on Oslo. Oslo has boost, but he's got to go for this play. And Crypto, he is just waiting. 30 seconds to go. Crypto can't see Oslo. Will win the challenge and the boost. Oslo cannot go. He doesn't have the boost for it, as he'll get challenged here. Crypto keeps it. One more flick play. That's not going to go very far, as it will be Vagabond. They can't come back now. 100x Night will take a triple match point advantage in this series. That means they'll have 3 chances to win the matchup here. Their rematch against Vagabond. And when we go to 3v3s, Night will have their first chance to win against Vagabond, as Crypto's going to score one more. 8-3 will likely be our final scoreline. And for Oslo, I don't think he was ready for just how good we were going to see Crypto tonight. He is playing out of his mind. And with, Game 5 coming up, if Knight can win this next game, the series is theirs. They'll have a spot in the semifinals.
Indeed, and they have a tough opponent in Serenyx coming up if they can just take one more 3s game. But if Vagabond takes the next 3s game, they go back to choosing either 1s or 2s. Knight might pick 1s because that's might be the game that they choose, or they might choose 2s and show up with Jared and Manny again. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see.
Vagabond can take that 3s game mode, but only time will tell.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. And I mean, they realistically, they don't want to go there. They don't want to have to take this series all the way to 6 games. They'd love to end it here. Love to have their day start out nice and simple with a 4-1 win. I'd love to see a Game 7. We haven't seen one at all this entire bracket, but by the way it's looking, Knights are looking pretty keen to not let that happen. And the thing about it is, 1s or 2s, they're pretty confident in both, and they looked pretty good in both as well. I think if you're Vagabond, this all hinges on that 6th game. Game 5, they know they can win 3v3. It's not easy, but they know they can win it. They've done it before. But 2s and 1s, they didn't look good in either of them. They didn't look like they were the better team in either of them. It is going to be a very tough matchup here, as we're going to go into Game 5, and we'll just have to see who shows up next, as We're going into...
We got kicked out of the server.
We had a lobby break there, so give us a moment while we get things underway, fixed up here, but... Again, we'll see how things go as soon as we get these players back in the... But while we go into Game 5, I mean, do you agree that you think Game 6 is going to be the game that we need?
In terms of Vagabond, yes, but in the terms of Knight, they want to stop it in this threes game here between the two teams, but if you're a caster, you want to see it go the full length, but we just have to wait and see.
Hopefully back in the lobby here for game number 5. As again, we'll get the series underway again very soon. As hopefully we'll get everybody back in. Is the lobby back up?
Yeah, the lobby's back up. Are you in the party?
But we'll hopefully get everybody back in. It seems like 8 technical issues here. Oh, apparently it's up again, and it's in game 5. Give me a moment. It says we'll get ourselves in here. Apparently I'm in the wrong lobby, so I must have joined the old lobby again. Here we go. We're back in. As here we go. We'll get game 5 underway again. So hopefully this we'll see how this goes for Vagabond. They need to come back in the series. They need to respond quickly. This is going to be quite a tough game here. As again, I'm excited to see how things will go. I'm excited to see how these players are going to perform. We got a great couple matches up later tonight. But again, reminder, elimination as well on the line here now for Vagabond. Not just the fact that one team can progress forward. But again, game 5. I mean, what do you think that Vagabond's thought process now going into game 5 and the 3v3 again, and and everything that they have to do to kind of come back?
They need to start showing up like they did in game number 1, and if they can show up that physicality gameplay, Kidante and Cypher stepping up, and Oslo just showing that consistency level against what is looking like the best on next night yet.
That's ironic as well, because
That's
ironic as well because they're playing with the sub and all things, and I would expect that Perry's almost certainly going to show up later tonight, if not here. But hey, they only need one more game. I mean, they're in a great position. They just need to, win one more game here against Vagabond, and they'll be off to the semifinals to take on Serenyx Esports. But for Vagabond, I mean, this is a team that does not give up. We've seen them before against Kagas. They didn't give up there, even when it felt like all hope was lost. Here against Knight, I expect the same kind of mentality, but it's going to be tough. Freeze is going to be tough. I mean, they lost their last 3v3 game, and it was a Crypto that looked lights out that last game. Now Jared trying to go for a play. Manny's up as well. 100x Knight looking for that goal number 1. Crypto jumps in, can't win the play, but Knight already continuing to keep that confidence. And for Vagabond, they still look very defensive, very passive, and more importantly, very scared.
They are indeed looking very scared. Crypto just off the post, unfortunately. We see a trade demo, so Jared has to rush back and get contact with the ball there. Dante with a touch, and Cypher trying to beat out one defender, and Crypto's just waiting there on the backboard, tries to get over to Jared. And Oslo with the early challenge loses the 50, and Dante has to get a touch here. And he just stalls out time, tries to get over two defenders. He does exactly that. Crypto last man back, and Jared trying to get back in time, and Manny clears it out, and Jared able to get past Dante, grabs the middle boost, and he just continues on the pressure. 400x Knight. As we see a double commit, this might be the chance for Vagabond that they need to see to score, and they do. Oslo with a banger down the field off of an overcommit from Crypto and Manny, and Knight just overcommitted on offense there.
Yeah, I think Crypto got a bit too confident now after the 1v1 game. I think he's a bit too happy now about how that 1v1 game went. He's got to calm it down, slow things down a little bit here for Knight. And for Crypto especially, he just doesn't have the best sense of that rotation that Knight has. And, well, he's a great mechanical player. Yeah, he's just going to make sure he doesn't cut out his teammates here as he did that last rotation. As for Knight, they'll go back again. Vagabond only up by 1. This is not exactly the kind of lead that will win out games for Vagabond, but they can be happy. It's a start. It's better than last game, where they couldn't get goals until the very end of that game. So they got a lot of work to do here as 3 minutes still to go. Dante will keep things out. Will Force back Jared. Crypto to the back wall. It's Manny under, saved by Cypher, and Knights goes all the way back to the defense and will start the play over again.
Cypher with the early challenge there. Jared able to clear it out. Oslo last man back. Jared bumps out Crypto, and Cypher's able to clear that one out for the time being. Manny back on the ball. Oslo clears that one out this time, and Jared leaves the play, letting Oslo try to go for it, but Crypto with a shutdown. Crypto with a shot on, and Cypher with the save. Jared puts it back center for Manny. Cypher with the clear. Crypto back on the ball, tries to get it down the field towards Manny. He does exactly that. Over to Jared. Jared with a shot on. Great save for Oslo, and we see still no goals on the side of Knight.
Yeah, I mean, Vagabond are playing some Herculean defense right now, but there is still a lot of time to go. They really need a second, some sort of lead, some sort of comfortability in that lead right now. They are still very nervous as Crypto, another big clear, will be Knight again on offense as Cypher kept it away. Manny LR taken out before he'll get that touch. Now Oslo, Jared on his own will be met by Cypher, who himself has still had a pretty good performance in these 3v3 games. Crypto will challenge Oslo. Jared has players upfield, but he'll go himself. 30 boost in the tank, make that 20. Flip reset will be used. It's easily kept out by Cypher on the goal line, but Vagabond on low boost, they really can't challenge now. And Crypto's got room. The demo, the shot, saved by K Dante. Follow up, it's gonna roll in. It bounced off Jared, and it goes in the back of the net. Over 3.5 minutes of gameplay, but Knights finally tear down the roll of Vagabond.
Vagabond was low on boost there. That was great off-ball play from the side of 100x Knight. They stole the boost, making sure that Vagabond could not save things. And there's a shot opportunity for Oslo, but he does not get the touch on. And Jared's able to clear that one out for the time being. Dante will pass it back towards the Cypher. And Cypher trying to get past the defense, but he's not able to do that. Oslo with a shot opportunity. Jared with a good save. Manny up first. Doesn't get contact. Leaves it for Jared. And Cypher continuing on the pressure. Tried to get their second goal for Vagabond. Kidante up. Crypto gets a solid touch over to the sidewalk. Gets demoed by Kidante. And Kidante starting to pressure Jared to try to make a touch there. And Cypher going for a double touch. Doesn't get a touch on the ball. Kidante with a shot on, and Jared with a good save. Crypto gets bumped out of the way. Cypher gets the save, and we are back and forth in this last half of the game.
It really has been 30 seconds to go, and both teams don't want to go to overtime, but it's Jared a chance. It goes high. Now Manny LR will lob things up. Knight is pressing close, but I can't score from there. They will retreat back to their own back half as that's Oslo. Jared. A win on the challenge, still Jared. Flippery said no, he can't get the last touch on that, and it will be down to the clear. Maybe a chance upfield, maybe a chance back. Jared just missed the net on that one. One last chance for Knight in regulation as it's Crypto with room. Reset. Cypher gets away. Now it's Vagabond the other way around. Cypher trying to keep things alive. It's Knight who can go. Manny to Jared. Stopped by Oslo. K Dante will clear, and it will hit the floor. Overtime in Game 5. Vagabond, their hopes of staying in the bracket rest on this golden goal territory.
Indeed, they do, Sporty. This game wasn't their goal this game wasn't because they did a great team play. It was because of the overcommit from Knight. You cannot count on that small mistake from Knight to get another goal. You have to create that opportunity on your own, and now that's an overcommit from Vagabond. That's luckily wide, and K Dante tried to get a save there. Cypher blocks out Crypto's touch, and Manny starting out the attack, and Crypto puts the shot wide. Last man back is Crypto. Oslo gets demoed. Cypher blocks one. Crypto puts the shot on, and that's it. Crypto takes this game, this series for a night, and they go 4-1.
It will be the end of the run for Vagabond, the team that surprised everyone in the first part of the season, but unfortunately, those surprises will stay as just surprises. Their run is over for Knight. 4-1, they moved to the semifinals, and credit where credit's due. What a performance from Crypto here. The sub-in for Perry, who didn't even show up on time, to sub in and to play the way he did. Crypto looked incredible that series, and I'm sure for Knight they'll be very thankful that he's their sub because with a performance like that, I mean, Crypto, he looks incredible.
Indeed, he looks crazy. He scored a lot of mech plays tonight with that first game, and now he gets to go. He gets to see if he gets to play against Serenyx with that performance. But Harry, I see him in chat, so we might see Harry in the game instead of Crypto. But now we wait to see what happens in this next match to see who goes against Chaos. We already got our semifinals match confirmed. It will be Serenyx Esports versus 100x Knight to have a spot in the grand finals. Our next matchup will be PDF versus Torrent Gelion.
Yeah, it will be, and you said it to play against Chaos in the semifinals later tonight again for Knight. They'll get the wait, they'll have an hour off before they jump back in again. You said it. We're gonna go to break. Next up will be Torrent Gelion, portable document format files, another elimination match, another spot in the semifinals up for grabs. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division. We stay in the lower quarterfinals, but what a match we had there. What a performance. Another substitute coming in and showing up well here. It was Crypto who led his team in Serenyx Night to a 4-1 victory over Vagabond. So Vagabond is now eliminated. And that means Torrent, Gelion plays against portable document format files. Joining me here is Lepid and WaTesla. What a series that is, but we stay in the lower quarterfinals. Another team will get a spot in the semifinals, and another team will be eliminated.
Yeah.
Indeed, Sporty. And this next matchup will be the matchup to be careful of to know who's going against Chaos. If Torrent Gelion wins this next match, they could possibly upset and win against Chaos, but only time will tell.
I know. A lot of us have our opinions on how good Torrent Gelion is, but portable document format, what a performance they've had as well. I mean, that win yesterday from Lowers against Striker Vroom, it was not an easy match for them. It went 4-2. It was our first match of the evening, and they looked good. They are definitely a well-rounded roster than I think a lot of us had them at the beginning of the tournament here. But you know, still, I think they have a lot to do, a lot to prove, and a lot that they may still need to go through here. And against against this Torrent roster, do you think their 3v3 mode, which is usually the strongest for portable document format, do you think that's going to be under some fire now?
Well, be fair, portable document really showed out in the threes yesterday. But their subs stepped up huge for them. So I'm curious whether they'll have Happy back tonight or they'll be with their original three. And if they're with their original three, we haven't seen them yet in this bracket this weekend. And as for Torrent Gillian, this is their last get. This I say gimme, but this is the last one where they'll be favorited. Because if it's chalk the rest of the way, they'll have to beat KCG, the other popular pick, to win it in the next round, and then have to win a rematch against Serenyx if it goes chalk the rest of the way. So they'll definitely have had a 1 seed, a losers bracket game, and then a 1 seed and a 1 seed. So this will be their last chance. They're a favorite, and I imagine that July will be looking to get off the snide in ones after he had a really good first game of ones, but then that second one Av really, took it to him. So he'll be looking to get back on track here. I believe in that, and so it gives Gillian the advantage here. But this will be the last time they have it this evening.
Yeah, you said as well, their last chance to have that massive advantage in matches, tonight, at least favored. But I still think you still think they're still a good enough team to make that grand finals, so we can't really doubt how good they truly are here on this one. If you're Torrent, I mean, they're favored, but it's a close match here, Lepid. And they do have a coach here as well. They had a coach yesterday. They've had people, watch and review their matches. If you're their coach, what would you be telling them? What would you be telling them here going to this series? What's the kind of what should the coach of Torrent be telling them here as they go into their lower quarterfinals?
To mainly just use each other, get that off-ball gameplay up to speed, and shut down the PDF defense, and just not allow them to get comfortable on the pitch right away. Because if they do that, they will take the threes games away from Torrent, and that will slow things down for Torrent a lot.
An interesting way to say it. You want to slow down this. You don't want to see Torrent slow down. You want to see them keep the pace going. Well, we'll see if they can do it here. Let's get our predictions up and running now. We're going to do reverse order. Why not? Lepid, you get to start now because you just got to talk. Torrent or portable document format. I think Torrent's the favorites, but it's a close match. I think it could go either way. Who do you have winning this one?
Honestly, I have Torrent Gelion winning this in 7 games.
7-game series. We haven't seen one yet. This could be a very good position to get one. Well, Tesla, do you have your prediction?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Torrent in 5. I believe that PDF may get one of the threes, but I don't know if they can keep up in ones or twos. Again, my theory: more players on the pitch, one individual player is less able to take control of the game. But as the number of players on the pitch dwindle, I believe the advantage goes up for Torrent.
Interesting as well. Torrent definitely have the advantage. I actually have portable document format. I think if they can play the way that they want to in 3v3, and I think that's the question. If they can play the way that they can in 3v3, I think they have advantage in this series. I think July is going to be a standout player. I think he was standout yesterday. He had his issues. He couldn't get wins, but again, that's against Av. Against Av, of all people. I think against someone who's a little bit more closer to his rank, I think he's going to have a good amount of time. But I still see Puerto Rico in format. I don't think they win ones, but I see them in 3s and 2s, definitely winning more games. And I think it's going to be Game 7 as well. Two of us have predicted Game 7. We haven't seen it yet, though. We're still waiting for that series to go all 7 games. It hasn't happened yet here in this one. We've gotten close. We've had multiple Game 6s. We've had no Game 7s. We've also not have not had any sweeps. So these matches have been close. They've been competitive, and they've been important for, I think, these players to get themselves as good of a start as they can in matches like this. And you mentioned as well about the sub in Happy Tesla. He showed up yesterday. If he shows up again today, you said it. He was the MVP yesterday, and he definitely played like it. Do you think it will be Happy again that would have to stand up for portable document format in the case that he does show up?
Being a big fan of traditional sports, sometimes it's a good idea to ride the hot hand. And I know it was a sub, but I don't know how you don't go with him here, honestly. I mean, I have a little note here about his gameplay. Just in the first game yesterday, I have that he had a goal. He assisted, elasted on a second goal, and had 4 demos in the first 2.5 minutes of game 1. Like, when you're the sub and you come out with that kind of smoke, sometimes you just got to ride the hot hand. And so I'm not sure if he'll be in on this one, but if he is, it definitely increases their chances against Torrent. And, I'm thinking Torrent's going to win the whole thing, but it will definitely give him a better chance.
We'll see about that. That's going to be it's going to be of huge importance for them to find momentum, to keep it going, and to keep on moving here. But again, what a series it is, and what a match this is bound to be. So we mentioned about Portal Document format. 3s and 2s is going to be the game mode for Torrent. It's going to be those 2s and 1s, and it's going to be 3. It's really going to be every game mode. That is going to be close. You said, another question I have now for you, Tesla. Do you think this is going to be the closest match of the tournament? You mentioned Serenyx versus Torrent being the closest match. Do you think this match is going to be even closer than that one?
No, I actually expect probably out of all the ones I see going forward, I actually expect the Serenyx night match next round to be the one that goes 7. Out of all the performances we've seen so far, though I want Torrent to win, if I was power ranking the teams at this point, they would probably be 1 and 2 for me. So, just based on what we've seen since yesterday.
He's already going into the next series here with Serenyx and Knights, and I think everybody wants to see that series. That series is going to be after this one as well, as will be the winner of this versus KCG Chaos. So, I'm excited. I think we're all excited. Again, I think a lot of people are excited. Again, that prediction poll is live. We are still waiting on Pro Document format to show up. I don't think they're here just yet, so we'll give them a little bit of time. I know they said they were going to be a little bit late, but Serenyx Knight, you said it. That match is crazy, and we can talk about that match a little bit while we are waiting for Pro Document format to check in. Knight and Serenyx. That's a big match, like, coming up. That is semifinals. That is a big best of 7 series. And I said it might be the top 2 seeds in the tournament. I think a lot of people would fight you on that claim, Tesla, but a lot of people would also agree with you on that. Lepid, Serenyx and Knight. We saw Knight earlier. We know Perry's at least somewhat here, and likely is going to be in that next series with Knight. He's going to be crucial to their success. What does Knight have against Serenyx?
They have... I don't know the Serenyx Esports roster very well, but I fully believe 100x Knight has that longevity of a roster, and from what I know, that's what will differentiate the 2 teams.
As you said as well, so I think, seeing how Serenyx played, Tesla, you got to see a lot of Serenyx. What about Serenyx is going to have them beat Knight? What do you think about Serenyx is going to give them that advantage?
Well, we saw in the first round with Perry not being here that Manny and Jared had to take the 2s. Well, assuming I saw Perry in the chat earlier that he comes back for the semifinal round, as good as Jared looked, and he's been my MVP individual performance thus far, man, out of all the ones players, I don't know if he can take Av, and if they don't have the 1v1 in their back pocket, it could definitely be a coin toss against Serenyx. Av, I believe, is the wild card of that match. If he's able to dominate the 1s and they're able to hold their own in 3s, it really just matters his play. Unfortunately, the way he played yesterday, I have to say that his performance or lack thereof will be more indicative of the result than what Jared does regardless.
Well, I love what you mentioned there, and I have to say as well, I think the difference is going to be Av as well for Serenyx Esports. If Av doesn't play well, I mean, if Av plays the way he did yesterday, he's winning that 1v1 mode. Jared looks amazing. He's one of the best 1v1 players here, but it's very tough to compete with someone like Av. It's going to be a close game, but I think Av has a huge advantage, and I think Serenyx overall, I think they are the slightly higher ranked team, and even if not, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be close. Those 1v1 game modes, though, that is likely to be Serenyx, and you're already talking about one, maybe 2 games already in the series for Serenyx. They only need a few more, so you definitely think that for Knight, the ones that stacked against them, it's a game that they've had a lot of comfortability in earlier as well, so we'll just have to get up and see. As we are getting confirmation, PDF are just about ready to be here, so we'll hopefully get this match underway shortly, so get ourselves into that caster screen since they are joining in very soon. Let's get in this series. We've been waiting long enough for portable document format, but now let's actually see them compete.
I'm really interested to see who they bring in for Happy here, if they bring in someone for him. Real quick note, I guess since they made it to the semifinal round, if 100X is able to win the next round, there's like no statistical possibility anyone catches him in goals for the tournament. Because he had so many yesterday, except possibly Av, because he had 12 in one game. But really looking forward to Gelion here. You know, I think of Verdant as like your anchor player, like your Atomic or your Monkey Moon or your Vertira. He's not the guy that's always trying to be the first man, and he's not always just sitting in the back watching the play. He's really the anchor for them, and I believe if he plays up to his standard, PDF, even with Happy, is going to have a lot of trouble. But shout out to all the subs in this tournament, even the subs that have played on teams that lost, that were one and done yesterday. All the subs that have showed up here have showed up greatly.
I agree with you. A lot of these subs have made a pretty big difference in these matches. You know, we had Happy yesterday on PDF, and he was really the superstar for them, for being honest.
I concur. All right, Paradise Cup semifinals here, or loser quarterfinals. We got Torrent Gelion going against PDFF. Right off the rip, got a little jockeying for position here. So Happy's not playing. It looks like they brought Slasher back tonight. So we'll see what he's able to do in this tournament. Not often you say he has big shoes to fill coming in for a sub, but maybe PDF is liking their chances better here now without him. Early going here, what do you see is happening, Maxine?
Just some back and forth gameplay, really. Just wanting to set the tone. Slasher, you know, he has to fill that spot of Happy, but I think he's going to do a great job. Slasher, you know, he's a striker for PDF, and you know he's the ones player. And Happy, unfortunately, losing that 1v1 in that first series. Now, looking for Slasher to win that 1v1 this time. If they even make it that far, who knows? Torrent Gelion, they're probably going to start off pretty hot, but PDF, great shot on net. Slasher going low, averting it from the net.
So it seemed like in the first series they were in, even though they were able to win in the 3v3 modes, PDF was on defense way more than offense, and it just looks like here the first 90 seconds of game one, with Slasher on the squad, they seem to be being a lot more aggressive when they push the ball forward here. Looks like having Slasher back has really given him that confidence going into the series tonight. Oh, and there, just as I say that, Slasher puts one in. Great shot.
That's a great shot from Slasher right there. The flick over one, and Knave just a little late to it, not able to get a piece of it, and it's just slotted top right of the net. Great shot from Slasher, already filling some great shoes. Happy was the first one to score in the series yesterday, and now Slasher, the replacement for Happy, being the first to score in this series.
Try to get a touch and leave it for Averted there. Now July's going to track it back to his own corner. Going to try to follow this out. Tries to pre-flip into it. It will get dunked by Sammy. Averted now tries to get over. He's around one. Slasher there immediately to keep it on the blue half. Elasted with a touch middle. Sammy can't get there. July trying to take it out now. Not much boost. He'll take it on the ground. Take a 50. It pops over to Averted. Averted's got boost now in the wall. Gets to the ceiling. It's taken away. Surprised he didn't use the flip there and try to get in there for a 50. This is a nice shot coming out for Averted. And that's a great pass from July. And they'll tie it up here at 1.
A great play from Torrent Gelion to tie up the game. This is, so far, almost exactly how PDF played in that first game yesterday. You know, they got the early lead, lost it eventually, and then they came back in game 1, coming back with the lead, and eventually winning game 1.
Well, if we're following the script then, Maxine, Elastic should bang in the next goal. Far fewer demos than we had in PDF's game 1 yesterday. I think they had a double-digit demos in game 1. I know they had at least 7 between 2 players. There was a lot more physical in that game, but with Slasher, again, they seem to be a lot more surgical with their aggression rather than just trying to body the ball in. And as I say that, Slasher, again, looking for the nasty angle. Averted now gets the full boost in the corner, but has the ball taken away immediately. Slasher now trying to get a touch middle for a teammate. July gets it over. It's taken away again by Slasher. Elastic will try to collect this in his corner. Lets it come down, flicks it over one. Able to get it around Nave. Averted now, last one to touch it, but his 2 teammates are rotating back. Just a little more than 90 seconds remaining here, and the game's tied. Maxine, you think we got a chance to see overtime here?
I think there's definitely a chance to see overtime. Slasher trying to make sure it doesn't happen, but Nave off the back wall, not a lot of boost, is getting one more touch out. Damien collecting it for himself in the mid. Don't thinking the high, going low, but Averted not falling for it. Elastic a great bang up to Sammy. Sammy a great pass to Slasher, but July intercepting it. A great play from July there, making sure they don't get scored on. I'd say this Torrent Gelion team probably wants in overtime, especially if that offense gets like that. Offense is just too much for them near the end of the game. You know, sometimes you just want that overtime. You want that soft reset. You know.
Yeah, a lot of times if you're not feeling confident, but you think you're the better team, that reset, then in overtime, you know, 1 goal ends it. There's no lead to hold on to once you get it. A lot of times that little pause there and a reset will definitely get the mental on a different page. I mean, as we say that there, though, PDF here trying to muscle one out of the corner and in front of the net. Averted trying to go the whole length of the field. Able to get it into the orange half. Just over 30 ticks remaining here. Now Elastic going the other way with it. Oh, there's a nice touch. July's able to clear that across, then Averted follows and gets another touch up. Gets a touchdown. He may have a chance. Can't quite get the double. That's a heads-up play by Elastic to meet him there for the 50. And they're really going for this ball. Both teams really pressing, I feel like. Neither of them seem to be just sitting back on defense.
I truly believe that's the better play in this kind of situation. These last couple minutes, you want to make sure that you don't overcommit, but you really want to try and push into that net as hard as you can. That was almost a great play from Slasher with the midfield pass, but Elastic couldn't reach it. And now regulation is over. We go into overtime. 1-1. Not looking great for PDF so far in this overtime. Already on their half of the field. Slasher looking to open it up. Only has 1 soft touch. He's going to try and stay behind the ball. Elastic just throwing a shot on net. Nave is there, saving it. July keeping the momentum on. Averted, intercepting the midfield pass. Slasher pops it up. Elastic is on it to the sidewall, collecting it. Not able to continue on with it. Nave with the low 50. Sammy pinches it out. July with the miss, but Averted, last man back, able to get the save. And Torrent Gelion stay alive so far.
Again, right off the kickoff here in overtime, it looked like PDF was going to be on the back foot, but they immediately turned the script. If you're Torrent Gelion, you got to be feeling like Neo from the Matrix right now. They've dodged a couple of bullets. Balls that I really thought would find the back of the net, and there just wasn't a PDF player there to finish the job. But they are being able to crack the defense and create those opportunities. And if you're Torrent, you don't want to go down 0-1 early here. Really need to tighten up the defense.
Sure.
So do you think it's going to be an individual play, Maxine, or do you think they're going to have to like try to break it down like we saw in our goals and hit some passing plays?
I think it might be a solo play that turns into a path that is the nail in the coffin for either team here. You know, you have those mechanical players like Slasher, and of course, you know, at this level, everyone really has some level of mechanics that they can pull out. You know, it could be a flip reset, a backboard clear, something like that that just finds a teammate up the field. But as I'm saying that, a midfield pass shut down my Elastic. Sammy popping it up. Slasher's there, getting one more touch around. Sammy off of the back wall. Slasher turns away. He's last back in the midfield. Slasher off of the side wall. Knave jumps, gets one soft touch. Verted leaves it for him. July. Now possession. Almost plenty of boost. Goes for the air roll bump in the 1v1. Sammy and Slasher pinch it away. Averted forced to jump, make the save. BDS, they're getting physical.
And as we saw there, they got one guy bumped out in a demo. Dave able to recover off of his bump and get back to net quickly there. And PDF again with an opportunity missed. Now Torrent Gelion taking some free shots at the net, and one will find it. And Averted stepping up big here, having both goals for his team here in game one, and he'll end it in overtime. This is a great shot, using the last of his boost to get up and get that around Elasted. And Torrent Gelion will take this first one in overtime by a score of 2-1. Banger first game.
That is a great first game. What will PDF choose for the next game mode? Right. PDF choosing twos for the next game mode. Probably wanting to, you know, secure a win. You know, they have Slasher for the 1v1, but Torrent Gelion, you know, they also have some pretty good ones players over there. So they want to save that for when worst comes to worst and they need a win.
Yeah, and it's kind of a reversal of roles here in game one. It looks like PDF had more field control in that game, unlike most of the games yesterday. And they actually got out demoed in game one, 10-7. So shout out to Torrent Gelion beating them at their own game there in the first one. Man, those demos were awful quiet, except for the one that almost led to a goal there in overtime. I don't really remember any of them being that significant. Must have been just catching a bunch of sleepy rotations going back and forth. But here in the 2v2, curious to see who plays it out since I guess it will be Elasted and Sammy, same as yesterday, so they'll just have Slasher completely filling in for Happy in this. No roles changed here.
This is what we saw yesterday. Elasted and Sammy in the 2v2. If I'm not mistaken, they won the 2v2, which, if I'm not mistaken, won the series as well.
Yes.
In game number 6.
Yes,
So,
that would be,
you know,
I just wonder, you know, if their outlook is a little different. You know, maybe if they don't even press as hard in the two since they have Slasher, you know, maybe they feel like he gives them an advantage in the ones. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but July will definitely be looking to get back his pound of flesh after the lesson he took in the second one in their series yesterday. And Averted now trying to slow play it out of the corner, fakes the reset, takes a 50 with Elasted at the post. Ball really slowing down here now. Knave going to try to keep it on the orange half. Still has control. This is a great bit of control coming out from Knave. Excellent boost management. Not pushing the ball away. Going to collect again and go for the sidewall double. Can't get the touch. Touches it over one. Elasted's going to get it. So about through a minute left. Both teams still looking for that first goal.
what do you think is gonna be the play to break this game open for either team, really?
I believe it's going to be a play where Knave is first man and gets a decent play as first man, either a really good 50 or a flick that draws both defenders, and then Averted's going to clean it up.
Do you think it's gonna be a mix of control from Knave, but also a miscommunication from PDF that causes like a double commit and leaving it open?
Oh, well, I just, you know, if somebody, I see this even at high level Rocket League, even in the pros, sometimes you see this when somebody gets a really nice air dribble set up, the first guy will go as he's supposed to, but the last man will just get antsy on the goal line and charge out behind him as if he's anticipating a miss that never comes. And so what happens is you get a soft clear from the first guy, second guy's falling out of the air right behind him. Nice save coming out from Averted here. As we talk about this defensive setup. But when that second guy falls out and he's behind him, that soft clear, there's no one in net, because usually the first man is either coming back from the other half, grabbing boost, trying to get to net, or was involved in the play previously. So when two guys go, and if you even watched RLCS today, you would have seen that a few times. Exotic and Monkey Moon are extremely guilty of that this season, actually, of being in net and both men going at a simple air dribble. Big demo in the midfield now for Averted. The Sammy will get back before Gelion can get a playoff. I don't know, Maxine, did you expect this to be 0-0 halfway through?
I was expecting it to be a close game, but maybe not exactly 0-0. There's that flick from Nave you were talking about, but unlike what we were talking, there was one man being patient there. Averted, trying to open up the scoring. It's a 50 for Lasted. Ends up winning. Nave in his own corner, collecting the ball. Sammy just kind of throwing himself at it, trying to force a play. Nave cuts around for the info pass. And Averted is there to receive it. Hop left of the net on the shot. As you were talking about how close this was, Torrent Gelion opened up the scoring with 1:45 left.
That's a heads-up play by Nave. He's slow playing it into the corner, and then as soon as he sees Elastic do the little dip left and then come right, understanding the physics and the way the car can't change directions on a dime the way a human being could, as soon as he sees the little shimmy left-right, he just passes it middle, and by the time Elastic gets on the right side of the shimmy, he's just a tick behind the pass, and he's unable to get in front of it. But then Sammy puts one in, Averted can't get a bumper on, and they'll tie it up here with 92 seconds remaining.
With how close this game was, you would have expected that to be maybe the only goal, but an overcommit comes out from Torrent Gelion, leaving Sammy basically in open net. He just softly lobs it, and Averted barely not able to get back on that play.
Yeah, it looked like Averted was on autopilot there when he rotated out behind Nave's touch, and he just followed way too close, and the dunk just quickly got it over both of them. Him having no boost to even be able to get back and try to jump and pop that at the backboard will lead to an easy tie. So PDF here, as we approach the last minute, definitely have a chance to tie the series at a game apiece based on this 2's result. Elastic now bringing it down slow, gonna wrap around the corner, tries to get a bump. Averted able to play it. Sammy does get a touch. Averted with another touch, so Elastic's shot is not on target. This is gonna be high. Dave able to break it up so Sammy can't double.
We have seen some great defense so far from Torrent Gelion. As I say that, the double miss. Caster Curse working in full effect right now. But as I was saying, the Torrent Gelion defense has been absolutely amazing so far. We have seen some great goal line saves, especially from Averted, the man, the myth. He has 4 saves right now. And Nave has just been playing, some great first man defense, playing that backward, forcing the play for Averted. They've been calm, cool, and collected most of this time on defense. And that, I feel like, is going to be great for them. Another great save from Averted on the goal line. Lasted trying to open up the scoring. Will we have another 1-1 overtime? Sammy trying to make a play, but Averted there stops it. It hits 0 seconds, but the ball stays up. Lasted, last play of the game, he flicks it out. Double commit from Torrent Gelion on defense. Sammy, one soft touch over it, and it hits the ground to send us into overtime. WaTesla.
Yeah, we did see that double commit there, Maxine, and it's so easy. Last second, all the fundamentals go out the window, and if you're either trying to get the ball down or trying to force it in if it's close and you're on offense. And right there, you see the double commit. Fortunately, PDF not able to get control of it and force it in there. And so we go to overtime, and immediately PDF find themselves on defense here. Averted was going to try to double off the sidewall. That's off the crossbar and down. That's a big 50. This could be trouble. Averted wisely turns off. Oh, he's going to get the mid boost and get back to this. That was a heads-up cut by Nave.
For sure, yeah. Tesla, what do you, as we transition from offense to defense for Torrent Gelion, what do we think the play is from either team to win this game in overtime?
Well, I mean, so far, every goal for Torrent Gelion has been on a pass play, even in the 3v3. And so I think they just need to work that again. They just need to have somebody slow play the ball down the field, get the first defender to commit one direction, and they need to call what direction they're going to play the pass to, and second man needs to get there to fill in the gap and try to take a quick 1v1. All 4 players here have shown an individual defense in this game that the chances of you beating a 1v1 with a flick, anything outside of an air dribble bump, you probably ain't 1v1ing it through the net. We've even seen some hard flicks get saved. Again, Elasted there with a solid save on the back wall, getting it all the way to the corner instead of letting it fall harmlessly in front of his net. It's so easy to do that on those backboard touches. You get a touch that prevents the initial shot, but it may actually set up the defenders for a better one when you just softly lay it dead middle of the net 3 feet away. Elasted rather, gonna take this back at Averted and get it over him in the corner. Oh, this could be dangerous. Oh, but Sammy was back instead of forward, and no one's there to take the pass as it gets up. Great recovery there after the bump. Averted's gonna clear this to the corner now. Gonna come up, slow play it, faked me out. That's a great demo. Oh no, Nave goes way past the ball, doesn't get a touch on that challenge. This could be trouble. Little bit too heavy touch to play it off the ceiling. I like the idea though. Elastic's gonna get another go at it here. I don't know, both teams, they're playing such fundamental twos Rocket League right now. The rotations are solid. Dave keeps it out, it's off the post. Wow. I think that one of them may have to break the rules a little bit, or at least bend them to see if they can't create an opportunity to get out of this one.
These 2 defenses have been locked. We saw that save from Nave, but Sammy also making a clutch save on the goal line. Averted, 1 flick over, plays it slow, plays the 50 off the back wall. Elasted, great touch to clear it out, but it goes straight back to Averted. Pops it up, Sammy can't find a bump. Averted, flip, reset, can he find it past Elasted? Another goal line save from PDF.
Wow. And PDF, man, they're going for an entire TikTok reel of saves here in the 2v2 of tonight's playoff match. I can't say enough about their defense. If they play defense like this, they're going to be tough to beat in any game mode, in any game they play the rest of the evening. This is just solid. You're just not catching anyone where they shouldn't be. Heads up 50, forcing it into the corner. That was a great job of saving his flip until the pinch, until the 50 took place, and then using it to guide it into the corner. Fundamental 50 technique there.
Sammy just completely taking that bump. Elastic making a heads-up save. Gonna take it into his own corner. Nave forcing a 50 off the back wall. A little dangerous, but Sammy, the upfield pass, Elastic backflips. Could have been an opportunity for them, but it leaves it for Averted now. Off the ceiling, getting 1 touch down the field. Elastic takes it to the corner. 1 touch up off the sidewall. Elastic takes it slow. The ground pinch. Nave forces it back to Averted. PDF getting physical once again. Sammy to the midfield. Averted spawns. Getting a quick heads-up clear. Elastic trying to keep that offensive pressure up. Gets 1 touch around him. Averted on the clear. Sammy, no boost, rushing back. Nave for the 50. It's up in the air. Elastic finding the clear, but Averted is on it, getting a shot. It's wide for Sammy to clear. Now Elastic, a big clear down the field. Averted gonna take this in his own corner. Elastic trying to find a bump. Can't find it. Sammy takes possession. Around 1. Oh, a miss from Elastic. Now Elastic forced to rush back, but Nave can't make a play out of it.
That's unfortunate if you're Torrent Gelion. That was your golden opportunity there, and Nave never able to actually even get a touch or take control of the ball. PDF able to get right back on it, almost make it dangerous for Torrent. But here again, PDF find themselves on defense, but they had nothing to worry about. That defense has been rock solid. And every one of these touches is dangerous. None of them you can really afford to fake on, because if they're not right at the net, they're close enough to it that the next man can definitely make a play. Heads up cut off of the pass there by Sammy. Trying to get a pinch here, not the best. Averted now. Trying to get something middle. Elastic's first on it. I thought he got it around Nave, but Nave will keep that one out.
That was almost incredibly dangerous for Torrent Gelion, but what a heads-up play from Averted to clear that all the way down the field. Elastic rushing back to his own side. Going for the air dribble cross field. Flip reset maybe. Fakes it. Goes for the 50 instead. But it just leaves it for Averted. Sammy challenges. Great low 50 from Averted to get it out. Elastic cuts around 1. Now solo play from Elastic. Gets 1 soft touch. Nave to Elastic. Sammy finding on the demo. Nave is going to clear it out now. Going for the solo play. Air dribble around 1. Bumped off of it.
So here is Averted tries to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, Averted gets the winning goal in overtime. This is the longest OT in ATS history. And shout out to both of the mainstream. And shout out to both of these teams. 23 combined saves for these teams in this match. An absolute defensive clinic. All you Champ 2 and belows that's here enjoying the Great Rocket League, go find this one on Ball Chasing after the event. This is one you could take notes on for quite a while. And man, what a game. But Averted stepping up big. He has every goal for Torrent Gelion through the first 2 games. Wow, what a match.
That was some great Rocket League that we just saw. Torrent Gelion winning both overtimes, going up 2-0 in the series, back to 3-3, where we will find both main rosters coming out. Torrent Gelion, just an incredible amount of defense. Goal line saves from both Averted and Nave, and Elasted and Sammy, you could say the same about them. Just absolutely incredible defense.
Wow. Had 23 saves between the 2 teams. Elasted put up a 1 score with no goals. Like, this was probably the best game of 2s we've seen in the tournament thus far, at least in my opinion. And I am hoping that these 2 teams are able to continue it going forward here.
As it's going so far, this may be a sweep for Torrent Gelion, but just because it's a sweep does not mean it was close. You know, some of the closest games I have ever witnessed have been sweeps. And, you know, if this goes into 2 more overtimes, especially with that one lasting 6 minutes and 17 seconds, that might as well just be another game of Rocket League.
Yeah, you just hope that the players involved in that one aren't mentally chalked here going forward, because we're only to game 3 of what has so far been a very exciting playoff match. We go back to 3v3 here, which, again, it was a 1-1, and we got overtime, so it was neck and neck the first one, and hopefully they pick up where they left off a while ago when we add the 3rd man to either side.
That overtime was definitely mentally draining, you know. This
Oh, go ahead, Maxine. I'm sorry.
like Rocket League is just one of the most mentally draining games out there. It's just incredibly mentally draining, you know. You can only play it for so long, and after that 6-minute overtime, the question of if they're mentally tired, it's not really an if even at this point. It's more of just who is more tired. After losing that overtime, you know, you put all that effort and all that work, all that time into the game, and then you just lose it off of a great play. You know, it definitely is mentally draining for both sides, but it's really just who is more drained.
It looks like we have all the players on the pitch now for game 3. Torrent up 2-0 currently, but man, these have been 2 close ones. I said last night that the Torrent Serenyx match was probably the closest one we had, but if these stay this competitive, this one will definitely take that title thus far. And I hope it's a premonition to what we have going forward the rest of the evening. What a save coming out from Nave. Another heads-up play by Nave here. Averted now going to take it. Going to get it around 1. He's able to get it under Slasher, though, able to cut that off. Nave gets double and it'll force it into the orange corner. So if you're PDF here, you found yourself on the losing end twice that you played great. Maxine, do you think they change something up here, or do you think they keep doing what they have been and just hoping that one little thing they just need to go their way finally falls for them?
I think that, you know, I think PDF, if they keep playing this way, they have a chance, but I think their ultimate success from their first series, I think it really came from the demos, the bumps. You know, they, especially against a defense as good as Torrent Gelion, you need, like, sometimes just a good shot isn't enough. We have seen plenty of good shots against this Torrent Gelion squad, but there's always someone there left in the net to make the save And most of the time, you know, they do make the save. This
There was a
PDF
big
squad,
double commit there, Maxine.
this PDF squad, they've only scored twice so far, and they have an incredible amount of shots. So it's just, those saves are a lot right now for both sides. Like both sides, they need to get more physical. Really, it's gonna be the make or break. Who has more demos? Who has more bumps? I think that's really gonna decide who wins this series.
Yeah, well, they so Torrent and Slasher puts the first one in as he did in game 1. I was just saying, in the first game, Torrent did win the demos 10-7. So it may be, as you said, PDF may need to get more physical here. They were definitely more physical yesterday with Happy in the lineup, and that's a great shot coming out for Slasher here, putting his team up 1 just as he did in game 1. Still a lot of time left here for Torrent.
Yeah, plenty of time indeed. You know, just one good play could be the make or break, but also another bad play could lead to the biggest deficit we have seen so far in this series. You know, speaking of it,
The last
both of
almost
these
forced the second goal through right there, just as you said it. That was almost a nasty dunk.
almost is not quite enough in this game of Rocket League, especially against these two teams. You know, both are almost completely equal, I would say. Just a tiny little bit of skill between the two. This still is anyone's game. You know, the series score says Torrent Gelion is winning, but that is not the entire story. Both of these teams are playing great, and Sammy with an absolutely great shot off of a great pass from Elasted.
I just want to point out real quickly that thus far through this game, the shots are 7-2 in favor of PDF. Torrent got to find a way to maintain some pressure on offense and get some shots on goal. Right now, they're getting shots like a soccer team, like an actual soccer team. So hopefully here in the last 2 minutes of this one, they can get it turned around. And as I say, that Nave's up for it. Now he's going to go for the double. No one's on the backboard. Oh, he can't quite sneak it in the post. July shot off the post as well. Maybe a missed opportunity there. Nave all the way across. That's a great save by Elasted. He had 9 saves in that last game. He has 3 thus far here. Reminds me of Patrick Waugh when he played for the Colorado Avalanche. Just a demon in net, letting nothing pass. July now trying to show that control. Takes it all the way across the field. Averted with a heavy touch, but no boost. They get this across now. Nave able to dunk Elasted. And Slasher able to clear that to midfield. Slow the play down. Averted with full boost. He's coming forward now. Gets bumped off. Nave's going to take control. Pushes it into the corner. Nice touch by Slasher, booming all the way across the field away from all the players. July with no boost. Just going to try to keep the pressure up. Elasted unsuccessful off the back wall. Maybe the worst touch I've seen him get on defense all night. But Slasher was there to back him up. And they continue here. Up to less than 60 seconds remaining.
As you were saying, you know, these two squads, their defense is amazing. I, unfortunately, was not able to see the Serenyx Esports versus Torrent Gelion match last night, but you were a caster, and July, was he that 1v1 player, and how good was he in that 1v1?
Well, in the first game, he only lost by 1. It was 7-6. And I think at some point in the first game, he realized that he may be just a tick slower and a tick less mechanically well-rounded than Av. And so he started doing creative things like delayed kickoffs, like hesitating into 50s. Things like that, and he managed to get it back within 1 before he lost that. But in the second game, Av really took it to him, and it's going to be interesting to see here as we approach the 1v1. No time left. Looks like PDF's going to get on the board here. If that has affected him in any way mentally, or if he's able to shrug that off and come with his best game here. And he will find a goal as time expires to give himself a boost as we get ready to head into the 1v1.
That was the first goal for Torrent Gelion that wasn't from Averted, which I find pretty interesting.
Elasted again leading his team. Man, his 13 saves, Maxine, between the last 2 games. I really wish I had written down how many he had in the first game. Had I known he was going to get nearly 10 in the 2v2, it would have been a stat worth following. I'm going to be kicking myself for that one the rest of the evening. But now we get to see Slasher in for Happy against July, who showed he definitely is a skilled ones player as we go forward here to game 4.
So who do you have winning this 1v1 in game number 4? You know,
I
we
gotta
didn't.
I gotta say it's July, Maxine. I really feel like, I mean, he showed he has the chops. As we discussed in the pregame, though, Av may be the most accomplished ones player in the field, and so the reason I think that he's not going to be chalked is because after July lost by 1, they were down 3-2 in game 6. They could have picked any game mode, and they had already won a 2v2 game, and he said, "Nah, man, let me get ones again." And so it takes a huge amount of confidence in your own ability to just sign back up for that a second time. And so I don't feel like his mental's going to be chalked here. And if he plays like he did against Av, unless Slasher is also Av, I think he has a great chance to take the dub here.
Only time will tell, though. You know, we didn't get to see Slasher at all yesterday. In fact, he did not make the match, and we had Happy in his place, who did fairly well in their 1v1, but unfortunately was not able to win. So I think Slasher, being that 1v1 player for PDF, I think he may be pretty good. He's pretty good at ones, as far as I'm aware, and it might be a little bit closer than some may think.
July finally transitioning off defense here, gets a reset, can't use it, goes low. He did this yesterday in the first game. Well, in both games, actually, he started out that way where he would go in the air like this and even go for the reset, as you see there. Not sure if he got it or not based on that camera angle, but in the game yesterday, even if he got it, as Av prepared to defend his use of the reset, he would just air roll back, tires down, let it fall to the ground, catch it, and run it in underneath it. So that seems to be a play that July really likes in ones, is to fake it high and go low. And here off the kickoff, big pinch, and it just bounces in off the sidewall. July with a quick 2-0 lead here in the first 30 seconds.
Well, I guess I should eat my own words, considering I said this might have been close. So far, July, you know, other than that little 20 to 30 second period where he was on defense, he has just been scoring that ball into Slasher's net. And really, say that again.
Man, this is playing out just like the ones game yesterday, Maxine. He also got ate up like this on a few early challenges. And I know he can't see it, but since you and I can see the boost and the ball, you really have to force Slasher to beat you there. You can't beat yourself, because he had like 80 boosts, and Slasher's probably sitting on less than 20 based on how colored in his circle was. So right there, July just getting antsy, gets beat easily on an early challenge, and Slasher will cut the lead to 1. See if he goes low here with this again. Oh, with a musty. Wow.
Oh, wow.
We did see this yesterday in the game. He ripped a ground musty, a nasty ground musty in the game against Av. Av actually hit the nasty air musty for his second goal in game 2 yesterday.
That is a spectacular shot from July to give them that 2-goal lead back. But on Slasher's goal, you're talking about him maybe not knowing how much boost he had, but really in that situation, you know, kickoff just ended. He just grabbed a full boost, but Slasher just stayed behind the ball, you know. At that moment, like, you have to realize that Slasher was on low boost. Even if you don't play ones much, it's kind of common knowledge at that level that he didn't really have time to go grab small pads or a big pad in that situation. And Slasher finding a great play there, giving himself an open net, and just slotting that top right, getting one more touch above July. That just forced him away from the play completely.
He did a really good job of using his air roll and boost whenever July crashed into the side of him to recover and not land away from the ball. And he's on the ground turning the ball towards the net before July even gets all 4 tires down. That's a heads-up play by him, but again, July being too aggressive. And there's a nice shot July doesn't even make an effort at because he has no boost across the net, and Slasher will tie it up here. When I see Slasher go for those early challenges right there, I think of the Flakes videos that I used to watch about him, telling you to wait until they hit the ball into you. July just getting antsy in front of his goal. If you're Slasher, surely he's taken note of that now. So instead of trying to rip big long distance shots or highly technical shots, he just tries to get close. And again, he does it. Slasher now with 3 unanswered will take the lead, Maxine.
I think Slasher is already pretty aware of how July plays and is taking note of that, you know, playing against July. Not just playing against him in the 1v1, but playing against his playstyle in a way where it gives him the advantage. You know, that's that one player's knowledge. But July again showing off his mechanical ability with a great flip reset off of the kickoff. You know, such great control from July there.
Yeah, and unlike against Av, he actually did use the reset this time. Maybe Slasher took a tick longer than Av did to challenge. I expected him, after he got the reset, to let that one fall to the ground and pinch it in again, or let it, you know, bounce off of his hood. But he elects to use it, showing he has the mechanics to do it up high or down low, does July. Slasher now going to do the little bounce dribble play. July reads it immediately and comes up before he's even able to get a second bounce dribble, but can't control it out of the corner. Now he's just going to try to stay close and harass. Does grab the boost, but gives up the ball. But he will be back on it quick. That's a great turnaround, not allowing Slasher time to go fill up with boost and take that corner. Slasher could be in trouble here.
Fortunately, the missed flip reset does not find the back of the net. Slasher, not a lot of boost, just clicks early. July, a great dunk. Slasher, still not much boost. July takes note of that, goes off the backboard, but can't find the net. Slasher flicks it out. July stays on it. Slasher just completely drained of all boost now, but able to get a pop over July, but ends up recovering greatly is July. Popping it back up in the air. Great control, able to get a lot of vertical movement on that. Slasher floats in the air with him. A great save. Now Slasher is able to find some boost now.
Yeah, it's after getting some goals, some back and forth goals pretty early, and Caster curse again just as I go to say it. He finally put one in. We did about 2 minutes without a goal there. Slasher will finally get us off the snide and go up by 1. It's 5-4 Slasher of PDF here with 1:35 remaining. Again, just July over pursuing there. Slasher able to just drive it in. But as you said, Maxine, Slasher does seem to be very well aware of exactly the points to pick at July to make his offense effective. And it has not been brute force.
Yeah, this matchup, it really is pretty similar to a lot of the matchups you might see in Pro Rocket League. Of course, you know, in Pro 1v1s, they are much more refined, but a great open net from Slasher there. But yeah, as I was saying, the Pro 1v1s, a lot of the times, like the best players, you know, you're gonna make the argument that it's Moxie and Diaz. These two players resemble them fairly well. Slasher, a lot more grounded, a lot more, you know, mindful of his opponent. In July, just using mechs, using his aerial capability and aerial control to outplay Slasher. Almost a lot how Moxie is, or how Diaz is compared to Moxie.
Yeah, we actually in one of the games last night that July was in, we were talking about that, how one of the things we think that makes Moxie such a successful ones player is so many high-level players do everything in the air, but Moxie is top 100 in the world rated skill on the ground. Like even as a, you know, people even call that really quick 45 the Moxie flick, which to be fair, if you can pull it off, is a nasty tool in ones. July now trying to force it in out of the corner. Slasher going to block that. 45 seconds left. July was up 4-1. 3-1, sorry, and has since gotten outscored 6-1 in the last 3 minutes. Goes for what I think he may have been going for, either a musty or a breezy, but he'll let this one get cleared away too. Not a lot of time left, but if he can find one quickly here, it's ones, you can get a couple of goals fast, but he needs one to go in now.
And with that challenge, that might just be it. You know, Slasher going for the air dribble, able to squeeze that in top right of the net, top left, apologies. And, you know, that might just be the nail in the coffin. He needs to score a goal every 3 seconds. That is a kickoff goal 4 times in a row. It is possible, but it's very, very improbable in this kind of situation.
Yeah, that was some brilliant control there by Slasher. And as we wind this one down, Torrent and Gelion find themselves in the same spot they were in yesterday, tied 2-2 going into Game 5. Of course, yesterday they won Games 3 and 4 headed into Game 5. Here, they've lost the last two. PDF totally wrestling the momentum for the series away in these last two. And after two games that were 2-1, the last two definitely had more scoring. It looks like as both teams get deeper to the series, they're being willing to take more risks rather. And the gambles have paid off for PDF here in these last two matches. See if Torrent can turn it around here in the next 3v3.
I don't think it's very crazy to say this, but I think Torrent and Gelion is definitely the most comfortable when in the 3v3 mode. Obviously, they did just lose that one 3v3 by a goal, but in the last 3v3, they had it overtime. It was a 1-goal game, but that overtime ended fairly quickly compared to the 2v2, and then now the 1v1 where they just lost completely.
Fun stat for that 1v1, there were no demos in that match. I don't know when the last time I saw a high-level ones game that had 0 demos for either player. So both players, I guess, respecting each other enough to just try to play defense rather than get too aggressive. It's so easy to overcommit going for a demo in a ones game. And so we're back to a best of 3, Maxine. Who do you think? Who do you think's going to have the advantage here based on the way momentum's gone the last two?
I think PDF will definitely have the advantage going into this one, but the other two players, Averted and Knave, coming off of a little break, they got that mental capacity back. But as I say that, it lasted, a great shot. The play from Sammy Averted, not able to get the shots he probably wanted, and a lasted heads-up play, ready in the midfield to slot that in the net.
Yeah, Lasted has stepped up big for his team when he's been on the pitch in this series. I'm pretty sure he's the captain of this squad. Certainly plays like it. July now with a big clear downfield. Oh, wow, and the first defensive miscue out of PDF, maybe in the series. July able to just bang it right back down the middle of the field. Averted there to tap it in as it bounces off the post. Heads up play by him, and they'll tie it at 1 here with 4:39 remaining.
Yeah, like in that 1v1 game, 0 demos. It is not something you see very often. I don't remember the last time I saw any level of 1v1s end with no demos completely. I even see like flats go for demos in ones. It's something at every level of gameplay, and not seeing it a single time in this 1v1 is just something different, something unique. Very, very interesting. But Slasher, a spectacular shot, top left of the net.
Yeah, this is a great shot by Slasher here. He sees July up, and July's just kind of floating in place for a shot. Slasher has enough time to pick his spot, elects to go left. Really could have went left or right there. Elects to go left, puts it right on target, and they'll go back up by 1 here. 3 goals through the first 50 seconds of a threes game here. Definitely changed the scoring output from what we've had in the previous games. Double commit there coming out from PDF. There's a double fake on the sidewall there. Averted now going to take control. July tries to get it middle. Elasted there for another save. Elasted's going to average a save a minute for the series at this rate. A team yeet coming out for PDF, and July will take it the other way.
This is getting more awkward the second. Each team, having their awkward moments, but that was a long span of awkwardness. A little bit too long, I should say. But it has ended. Sammy, a great clear, but Knave is on it, a touch to the corner. Averted doesn't turn. Slasher, a great clear down the field. No one there to receive it. And now July, off of the sidewall, pops it up high. Knave is on it, off of the ceiling again for the double tap. It's down to Averted, who doesn't quite shoot it.
July gets a push to the backboard. Knave tries to follow that up with a shot and can't find it. A lot of pressure coming out for Torrent here. July's going to be back on that one. Tries to get the little double touch off the corner. Can't. Averted with a shot. Elasted with another save. And that is just uncanny. Somehow Rocket League thinks the Elastic only has one save in this game. I wager the last 2 touches he got in front of net were saves. Serenyx got the troll scorekeepers here. And as we get into it, Slasher now trying to force it across the middle of the net. PDF on offense here, not nearly able to hold it as long as Torrent has in this game, even though Torrent finds themselves down. They've definitely had more pressure here through the first 2.5 minutes. But as I say that, Elastic goes the other way. They try to use July's own fake against him and go under after the high touch. July tries to get a touch back middle. Averted can't get there. Slasher going to put Nave in a blender. July last man back. He'll collect it. So we're 2 minutes left here in this one. What do you think PDF's going to have to continue to do to keep Torrent out of the net? Because they're definitely facing an onslaught of offense, Maxine.
I think, you know, they need a good clear down the field, finding a teammate, but it will not come. Elastic able to barely sneak it in.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play by Sammy. He's able to just keep it in the air, kind of in that one spot, just like stalling it in place. And so all the blue defenders are kind of circling underneath him, and then when he decides to drop it down, Elastic's there to meet him for that little pinch right into the net, or that little force over from the touch. And so it'll be 3-1 for PDF here. Make that 4-1. Slasher with another goal here. Gonna put his team up 3. 90 seconds left. Torrent, for winning the first 2, maybe looking to lose 3 in a row. They have a little time here, but this is definitely not looking good for them.
Oh, for sure. It is not looking very good for them. You know, they started the series off with so much momentum, and now all of it's completely gone. You know, they're down 1-4 in this game, and now, you know, it's only the series is only tied up. They get to choose the game mode if they lose this match, but that still might not be enough, considering how close the 2v2 was. And you know, July, he lost that 1v1 by, you know, a decent margin, so he may not choose to play it again.
Yeah, if you're torn after what happened yesterday, I mean, if you lose this one, you have to play 2s, right, to force game 7. Like, surely you have to play 2s. Even if it was a close game, you at least were able to get a dub. Averted can't find the bump there. Elastic able to get back for that save.
Nave in the midfield.
Go ahead.
Not able to find any success as Nave. Sammy finding a shot on net. Averted with the save on the goal line. Slasher trying to open up another goal scoring opportunity. Not able to. Sammy off the back wall. July can't find a great save. Averted to Nave for the shot, and it's in. But is it enough to swing the momentum in their favor?
With 16 seconds left, you know, maybe you just want to see that one go in to give yourself some confidence going into game 6. Because now you're going to be facing match point the rest of the series. And even if you do manage to win the second 2v2, you've lost 2 of the 3 3v3s going into game 7. So it's definitely a lot of work left to do if you're Torrent. July shot off the crossbar again. Averted now going to try to slow it down and flick it over. Slasher there for the save. Slasher going to save that one as well. PDF will take game 5. 3-game winning streak here for PDF as we head into game 6. Be interested to see, but surely Torrent chooses 2v2 here.
We have confirmation. Averted definitely does want 2v2. It is decided. The 2v2 game mode will be played in this next match.
And so Averted, leading his team in points again, but has scored almost all the goals except for one that were not in the 1v1. Nave got on the board that time, but I believe in the other games that Averted played in, he had scored all the goals for Torrent. They're going to have to spread that around some. Nave and July going to have to try to be more effective with their shots. Everyone getting 4 in that game. Be more effective with them. Try to help Averted out some. And if you're PDF, out on the back to Elastic, he's got to be approaching 20 saves for the series. Remember, they had 23 saves between the two of them in the previous 2v2. So definitely looking for more defense here. Oh,
Yeah.
so we've had a lineup change, Maxine, for the 2v2 here. Looks like they let Slasher get in for the 2v2 this time instead of Sammy.
It's the same for Torrent Gelion. July instead of
they
Nave.
did. I didn't see that at first just because I noticed the change with Slasher in. So both teams elected to go with their 1v1 player on the 2 squad here for Game 6. So I guess really anything could happen here.
Anything can certainly happen. That's a great play from Averted. Opens up the scoring for Torrent Gelion. You know, that's a way to start the game for sure.
That's certainly a way to prevent Elastic from getting another save if you drive your car through his on the way to the net. The particulate that remains from the explosion, I don't believe is going to be much resistance to the ball. Averted with a heads-up demo there on the air dribble, and he'll put his team up 1 here as we approach the 4-minute mark left in Game 6.
Okay, game number 6. This is a must-win for Torrent Gelion. Averted, fighting as hard as he can to stay alive. The miss, the double miss from PDF leaves the net completely open for Averted to shoot that anywhere he wants, really. After Slasher missed that, all he had to do was just not shoot it straight at Elastic. And then he takes a 2-goal lead for Torrent Gelion.
So I really think that he missed that first one as we watch the replay there, Maxine. I think he missed that first one on purpose as he let Elastic get in a spot. Because you're right, once Elastic got there, he's kind of frozen. And then all he has to do is hit a shot, not at Elastic. Man, that was a crazy little catch by Slasher there.
That is a great catch from Slasher there.
I thought he was
Popping it up.
okay. I couldn't. I thought maybe my boomer eyes were deceiving me there. Nice shot coming out from Slasher.
This is a great catch from Slasher. Indeed, the turtle flick. Absolutely amazing. You know, those people think they're easy, but as someone that's tried them, they're a little bit harder than people may interpret. The timing is fairly awkward in those kinds of situations.
Yeah, because on that turtle flick, you kind of have to time to flip your car over right when the ball makes contact, right? Otherwise, it just kind of lazily rolls off to the side.
You need to time that flip, like the flip over of your car, with the hit of the ball, and it's any sort of power on it, and it's a little awkward when you don't get it like that, because sometimes the ball just kind of bounces off your car, and it's not at all what you wanted. Slasher, just the double jump of Doom. They works in all levels of gameplay, really. As long as you time it right, it is a goal. You know, that's how most aerial bumps happen, is the double jump.
And we see there, just like in one's July, getting a little too aggressive as first man and not even able to get a challenge off. Slasher just able to take his hubcaps as he jukes him out with the ball. And so now the score is tied as we approach the halfway point. Averted now going to try to collect this on the wall. Elects to let it come down. Slasher going to wait on him. Elastic's going to be the first on this now. Fakes and leaves it for Slasher. July with a shot. Slasher able to collect. Passes it right over to Elastic. That's a heads-up clear right to a teammate. Averted's there to cut it off, but he drops it right to Slasher. July heads up, able to take a 50 there and prevent any kind of shot from getting off. I thought he was going to get it in, but Slasher able to get back before he can bounce into the net. Averted doing everything he can to try to get this dub here in Game 6 and force a Game 7.
July also putting his front foot forward. A great save off of that. What could have been an amazing shot from Slasher from the ground all the way to the ceiling for the, you know, I don't even know what to call it. The ceiling shot from the ground. It's a very mechanically challenging shot, and Slasher almost performed it perfectly. July just making a great save there. Slasher getting physical. Averted dodges it perfectly. Now for the solo play from Averted. Flip, reset. Elastic can't make the save, and Averted gives Torrent Gelion the lead.
It's crazy because he's able to just get the flip off in time for his car to roll over and push the ball over the initial challenger. It drops it down and Elastic bangs into it, but he's unable to change the momentum enough to keep it out of net. And that is just heads up, perfect timing by Averted there to let that flip rip after he got the reset. And so they'll go up one here with less than 90 remaining. And if you're Torrent here, you're really just trying to hold on to this 1-goal lead so that you can force the game 7 and see if you can get back on the winning side for the 3v3.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate situation, really. Averted, not a great 50 in July. Once again, just kind of throwing himself in. And now he needs to do a little better July on defense. He needs to be more calm, more collected. He doesn't want to... You can't really throw yourself at the ball like that very much.
Slasher now going to take another crack at it. Goes up with it. Takes it all the way across the net. No one gets a touch. Averted now. Elastic wisely grabs that boost. Averted just has to give the ball up to July. What a fake. What a fake coming out from July. And he breaks Elastic's axles. And he's able to put him back up by 1. Same kind of tricks he used against Av to keep the first 1v1 close yesterday. Just a nice fake and lets Elastic fly by the ball. With 45 seconds left, Torrent Gelion find themselves up 1 and needing to just hold on for a few more seconds to force game 7.
That is a great heads-up play from July right there. That fake. It's enough to make anyone smile in Rocket League. Everyone loves a fake here and there, unless you're on the receiving end of it. Then it's just unfortunate. The bump from Elastic clearing the way for Slasher just to take his time and shoot the ball. July went for the bump on Slasher, but couldn't find any speed and couldn't find the shot.
Yeah, that's a really heads-up bump there. Realizing that Averted was going to be the first guy to defend, even though he wasn't even technically in net, and just wisely goes ahead and messes up his path of travel so that he has to consider recovering from the bump before he can even think about the saving, and that takes so long. Slasher easily able to just get a shot on net and it goes in. They'll tie it up, and it looks like we'll be getting overtime in both 2v2s. Averted now. Slasher able to pre-jump and stay in the way. A lot to live up to if they're going to match the last overtime.
For sure. This has been a significantly higher scoring game. You know, these two teams are just spectacular. Oh, it's on the goal line. Averted with a great save. July almost just accidentally getting forced into the own goal there, and barely got that save on the goal line as Averted. The flip reset. Averted once again with the save. Elastic doesn't grab that boost. Averted is on him. Now Averted trying to beat out Slasher, not able to find it. July is there off of the back wall. Water falls down. Slasher's able to find a clear. It's Averted off of the back wall. Slasher out to the side. July is there for the challenge. Gets a great beat on Slasher. Elastic dunked by July. Slasher's able to find the save. And now Averted flip reset. Not able to use it as Elastic catches it off the back wall. Slasher clears it out. July stops it in the midfield. And this game has just slowed down so fast.
So July on no boost, Averted on no boost. They're in trouble right now as Torrent Gelion playing for their tournament lives here. Got to get a win. Averted with 2 great saves in the first minute. Single-handedly keeping the season ongoing for Torrent here. Oh, that's a nice 50, but July will get back to it. Averted may be able to grab this big boost in the corner. July elects to hold the ball, stall the ball, and go for the boost. And in that time, Elastic will take it. But now PDF find themselves with no boost deep in the blue half, so they'll have to rotate back. July now trying to get something middle that Averted can shoot. It's cut off by Elastic. Averted now trying to keep it into the corner. Wisely able to cut the ball off. Looks like he's just going to let this go to the ground. Pops it straight up immediately. No boost, but he's going to try to get a touch off the wall. No, elects to let it fall. Slasher's just going to poke it over him. He's trying to be annoying, but he has no boost. That's a nice bump by July. May give Averted enough time to get back and get the boost. Heads up demo from July there. Elastic going to touch this sideways. 2 minutes in, looks like we got another stout defensive showing here in a 2s overtime, Maxine. What do you think's going to take for one of these teams to break down the other one's defense? Because we might get 2 games in 1 again here.
I think it's going to be a great upfield pass on someone sitting in the midfield. It could be from either side, but I think it's going to be Torrent Gelion, because we have seen that upfield pass so many times already. So I could end it right there. It's a shot on net. Elasted makes the save, and Slasher flicks it out. No more boost for Slasher. Averted clears it out. Slasher sags behind the ball. July flicks it up high, keeps it in the safe. And now July, plenty of boost, goes in the air, catches it. It's not on target. Averted is there. Slasher blocks the shot. And Elasted on the counterattack uses his flip wisely. A great 50. Slasher for the shot. Blocked by Averted once again. 3 minutes of overtime. It could end here though. Slasher for the shot. Elasted redirects it off the back wall. Slasher can't shoot it. Elasted is going to take his time here. Taking control. Not able to get past July though.
It's a heads-up play from July. For a second, I thought he and Averted were going to both sit there on defense flat-footed, and I was like, man, he's sizing them up. He's about to just shoot it between the 2 of them. July, wisely seeing that they were both just waiting, decides to go first. He's able to get the ball off, get his squad off of defense. Here, now he and Averted trying to work the 2-man game to get a goal. Big clear down. Averted misses. July there for the follow. Oh, wow, and Averted able to get back to that as he comes down. I can't believe it. Averted has had some truly magical season-saving saves here in overtime of this 2v2. Doing everything he can to keep Torrent Gelion in it.
We are approaching another 5-minute overtime, 4 minutes, 15 seconds in, and no one has had any shot of getting close to scoring. We have seen some close opportunities. The bump opportunity, and Averted recovers and makes the save. Now July, a shot on net, and Torrent Gelion can't stay alive. There it is. We have game 7 for Torrent Gelion.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be trouble. Whenever you saw that last save on the blue side, I think it was Slasher, as he was going into the net, Elasted was still rolling off the back wall of the net. And so July, when he's able to get that first touch, both players for PDF are just in a breakneck trying to get back to get in front of it for anything. July, even though his first shot off target, it does hit the post and he's able to follow it up. And so we'll have our first game 7 of the tournament as Torrent Gelion take the second 2v2 again in overtime by a score of 5-4. 12 saves coming out for the Torrent side in that one. They definitely held up their end of the bargain and told 2v2 defense again. 19 shots coming out for PDF. That's just a great defensive showing for Torrent. Well, we got a game 7, Maxine. I hope you're ready because I believe it's going to be some fireworks in this one for sure.
This is going to be a game 7 for the books. Everything was against Torrent Gelion. They had so much pressure on them. The bump play didn't work out at the end for PDF, and it gave them a free open net. July almost binned it, go 2 as well. Hitting that post in overtime, able to get it out.
Yeah, that's just I mean, you gotta give it to Elasted and PDF team. They're realizing that Torrent again going for the every time you shoot it we save it. So they've had, I think Torrent had 13 saves in the first one and 12 in that one. So approximately 25 saves just in the 2v2s. Granted, we got 10 extra minutes between the 2 games of overtime, but still. Slasher and Elasted choosing to go for a bump play to try to seal that one. Unable to pull it off. It'll lead to a goal, but they find themselves in a game 7, having won 3 of the last 4 games. And they'll start this one off with a goal. Elasted first one out of a great pass from Slasher.
That is an absolute zoom of a shot right there. Bottom left, even Averted couldn't save that. 119 miles per hour, or kilometers per hour, sorry. And just absolutely insane.
And considering it skimmed the ground once before it went in, I wonder what its initial speed was before it lost the momentum from touching the ground. Just to be nearly 120 kph with the one ground touch, you got to figure it may have broke 140. Diverted gets it right back here. That's a nice touch over, and it just falls in the net.
That
Sammy
is
unable to get up for that.
That may just be, you know, the coldness you could say. You know, Sammy hasn't played a game in upwards of probably 15 minutes at that point. You know, all the goals combined with the replays and then the nearly 5-minute overtime, nearly 10 minutes of not playing a game. And he might just be a little cold along with Nave, but Slasher and Elasted along with, you know, averted in July. You know, these two have been hot this entire series, being really the two biggest goal scorers in the series. And
Averted has definitely been the man for Torrent here. You're absolutely spot on with that one, Maxine. Dave, now that's a nice little touch save by him to get it wide. Now Elasted's going to try again. July's going to be there to cut this off. Man, he was in the air forever there. Oh, wow, and the net's open again. And twice after playing. The story of this series has been defense. But twice here in Game 7, Torrent able to catch PDF out in an easy open net. And they'll go up 2-1. Maxine, what do you think that PDF can do here to tighten up this rotation? They've been solid through 6 games.
I think they just need to make sure they don't overcommit. Both of those goals were you could blame that first goal on an overcommit. You could blame that goal on an overcommit as well, but it was sort of just a misplay on defense from Slasher there, not able to make a save. You know, Lasted barely not able to get back. But those first 2 goals were more or less on the fact that it was an overcommit. Yeah. And then that too, the kickoff play, leaving Slasher last back. You know, the demo averted was fast on it. Great shot. And Torrent, Gelion looking like the team to beat right now.
So quickly here, just here in the first half of Game 7, they have a team hat trick, does Torrent. All 3 players have managed to find the back of the net here. So solid all-around output coming out from Torrent. And if they're going to win Game 7 and try to have a good feeling going into the next round, or they'll have to play the other #1 seed besides Serenyx, they're going to want to keep this up. Because they played well for portions of the series, but they also didn't. And as I say that, Elasted will cut the lead to 2. That's a great shot coming out from him. I don't know if it's just me not being at the skill level of these players, but some of these shots for PDF, it's like the ball's just kind of harmlessly bouncing around, and then one of those dudes rips a rocket. And I'm not even expect the shot to come until I'm watching the little bunny goal explosion.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. A lot of these shots kind of come out of nowhere, but in this high rank, you need to have those shots come out of nowhere. You know, because they're powerful. Like if you get a shot out of nowhere, it's powerful. But July almost had that save on that. He even on the replay, I feel like I heard him hitting the ball, but the game has to disagree with him. He did not quite make that save. Slasher find the touch off the back wall. Sammy not able to find a touch past the midfield. Slasher forced to flick. Nave taking the solo play, taking the low 50, not able to find any success with it yet. July forced Elasted to play, averted. Can't find the save, almost a bump. Not able to find any success with it though. Sammy not able to find a play either. And now it's July on the counterattack off of the ceiling for the shot. It's below Slasher. Another misplay on defense from Slasher gives Torrent Gelion a 3-goal lead with only a minute 14 left.
July, that's his. It's got to be his favorite play. He goes to the ceiling there. You got to assume he got the reset off the ceiling, so he's coming down. Slasher thinks he's going to use that flip, and just as we've seen him do so many times in both series here in this playoff bracket, rather than use the flip that he gains from the reset, he just takes it low. And as he's coming down, that extra little touch with his nose coming from that down angle puts it just under Slasher. And so with a minute left, they take the lead back to 3. Slasher now no boost, just trying to keep it on the orange half. Sammy able to get a touch middle, but Averted's able to break that up before Elastic and put one on net. Slasher again tries the same setup. Sammy full boost, takes that 50. Able to get another one, but Averted this time will get him a clear. It'll make it to half field. Oh, there's a nice cut touch there. But July immediately there to send it back to the orange half. Just going to slow play it into the corner. 30 seconds left if you're Torrent. You just got to not choke. 3v3, it's so hard to knock out 3 goals in 30 seconds. Make that 4 as July gets it again.
Oh, Elastic already leaving the game. Just completely giving up. That's definitely GG's.
Shout out to July here in the last game, Maxine. He had 3 goals, 2 assists, and 3 saves. Doing everything for the Torrent Gelion squad here.
And this game will definitely be over. It does not matter. They got 1 more goal, but 3 goals in 7 seconds, that's just not possible. In 3v3 especially, it's just not going to happen.
And it's just unfortunate if you're PDF. You come out, you go down 2-0, you storm back and win the next 3, and then after another long 2v2 overtime, the last long 2v2 overtime is what tilted the scales in your favor. Then it's like Freaky Friday, we have another one and it turns the power off. And in game 7, defense just not holding up the way it did in the previous 3v3 games. And Torrent Gelion managed to come back down 3 games to 2 and take this one in game 7. And so they'll be moving on to see Serenyx in the next round. What do you think they got to take with them going forward, Maxine?
Well, yeah, the winner match.
Oh. But,
all good.
I mean, still, they're going to play Chaos. What do you think they got to take from this game that'll work against Chaos going forward?
I think they got to play fast, and they got to play it to win. No messing around. Nothing. They have to come out swinging and not stop swinging.
Yeah, there's a good chance. Well, I mean, if they're guaranteed to get at least 1v1 in that next round, and so for KCG, that means he'll have to see Ant, Will July, if they keep him in the 1v1. I got to give it to July, man. A couple of these 1v1s have been rough. It does not seem to be affecting his mental whatsoever. He seems to be able to get right back in there and, just strap his helmet back on and say, I'm ready to go, coach, like nothing ever happened. They say that if you're going to play quarterback in the NFL, you got to have a short memory. So July definitely nerves of steel and a short memory. No matter how bad he's gets taken out in the 1v1, he just shows back up in the next game mode ready to rock. And he carried the day in game 7 there for his squad after Averted was an Iron Man in net in that 2v2 overtime to keep them in it to force game 7.
Of course, and let's get this going. Out to break. We will see you with our next match, Serenyx Esports versus 100X Knight. Me and Tesla will be casting once again. But let's see you then.
That was a very long series. Welcome back to the Ascent Tournament Series, Paradise Cup 3. The semifinals are up next. It is Serenyx Esports versus 100x Knight. Joining me here is Maxine and WaTesla. You both got to see that series. That was a long one, but it ends up being Torrent Gelion's win. We got another close series up next, this one, and this might be the biggest match of the night so far. Serenyx and Knight, many of them have them as the two teams that are likely to win this whole thing. I know, Maxine, you have your opinions on those predictions, but regardless, this is a huge match, and this is not only going to determine a finalist, but likely going to determine. It's also going to determine a team that can win, the majority of that $200 prize pool. Oh,
Of
Maxine.
course.
Oh, there you are.
Of course, Parity. Yeah, these two teams. I honestly, I could see any team taking it. Really, both of them are absolutely amazing when it comes to Rocket League. On Serenyx Esports, formerly known as it was it's Temp, Siraki, being a great 1v1 player, and then having Temp and Siraki for the 2v2. Their chemistry is unmatched. And on 100x Night, their roster equally as good. You got Perry, you got Jared, you got Manny, you got some Crypto and Bramble for subs. Everyone great in their own ways. I could see any of these teams winning the entire event, and it could go either way.
Yeah, I know both WaTesla and myself already mentioned who we think is going to make the grand finals here, but Maxine, now that and WaTesla actually, now that Knight have their full roster, they have their full roster now. They didn't have Perry for their first match. Now they have Perry back. Now they're at full strength again. This is the best that they're going to look. This is a Serenyx team that's insanely solid. It's a close match. It's a tough one. Tell me, who do you think is winning this one? And even more importantly, tell me, what game do you think is going to win this series?
I think this.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Maxine.
I think this is going to be this is either going to be all like 1-goal games and end in game 4 in a sweep for Serenyx, or it's going to go to game 7.
Well, I will say this, we haven't even gone into predictions yet. Maxine's already trying to jump the gun here, but WaTesla, what game mode do you think is going to be the one that kind of decides the series?
Honestly, it'll probably end up being the 3v3. We have in Jared and Av, we have, according to my notes from last night, the 2 highest goal scoring players in the tournament thus far. So I expect the ball to hit the back of the net many times in all modes. But really, because 3v3 is where you're going to get the most, and I expect this to be 6 or 7 games, whichever team can find an advantage in the 3v3 to me is who is going to be the difference. It's hard for me to say based on what we've seen who would have that advantage. So I just feel like that's going to be the difference maker.
Of course, here, and now I guess we'll get into our predictions here. Maxine, since you wanted to talk about predictions earlier, who do you have winning this one and by how much?
I think it's going to be Serenyx, and I think it's going to be in game 6. Truthfully.
Quickly and to the point here. WaTesla, who do you think is winning this one?
I'm going to take Knight in 6. I think that they'll win all the 3s that they play up to that point, and the and at least one 2v2. I doubt very seriously that we get 2 1v1s if it makes it to game 6, because I feel like both of those players are so strong. Whichever one of them takes the L will not want to sign back up for that a second time.
I love that. We got a little split desk here, but I have to put my money in on Serenyx Esports. I have them going to the grand finals. I have to think that they're going to win this one, and I think it's going to be 7. I think this is going to be another game 7 situation. This is such a close series and such a tough match, but we don't want to waste too much time here. These players are already in the lobby, so we'll get things going.
Let's get this going. Serenyx Esports versus 100x Knight. This is going to be a great matchup, WaTesla. I can't wait.
This is our first money match of the night. Maxine, winner of this, guaranteed to take home some cheddar.
I want some cheddar.
Let's see if the money adds a little bit of tension to this match. Now that everyone's playing for money, you win your semifinal match, you're guaranteed something for your trouble. So both of these, all the matches at this point, from this point, are money matches. And as I say that, Siraki, right off the kickoff, able to go up and find a perfect soft touch on this one, get it over Perry, goes off the ceiling and sneaks in the left side of the goal. That's a great touch by him, and that Serenyx will find themselves up 1 immediately.
That's just a heads-up play from Siraki. He knew he had that beaten, so he just dived at that as quick as he could. Ended up having probably a little bit of luck on his side. Definitely not exactly what he intended, but it works out for him. 1-goal lead for Serenyx Esports already in game number 1 in this great series, and that's a blazing shot on the net. Manny cleans it up. Oh, wow. That was fast. Off the kickoff. Temp keeps it up. Off the back wall. Av trying to find a shot on net. It's a bouncer and it's in top right. Serenyx Esports already getting that lead right back off the kickoff. A little bit of double commit. Temp had a great first touch, and Av was able to recover off of it, stay in the air, and find a shot off of the bounce, top right in the net. Just a great play from Serenyx Esports. Again, a little bit of luck on their side. Zaraki trying to find a touch off the back wall. The double touch. 2-goal lead for Serenyx Esports. Already, they're coming out swinging. This 100X Night squad, they're a great squad. They have some great defense. And Serenyx Esports is just picking through it. Already 3 goals for them. Not even a minute in. Not even 45 seconds in. And they have a 2-goal lead. Av keeps that ball in. Manny collecting it off of his own corner. Bumped off of it. Zaraki challenge in the midfield. Temp finding a demo. But Manny's there. Cling out to the corner. Not a lot of boost from though. Zaraki challenges immediately a dunk. Parries off the back wall. Temp is beat. Av gets a touch to the corner. Jared beat out by Av. Av not able to get a touch. It's to the midfield for Perry. Temp routine save on the weak shot. The fake from Temp. Zaraki takes it the side ball off of the ceiling. Not able to do much with it. Perry just winning that 50 completely. Able to keep control. Zaraki 50s it. Not able to stay on it too much. Manny touch out to Jared. Jared touch up. Perry back down to Jared. Back team chemistry is through the roof right now. Av able to shut it down and stay on it as well. A touch to the midfield for Temp. Temp can't find a dunk. He was playing the clear and couldn't quite read them.
It's chaos taking place right now in front of the orange net. They're doing everything they can to keep the ball out. They will get it going the other way. But man, Serenyx has definitely had pedal to the metal here through the first half of game 1. And these haven't even been gimme shots. They have been bangers. Very wisely meets Av in the air there to take it away from him. Now Manny going to try to go the other way, but Temp right on it. I mean, and it seems like for 1.5 of the 2.5 minutes we've played here, the ball has been on the orange half. They just don't seem to be able to get any consistent pressure. And if you're Serenyx here, like, you keep doing all this, it may be a short series. They are just suffocating 100X right now.
It is definitely suffocation indeed. Their offense is great. You know, there are mistakes. There are pieces in that offense that are things that they could capitalize on, but it is just so good that 100X Night isn't able to capitalize on those mistakes. You know, they double commit. They miss occasionally. They play the touch when that touch is not coming. But they are just able to continue on that offense so well. They play so fast and so precise. And it's just, sometimes it's unbearable for the other team. It is suffocating. Av to clear out.
The
Manny.
pace here, Maxine, has definitely picked up compared to the series we just watched. These guys are flying all over the field.
Yeah, that first series beforehand, and second series, it was a lot more methodical, a lot more controlled for both teams. And this team, these two teams, they play fast and they play hard. They do not stop and they just continue on. The pre-jump from Zaraki, not able to find the net. What a play it would have been if it was, though. Perry with the 50. Av forced to close to leave the touch to the midfield. Rocky not able to find the touch. It's a pass from Jared in the midfield. Not able to find it. Harry touch to Manny. Not able to find the save. Manny giving 100X a chance. It is 1 goal differential right now. Serenyx Esports still up 3-2 with 43 seconds left.
That was a perfect touch by Perry there in the corner. Most of the time when you try to fly in that fast to get a soft touch, you end up pinching it all the way across the net. He gets the perfect touch on the ball, so he's able to tap it down for Manny to cut the lead to 1. But with just over 30 seconds left, 100X still got some work to do. They want to take a dub here in game 1. Manny now going to get it across. Jared going to try to get a shot off. Can't. Temp there to cut it off. Temp now going the other way. He's got 1 touch. Elects not to follow and goes to the ground. He gets 1 touch and leaves it. Oh, this could be it. Jared with a chance. It's off the post. Then it's popped up high. Oh, golden opportunity missed there. 100X going to be beside themselves, upset about that one. And that may have been their last chance here in game 1. Golden opportunity. It puts the shot off the post.
Harry trying to find a shot. 0 seconds left. This is their last opportunity. Manny trying to find a pass. Perry pops it up. Jared is there. Pops it up once again. Temp can't find the touch. It's Manny. The pass to Perry and the 0-second goal to tie the game.
Oh, wow. It's not over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. 100X doing a great job of keeping that ball alive on the blue half. Finally able to get a knock around to a shot that's open. And they'll take it to overtime here. If you're Serenyx, you have the lead for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So you just got to collect yourselves here, continue what you were doing beforehand in overtime. You get out of this with a dub. First game already exciting in this series.
This series is already looking like that first one. These 2 teams are absolutely mental. They do not want to lose this first game. But, of course, the loser gets to choose the next game mode. Over-rotating! And Manny slips it behind him.
How Perry's able to stay in the air with no boost long enough to let the ball fall on him and then flip that over to Manny with the reset pass is astounding. And somehow 100X, after looking befuddled for the first 4.5 minutes of this game, lock in and they'll take game 1 by a score of 4-3. Wow, what a banger first game.
What a banger indeed. We will either be going to a 1v1 or 2v2. It is up to Serenyx. They may choose that 1v1. Yep, it is confirmed. The 1v1. Av is going to take the field. He is arguably the best 1v1 player in this entire bracket. Really.
He definitely had the most dominating performance yesterday in any of the 1v1s. And so it looks like if they're going straight to the 1v1, Serenyx also feels like he gives them a sure advantage over Jared. So we'll see that here if it is, in fact, Jared that plays the ones tonight for 100X. Got the Golden Goose this evening. 3 of our last 6 games have gone to overtime. So it will be Jared and Av, the 2 highest goal-scoring players in the bracket thus far, facing off here in a 1v1. I think Jared did have a game where he got 10 last night, and Av had a game where he got 12 in that final 1v1 against Torrent Gelion.
Realistically, this is a battle of 2 of the best 1v1 players in the entire bracket. No, on the other side of the bracket is Chaos with Ant. You know, Ant being a great 1v1 player himself. But even then, Av still might have a slight edge on him. And of course, Jared. You know, some could say he's comfortably 3rd place, but he's not very far behind Av. As Av flicks that top left of the net, Jared, he played that as well as he could with as little boost as he could. He just had a Av flick, and Av being as consistent as he is. Flicks it top, left, right behind him.
Yeah, so Av on the board first. More of what we've seen yesterday. Again, showing his 1v1 prowess. Owen again able to get that around Jared. And he'll just tap that in and go up 2-0. Jared getting a little antsy maybe here after having grabbed that full boost.
2-goal lead for Av in this 1v1. Already showing what he can do.
Av going to win another kickoff here. The kickoffs are such a big part of the 1v1 scene, the game in general, because there's no other player there, so you can actually put yourself out bad enough off the kickoff to just give up an open net immediately.
You say it's a big part of it.
Yeah, so it looks like Av definitely has a strategy. I think he's won all 3 of the first ones. Uses a demo there. After we just saw the last one's game, we saw had 0 demos in it. Av wisely using it here, then just scoops up the corner boost and shoots it in as Jared's respawning. 3-0 for Av. And the Serenyx side here with 3:50 remaining in game 2.
Of course, you know, both of these teams, both of these players really, they of course have good kickoffs, but Av, you know, he, it's not far-fetched to say that he has more 1v1 experience than Jared. He probably has more kickoff strats in his book than Jared does. But Jared, you know, if he's able just to brute force his way through every kickoff, win them all, I would say ones kickoffs are the most important part of ones, because you know that's why ones are so high scoring. That's just a great ground play from Av, right around Jared.
A nasty little side flip. Wait, is that what this is? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what this is. He used a little wave dash there.
Yeah,
I don't want
that's
to
a wave
misspeak. That is a gross sideways lateral wave dash. I only use that when I get bumped. I've never thought to use that offensively.
It's just those high-level ground players like Av, you know, being that high-level ones player, you know, you're probably going to be a high-level ground player. Those wave dashes are absolutely insane.
Nav, he's just having his way with Jared right now. He's up 5 with 3:07 remaining. Unless Jared's able to find a strategy to A, keep him out of the net, and B, put some in, Serenyx will be, I know it's early to call it, but Serenyx will be tying this up at 1 game apiece. And outside the last minute 15 or so of the threes game, they dominated that. So you got to be feeling good about this going into game 3 with the series tied 1 if you're Serenyx. And if you're Av, man, you're just putting on a clinic right here. This will definitely be on his social media if he has it.
Exactly, you know, this 1v1 was not looking very good for Jared, but you know, with a good kickoff, that's all he needs to get that momentum. To have a you know, more confidence on the kickoff. Great kickoff from Jared. 1 goal on the board for 100x night, and Serenyx Esports still up 5. Still not looking the best for Jared. Av electing the full boost off the kickoff, popping that ball up in the air, flip reset over the head of Jared for the Brazil.
Showing his mechanical prowess here. That's a great bit of control. Be able to use the reset flip and just keep it right on the bumper of his car so he can control it as he pushes it over the defender. And as you said, there'll be a Brazil a little less than halfway through this 1v1. Now I have trying to get cheeky, the little pre-flip. I think Evampel calls that the wizard flick. Nonetheless, it'll be broken up by Jared. Oh, but Jared will get on the board again. So Jared at least trying to keep Av honest. Still finds himself down 5 here with about 2:22 remaining. But at least he is showing some life here.
Definitely showing some more life. You know, he may be down 5 goals. He may be down 7-2, but that does not mean that this game is over. If this were 3-3 or, you know, even 2v2, you might have a little less of a little less confidence. But this is 1v1s. We have seen some crazy comebacks in 1v1s. People have probably witnessed some crazy comebacks in 1v1s. But Av, another flip reset over the head of Jared. Just showing off his mechanics, showing off his control. Crazy.
Yeah, so he actually did this a lot in the one games last night. He just kept taking the ball high, and that was allowing July to keep taking the ball low, as I mentioned earlier in the last series. And so Av again showing that he is much more comfortable, or at least feels like he's more comfortable in the air and constantly going for these flip reset plays. Just great demonstrations of control, and he'll go up 9-2 with that one with 1:48 remaining.
It is just complete domination from Av. He is unrelentless. No matter how many times he scored on, no matter how many times he is put against the wall, he just comes back with another goal. Serenyx Esports decide they just want to go next, lobby reset. They want to forfeit. They want to just get on to the next 3v3.
Oh, man. Well, that was a great display by Av there, coming out completely asserting his dominance in that 1v1. It will be fun if we get to see them and KCG in the next round to watch him and Ant go at it. But needless to say, we got a 3v3 right here before we get ahead of ourselves, and we'll see if 100X can get back on the board or Serenyx can take a 2-1 lead here.
Of course. Honestly, I'd say Serenyx Esports, especially Av, just has so much confidence going into this next 1v1. Especially after, a performance like that. It is just crazy.
All right, so it looks like we got the players back in the lobby here. Serenyx going to look to do more of what they did in the first one, except for finish the job. And if you're 100X here, be looking to find your footing again after being dominated in the 1v1 portion for game 2. That's a heads-up play by Perry, seeing that pass and just going up to get in the way. Saraki did a really good job of turning back to that. He turned almost on a dime to be able to get up for that. We already had a goal at this point in the first one, so defenses definitely have picked it up from the first game. Big dunk by Temp there on Perry. Av's going to pick it up now. Big touch. Goes over. Jared trying to follow it. Will get another touch. Temp cuts that off. Temp now trying to drop it down. Saraki going to take control. Goes up. Gets one touch. Goes over Manny. Perry there, last man. He is able to save it off the back wall. That is a great play coming out from Perry there. When you have people like Saraki and Av on the other team, you can't give them any space in the air or you're going to have a bad time.
Of course, those early challenges will be the death of Serenyx. But speaking of it, Av, a great pass from Saraki straight to him. Perry not able to get the touch that he definitely wanted on that. And Av just slots that top of the net. Serenyx Esports start this game off hot. Looking to do it once again off the kickoff. Not able to do it. Saraki off the back wall. Jared rushing back. Not able to get a touch. Av off the corner. Now it's in Perry's hands. The early flick. Manny pre-jumps it. Temp able to find the block. And now Av out to the side. Jared pops it up. Saraki's already up on it. Lands on the ceiling. Almost able to get to there again. But Temp, a great beat. Manny back down the field. Fakes out one. The wave dash. Pass Av. And Manny with a great play down the field.
Yeah, this is a great use of the wave dash again, this time going against Av. Manny able to get that around him and put that one in and tie it at 1 with 3:28 remaining. So neither side pulling any punches here. Kind of the same thing we had in game 1, except for the score is a lot closer this time. Jared now controlling it off his back wall. Av gonna dunk him. Perry goes for the double, can't get it. Saraki with a pass middle. Av tries to get the redirect touch, can't. Big boom coming out. Now Manny's going to let this pass over to Jared. Jared trying to find the double. Can't, but Perry's there to clean it up. What a play coming out from 100X. And they'll take the lead here in game 3.
Perry just in the midfield, the double miss from Serenyx Esports on the back line, just giving Perry a complete open net. You, at any level, really, besides maybe gold, you should be scoring that. All you need is one soft touch, and Perry knows how to get that one soft touch. Jared not able to find the 50. It's almost straight on the net. Manny clears it out. Saraki's there. Gonna pass to Av. It's off the post and off the crossbar. Not in. Another shot from Av is off the crossbar again. And Perry finds the save. Now Temp rushing back. Saraki's there. Getting one touch off of the back wall. Straight to Perry. Seraki with the 50. Temp's able to pop it up. Plenty of boost in the tank. Goes for one more touch. Jared goes back to the back wall for Manny. Manny taking control. Gets one more touch. Seraki stops him in the midfield. Now Av not able to find a touch. Perry off of the side wall. Air triple. 2-goal lead for 100X Knight.
Yeah, that's a great touch by Perry, and then Av misplays it off the wall, and Perry's able to get back to it. And I saw neither Seraki nor Temp jump, but it looked like they weren't quite back in time. And so Perry able to put his squad up too.
NXT Sports, I'd say they need an answer. They need an answer fast as well. The flip reset around Av. Saraki's able to get a piece of it to save it. So that was Av, the redirect. Not able to find much success in it though. Seraki with a good beat. Stays on it. Jared out to the corner. Av brings it back for Temp, but Manny's on him. Manny, flip reset, goes away from him. Av bangs it down the field. Temp trying to get a piece of it. Jared with the 50. Av is there, stopping it. Now it's Seraki off the back wall. Jared, one soft touch off the back wall. Av is there, off of the side wall. Not able to get a double tap on net, but Temp is there. Manny saving it out to the side wall. Seraki able to get a beat, but is demoed off of it. Perry clears it out to the side. Av is there, the side wall. Oh, top right of the net, not quite off the crossbar and post and out. What a goal that would have been. Now it's Temp, backboard reset. Can he find the angle? No, he can't. And Jared clears it out. And 100X Knight, stay alive.
Yeah, there's been some insane shots attempted in this game. Almost a reversal of the first game. In the first game, Serenyx was able to keep a huge lead going forward, and then in the last 30 seconds, 100X able to force overtime. But here, 100X in complete control as we approach the 30-second mark, find themselves up two. Just needing to have some, just keep the defense tight here for 30 more seconds, and they'll take a 2-1 lead in the series here.
Yeah, that might have been the last offensive stretch that they will get. Manny for the double tap, not able to find it. No, Av misses, leaves it for Temp. Temp pops it up again, goes low. Perry's able to 50 it in the midfield. Manny a touch over one. Av is there, keeping it close. Not able to clear it out though. Perry off of the back wall. Manny just trying to get in the way. Jared with the dunk. It's a 1-4 lead with 6 seconds left.
Yeah, that's another goal in the back of the net for 100X, and they've really held their own here in Game 3. Getting ready to take a 2-1 lead going into the first 2v2 portion of the series. Got to be feeling like they have the confidence going into that.
That is game over. 100X Knight winning dominantly 4-1 in game number 3. Apologies. Going up 2-1 in the series. Serenyx Esports forced to play 2v2. Temp and Seraki versus, if I'm not mistaken, Perry and Manny. Those two have been diming each other all night, so it's going to be nice to see them play together in this 2v2, where it is them and 2 other people on the field.
Yeah, they definitely look good in the 2v2 portion last night as well. Again, and you alluded to this. They definitely have a great connection when it comes to the pass and shoot game. They work a good two-man game well. And if you're Serenyx here, you're definitely want to going to tie this going into game five. Of course, that's last night. This is what Serenyx went into game five tied, and then they found that extra gear and were able to finish Torrent Gelion off in games 5 and 6 with the finishing with that 12-3 victory. Um, Serenyx has not been behind in a series thus far in the bracket. They find themselves down a game here, but with a good opportunity if they play well to tie this up and make the last three a best of three.
As you said, I'd say this is more of a must-win for Serenyx. Of course, it is possible to still win if you're down 1-3 in a series, but it is definitely more improbable than it is probable. Temp looking to shut it off hot though. Going for the air dribble. Manny shuts him down immediately. Seraki missing the touch. Manny has an open net, but does he have enough boost to get it? No, he doesn't. Seraki rushing back and able to make the save. Now Perry off of the sidewall, getting one touch up. Seraki's there, keeping it in the corner. Manny bumped out of the play, but Perry's there. Temp not able to find a shot on net. And Manny getting his boost stolen. Perry clearing it down the field. Seraki gonna catch this on the save. Gonna take this up the sidewall. Manny not getting the touch that he wanted. Temp's gonna go for the bump. Perry's able to find the dunk. Oh, and a demo from Manny. Perry goes high. Temp soft touch, able to recover, catch it. Pass back to Seraki. A little bit risky there, but ends up working out fine.
Oh, that's a huge bump by Temp as he goes across the net. It allows Seraki to catch it on the sidewall there at midfield, but he's unable to do much with it, and they find themselves going right back on defense. This ball's transitioning to either end of the field very quickly. Temp now, shot on net. Perry's able to save that one. Perry now going to collect about 30 boosts left. Able to get it over one, but he's just going to let Temp play that. Rotate out, let Manny pull up. Manny able to take a 50. Seraki already up waiting on him. It's a pass over to Manny. Somehow Saraki's able to follow that and actually dunk Manny's pass. There's a quick turn back now. Perry's going to take that from him. I thought Seraki had something working there when he had that quick cut. Manny now going to try to cut it off and then wait to see what Saraki's offensive effort will be. He's able to stay on the ground and get a touch on that ball, force it out. As we approach the 3-minute mark, we still have a 0-0 tie here. So definitely seems like a pretty even matchup thus far in the 2v2. What are you seeing that one team might exploit that the other team is doing to get on the board here, Maxine?
I think both of these teams, they've been playing mostly perfect Rocket League so far. Obviously, not the best, but mostly perfect. But there is a mistake. Every occasional moment, there is a mistake from both sides of the field. And once it's a big enough mistake, it's too much to recover from. And once it's at that point, that will be the deciding goal in this game. Or the leading goal in this game, I should say.
So as he approached the 2-minute mark, it looks like Serenyx have gotten twice the number of shots on net, but neither squad has been able to find the back of it yet. And so now we get inside of 2 minutes. Still 0-0. You wonder if the nerves are starting to get tight for either squad. Maybe playing tight makes them make a mistake they wouldn't normally. Perry now going to get another touch. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Perry, we're trying to find the solo play, and ends up Goomba stomping his own teammate, Manny. Seraki goes for the solo play himself, gets not quite past Perry. Manny with the side ball down the field, and bangs it back to Manny. Manny once again off of the side ball. Seraki, a great read. It's on target, but Perry able to keep them 0-0. Manny keeps it safe. Back in the corner. Seraki, a great fake. Manny recovers, gets a 50. Now it's Temp off of the sidewall. It's a little dangerous. Perry able to get a touch out. Temp demoing that first man. off of the ceiling. Manny forced to make a save, recovers spectacularly, but backflips. Rocky for the shot. It's on target. Harry once again, a goal line save. Now the flip reset, not able to get past him. The temp getting a little awkward in the corner. Just making sure that that ball does not end up in 100x Knight's hands. Going for the air dribble. Not able to get past Perry, who stays with him. Now Manny. Solo play. Not able to musty flick. So Rocky keeps it close now. On the solo play is demoed off. Temp with a great 50. It's not on target though. Now Temp. He knows he doesn't have a teammate with him. Manny clears it all the way down the field. It's still 0-0. 10 seconds left. Will overtime happen? Or will Perry be able to close it out? It's across the goal. No one to receive it. 0 seconds left. It's a pass to the midfield. Is it another second goal for 100x Knight? So Rocky, will he let it drop? No, he won't. Going for the ground play. Perry dunks him. Not a lot of boost for Temp. Able to find one touch out. Can't find the dunk though. Now Rocky going for the solo play cross field. Manny has a shot here. Temp able to keep him away. And we have a 0-0 overtime.
Crazy 0-second volleys at the end of 2 of our games now. This time the ball won't find the back of the net. So we have a 0-0-2s game. Temp tries to end it immediately, but I would get there for the double. Now Manny going the other direction. Here he goes for the bump and can't find it. This might be it. I think Serenyx slowed it down.
I have to agree with you there. I think that might have been in, or at least forced a harder save out. But Serenyx kind of slowed it down a little there. That was an overcommit from 100x Knight, something that's not very common, but Temp off of the pass, able to find a beat and slot it top left of the net. That's honestly a great touch from Serenyx, just to pop it up slightly, and he went for the bump, but it didn't matter. Temp just beat him to that ball, and now it's a tie series for Serenyx Esports.
Yeah, that was a heck of a 2v2, man. We've had some banger 2v2 matchups tonight. I'm hoping we get some more going forward here. That was another good one. Serenyx and Temp able to come out on top. 9 saves coming out from the 100x side, so their defense was definitely doing its part to keep them in it. And so now we have a tie series going into Game 5. It becomes a best of 3. And we have another 3v3 game, which they've split 1-1. So this definitely is probably the linchpin of the series. Unless we see like Torrent Gelion was able to go down 3-2 and then come back and win Game 6 and 7. Really interested to see how it plays out here in Game 5.
100x Knight have yet to lose a 2v2 in the series. Or the 3v3, sorry. Yet to lose a 3v3. And Serenyx Esports has only been able to win the non-3v3 game modes. Meaning that if this trend continues, 100x Knight will win this in Game 7. Serenyx Esports need to win at least one of these 3v3s. If not this one, then the next one.
On the plus side, if you're Serenyx, though, if you lose this one and go down 3-2, you get to pick the next game. So you get to roll probably your ace card out there. You get to roll Av out for another 1v1. No one has proven yet that they can keep up with him. And so you got to feel really confident, regardless of how this game goes, to force Game 7. But you're right. If they're unable to get a win in this one as well, then you go into Game 7 tied, knowing you have yet to conquer them in the 3v3, and that'll be the game mode you're up against. So a lot riding on this Game 5.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this Game 5 for sure. Temp off of the ceiling, flip reset. Av trying to force it and not able to. Serenyx for the shot, top right. Jared with the squishy save. Now, Av trying to keep the ball in. This game starting off hot with fireworks. The pinch all the way down the field into the corner. Jared is there, getting past Serenyx. Temp in the midfield, not able to get it. Manny pops it up in the air. Av with a great clear. Perry in the midfield stops it. Back into the game. Now Temp not able to find the touch. Jared with the dunk. Perry's on it. Off the back wall. Now Av stays behind it for the 50. Now Jared for the shot. Manny trying to redirect it in. Not able to find the redirect. Serenyx taking control, not a lot of boost. Flicks it into the midfield. Jared stops it. Now Temp clears it out. Manny stops it. Serenyx off the back wall, pinches it out to the corner. Jared is there, keeps it in. Av dunked. Temp a little awkward here. Is beat by the ball. Now Jared in the midfield. One touch to the sidewall. Parry for the shot is not on target, but Jared is there. 100x Knight once again with the lead in the 3-3 game mode.
Yeah, that's a great touch off the sidewall by Perry. It's not on target, but it's close enough that it makes one man commit, and he doesn't get a touch on the bounce out, so that leaves it for the cleanup. And Jared, just like that, will put him up 1. So now Jared's going to collect it in the back corner. He's got full boost. See what he elects to do with it here. It's the reset. Elects not to use it. Takes it to the ground. Going to try to pop it over Av and does. Goes for the bump. Unable to find it. Temp able to clear it to the corner, but there's a touch out. Now Perry with a little boost takes control. Goes for the reset. Tries to get it around. Av able to get a piece of that. Shove it out. Manny now going to take a shot, and he'll find the back of the net. Manny, a nice beat there. Coming off the sidewall. Oh no, that was Jared on the sidewall. Manny was on the ground, but he's able to beat the blue player to that. And they'll go up 2 or 3 minutes remaining. I just wonder what has happened to Serenyx in these 3v3s, Maxine. They look so dominant in the first 4.5 minutes of game 1, and they have just not been able to find the rhythm since then when the whole team is on the pitch.
It is really just, it may just be that this 100x Knight, their 3-3 potential is just so high. And right now they're playing at that full potential. That it's too much for Esports, or sorry, Serenyx Esports. And it's a lot. When they get going in 3v3s, they don't stop.
Yes, and I have to say, even though Jared has definitely probably scored the most goals for his team through the tournament thus far, man, Manny has just been an anchor for them in all of their games, and he's doing the same here in this series. And as we approach the 2-minute mark, again, Serenyx find themselves down more than a goal. Not a lot of answers on offense thus far. I'm going to take this high in the air now. Perry gets it over him. Temp, last man back. He's just going to boom this upfield, give his teammates time to get back on defense. A nice glancing blow by Manny. Temp and Av both commit for that. Maybe not the best choice when you're down 2 with just over 90 seconds remaining. There's a 50 that'll go the wrong way if you're Serenyx. Av now can't get the shot. Perry gets it over 2. There's no one back. The net's wide open. This is not what you want to see with 88 seconds remaining in the match, and they go down another when they're down 3. This is a heads-up play by Perry. Wins the 50. There's not a man back. Serenyx maybe getting too aggressive here, trying to tie it. Still enough time for this to get further out of the way. Not really sure it's quite up to the point where we go full send yet, but we have a man down. Looks like Serenyx is disconnected.
Jared is a respectful man. He respects the 2v2. He respects the disconnection. And that might be the death of him in this game. Jared has been a great player so far, but right now he's sitting out.
Oh, no.
And
it's all fun and games to be sportsmanlike, but there's money on the line. If they tie it up in a 2v2 here, the third man's going to roll out a net to make sure they win this one. I mean, you know, all of these players probably have over 4K hours, so they have thousands and thousands and thousands of games of Rocket League. How many of them have been with actual money on the line? Yeah, I think the sportsmanship will go out the window if Serenyx is able to tie this before we get to the end.
I'd say try this before Serenyx is back, more or less. If Serenyx comes back and they're tied, then I think, or if Serenyx is back and they get tied, I think Jared might just start playing again.
If they can tie it up and then Serenyx gets back, though, you got to be feeling good that you're able to hold the fort down until like possibly, you know, many probably consider Serenyx the anchor player for that squad. And so you get him back on the pitch tied. When he left, you were down 2. That could be a major swinging factor here. But as we approach the last 15 seconds of the match, Manny going to try to just kill the time here. It's knocked away by Temp. Oh, Saraki's back with 10 seconds left. Oh, there's a nice 50. And 100X will take this one and take a 3-2 lead. An unfortunate turn of events for Serenyx there. But nonetheless, 100X will take the dub here. And they got 2 chances to get to the championship.
And it is confirmed Serenyx takes the 1v1, of course. The man, the myth, Av. He is. We're gonna do a little timeout here. They just need a moment to collect himself. Of course. Kind of what feels he's, definitely played a part of this.
It's unfortunate when technical difficulties get in the way of such a quality game of Rocket League here. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Serenyx there. And so they find themselves needing to win the next 2 to move to the money match. And if you're 100X, you got to be assuming you're fixing to face Av again in a 1v1 since they get to pick. And so you got to be maybe just biding your time, maybe spend this 5 minutes thinking about exactly what you can do, coming up with a game plan to win Game 7 and take this to the championship. So as we wait for everyone to collect and get back into the lobby here, man, shout out to 100X. They're going to play ones again. It's as we expected with Serenyx. They're going to put Av back on the field. But if you're 100X, you looked out of sorts in that first game. And I'm through the first 4.5 minutes of game 1, 3v3, I did not like your chances. You just seemed flat, and Serenyx just seemed to be ahead of you by a tick. But that has definitely not been the case. After you won that one in overtime, you have totally been able to take control of this series through the 3v3 portion. So you got to be feeling good about your chances as you get to Game 7, if you get to Game 7. All right, so we have Jared on the pitch. I'm sure Av will be joining him momentarily. We're getting ready for a rematch here of Jared versus Av in the 1v1 here for Game 6 of the semifinals of the Paradise Cup 3.
Let's get into this game number 6. Serenyx League on their last foot. They need to win this game, and then also Game 7, which is a 3v3. No matter what, they have not yet won a 3v3 against 100X Knight. 100X Knight chemistry, it's just too good. They just play too good. So
yeah, and Jared has come out here immediately. He's right back on the ball. He doesn't seem to be interested in play at all, defense, or just wasting the time to get to the end of it. Looks like he's going to play Av straight up, see if he can't take a dub and end this series early. Another great save coming out from him, and he avoids the demo. Av going to take it across now. That boost didn't spawn for Av. Unfortunate. Now it's there. But he has to give Jared a chance to get back on the ball. Jared burning all of his boosts just to take that 50. Av full boost now going to collect it and go the other way. Jared shadowing. Av playing with his food. Unable to lay it in the net. That's an open net, and Jared will be first on the board here. A minute into this one, Jared goes up 1-0.
this is the first time they have been in the lead in a 1v1. Let's see, can Jared hold on? We know how good Av is at 1v1s. But if he loses this one, then this will be the first time he will lose this 1v1. And it will be the biggest, this is probably one of his biggest 1v1s. Minus RLCS and maybe some other tournaments, this might be one of his biggest 1v1s he has ever played in his life. The pressure is on Av right now. He needs to win this to keep Serenyx alive. He needs to show up. He needs to show out. But Jared playing lockdown defense. Another great save. Another open net. Av is able to get there for the save. Now Jared pops it up. Av, no boost. Jared with the double tap.
Yeah, this is actually a brilliant shot coming out from Jared here. I was wondering why he didn't jump and try to rip that shot like as soon as it came off on the up bounce, but he had other ideas, much better ideas actually, and that's a great bit of control to pop that up and then get above it for the touchdown into the net, and he'll go up 2. He's doing better on his kickoffs this go-around for sure. Av, you had no trouble scoring in the first game. You got to wonder if the pressure of the Paradise Cup 3 season on the line for his squad right here in this, if it's not making him play a little tight. Tries to wait it out, but Jared just rips a shot he can't get to, and Jared will go up 3 here with 3 minutes remaining.
That's just what you do in that situation when it comes to 1v1. Like, at the situation, you can flick or you can hook. And, you know, a hook, guaranteed power, and as long as you know how to place your shots, guaranteed placement as well. Av, going around the net a little, but able to find his first goal of the game. A little uncharacteristic of him. Winning only 2 minutes into the game for Av to first score. And still down 2 goals.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Jared. If he gets a touch there on that second dive where he's stuck to the post, he's able to get a touch there that all but certainly pokes it around Av and gives him time to recover. But now here, Av gets the demo, gets control of the ball, immediately goes at him, going for the air dribble bump, and gets it, and he'll be back within 1 in about 12 seconds. That's a heads-up play by Av. Demos him twice for 1 goal. And he'll put that one in. That's a brilliant shot from Av. Jared now, he's going to win another kickoff here. Likes to let this hit the ground. Tries to use the July play and go low. Av able to stop it. He gets Av to commit off the corner. Gets him back close to the ball. It's a lot easier to beat a one-on-one defender if they're close to you. He's able to take advantage of that and just work a ground play to force it in.
That's just a great heads-up play from Jared. Realizing I was a little too close to that ball and going for the bump.
Av going to take a kickoff this time.
I'll pick up Av. Him working that 1v1 prowess. The kickoff, it's great. And it's a guaranteed goal if you win it like that. You gotta put that almost anywhere in the net, as long as it wasn't weak. And he found a great middle ground. Jared barely not able to get back. And the lead not the lead, 1 goal differential for Av. Still 2 minutes left, plenty of time, especially in 1v1s. A game mode like this, so much can happen in such a short amount of time. That miss might help out Av, or will help out Av a decent bit. Not going down 2.
Jared able to get back and save this one against the back wall. Av, though, got him on defense here. A nice touch by Jared to immediately prevent the shot. Av, though, able to still keep it on the orange half here. Still got a little boost. Grabs the big mid boost, so Jared has none and Av has a bit. Jared just trying to stay between Av and the net. Oh, Av can't follow that one. Jared gets it over him. This is going to be an open net. So after having missed one wide open while ago, Jared will get that one. And with 1:17 remaining, Av finds himself down 2. And while 2 goals is not insurmountable, time is starting to be a factor.
This is so much pressure for Av right now. Down 2 with only 1:17 left. Any other game mode, that's not a lot of time. But this is ones. That is so much time in ones. So much can happen in just a minute. But right now, Jared is playing lockdown ones. He is not letting anything get to him. He is playing great. His shots are great. His decision making is great, and his defense is great. Av looking to show off his mechs. Jared once again with the save. Av forced to rush back, able to make the block. Now Av once again, plenty of time, fakes out the initial shot, decides to take it on the ground this time, flicks it. Jared blocks it once again. Now Av, a little awkward here. Jared not probably getting the touch that they wanted. Av hitting it backwards. Jared getting a little toxic. Jared goes for the double tap. It's on target, and Av getting toxic as well, but it bites him right back. Jared with an absolutely insane double tap. He could have just shot that on neck, and Av couldn't make the save.
I have to say, if this holds up, this has got to be for any individual one game in this entire playoff. This has to be the most surprising result, especially based on the way the first game went. That Jared would come out like this, and I mean, it was only within one goal for a brief amount of time. He's pretty much had a 2-goal lead or greater for the rest of it, and who I feel like was probably the most popular pick to win it all will go down in 6 in the semis to 100x night. As Jared gets a 0-second goal in, and will take this last one by a score of 7-3. Great game coming out from Jared here in the ones to lock it up for his team.
What a prediction. You were exactly right, Tesla. You predicted the game 6 win for 100x night. And to make it even worse for Serenyx, they won on Serenyx's own turf. 1v1s. Av. Just that is his match to win. And the pressure, it was too much for Av. He goes down in game 6. And we will go into break for our next semifinals. We will see you then for KCJ Chaos versus the mind blank. Sorry.
Or Gelion.
Yeah. Thank you, Tesla.
Oh, what a match. What a match. We'll see y'all here
And welcome back. The Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division playoffs continue. We stay in the semifinals here, but we just saw Knight win. Now we need one more finalist to complete it. It is KCG Chaos and Torrent Gelion. Welcome to the desk is Maxine and WaTesla once again. Another best of 7 up next. Now we are about to determine who our top 2 teams will be.
I say I'm excited for this match is an understatement. Sporty Chaos is definitely my favorite team in this bracket. No bias whatsoever. They're great players. Ant, Takua, and then they got Brock, and then their sub Vel. All of them are great players. I expect to see them in the grand finals.
Yeah, but it looks like it is going to be Vel who is up here tonight, and that's not a weird thing as all. Vel played yesterday, so for KCG Chaos, again relying on who is listed as a sub. But again, here's what our bracket looks like so far. 2 more matches to go here. KCG Chaos, Torrent Gelion, and of course our grand finals right after that. We're nearing the end of the night here. We're nearing the end of the bracket here, and nearing the end of what has been an amazing tournament so far. But for Torrent Gelion, I think for many people, they would expect that their run would end here. I wonder, here, WaTesla, do you agree with the majority here that this is where Torrent Gelion's run ends, or do you think Torrent Gelion still have a lot left in them?
Oh no, I picked Torrent to win it at the first, and though they did look a little shaky in that last one, I don't expect it to be any different in this one. Unfortunately, I think they will be outclassed in the ones again, but I think they got a solid shot to hold their own in 2s and 3s. So I'm taking Torrent to win this one. So I'm looking for 2 teams coming from the lower quarterfinal tonight to go all the way to the end and play for the money.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you mentioned that KCG Chaos have not had a match yet tonight, so they've been waiting. In fact, they've been waiting like 40 minutes for this series. We're 40 minutes late to this one. So we're just going to go right into the predictions, not waste any time. You've got Torrent Gelion winning. I know Maxine has KCG Chaos. Tell me your prediction here, WaTesla. Who do you think? Torrent Gelion, you think they're going to win? By how much?
I think they'll take it in 5. I think they'll be able to win all but the first 1v1 portion. So I'm going to say that it's a huge upset here, and they take it in 5.
We haven't had really much of a short series yet since the first one here. Maxine, who do you have winning this one?
I think Chaos wins in a sweep. Ants 1v1 is too good, and then as a team in 3v3, they're great. Obviously, they have their sub Vel, but is it Takua or Brock subbed out for Vel?
It's Brock. Brock's gone.
Brock subbed out for Vel. Yeah, I've seen Takua and Vel play 2v2s. They are almost unstoppable. They are great. Their chemistry is still great, even when they have the sub in. So I think Chaos sweep this one.
And I would agree as well. I don't think it's going to be a sweep, though. I think it's going to be 4-1. I see Torrent at least winning one of these games. Likely one of the 3v3s. I think it's going to be close enough in 3s that they'll have a chance. But I think it is going to be Chaos's Knights here. We're going to go right back to the screen here. Right back into the match here. Welcome in again, Lepid. You've been gone for a little bit, Lepid. You've been gone. I know you've been preparing. This is a great series, though. The semifinals is here. And KCG, an org that has been pretty supportive of their teams. This Chaos team has been amazing so far. And I think, for this matchup, they're the heavy favorites. We haven't had a match with heavy favorites for little bits, but this one, I think, if you have Torrent winning this, you're hoping for an upset.
Indeed, you're hoping for an upset if you're cheering on Torrent, but the fan favorite, the crowd favorite, the favorite going into this match is KCG Chaos, and this could only go really badly for Chaos if they do not start strong.
Well, we'll have to see if they start strong or not. That's the real question I think people have right now in this series. Everybody is in the lobby. Let's get this thing underway here. We've been waiting a lot, but let's not wait too much longer here. We got a best of 7, a grand finalist to determine. Knights waiting. They get to have a little break, and I'm sure they'll be watching intently to see who they play against. I'm sure they expect Chaos as well, but Torrent Gelion, hey, grand finalists, we've seen crazier things happen on this stream. Grand finalists up for grabs here. Chaos on the blue, Torrent Gelion on the orange. And again, our last semifinals of the evening for Chaos. They may have the easier of the match, I think, of the 2 teams that are going to make to the grand finals, if they make it. But Torrent Gelion's a good team. They deserve this top 4 spot. They deserve this chance to make it to that grand finals. And, well, you can't take them easily. We've seen what happens before. This team's got the ability to make it far. And already off to a great start. It's Averted to goal 1. And we heard earlier about this Torrent side, how good they are. Averted, kind of an unsung hero in that first series of the evening. He has some great performances, had some great showings, especially in that Game 7. you're going to see him do a lot of that facilitation movement, and if Averted can kind of get off to a good start, expect more from him.
Indeed, Sporty. But as we expected, Chaos had no warm-up going into this series. But Torrent did, so I'm expecting KCG Chaos to start warming up throughout this game, trying to strike the Torrent's defense over and over again, as we see Torrent start to pull that aggression up, and Ant with a good save there. Takua clearing it out, trying to get over to one of his teammates, and Nave just waiting for contact but doesn't get himself, and Averted getting it over to July. July with a great shot, and Ants was there waiting for it, and Nave gets it as far as Takua. Averted clears over to the corner. July gets a heavy touch, and Takua tries to get over to Vel. Nave doesn't get contact. Vel gets a good demo on Averted, and Vel was the MVP of their match yesterday, and they have been showing up so far in this game. Ant over to Takua, over back to Ant, and Ant takes a shot. That shot's way too weak, and we see the offense start to mount for KCG Chaos.
Yeah, it's been a very slow start, and this Chaos team, I mentioned every single time in their series, they have a history of very, very slow starts, and I think this is very similar to that. They haven't played all day. They, you know, have made it to the semifinals, and that's a good thing for them. It gives them one less series, but this is a team that generally starts slow, and against Torrent, Gelion, you can definitely tell that they maybe just need a little bit of time to get used to each other, especially considering that they are playing with the sub in Val. Although it's a sub that they're used to, it's still always tough to play with that sub as Takua. It's like reset, trying to find the net here. Vel's gonna jump in, it hits the post, but it will go wide. Now goes Ant, the follow-up touch will not hit the target, and KCG Chaos still on offense. Half the game still to go here as Torrent holding that 1-goal lead. July looking for a second chance here as it will go up the corner. Averted. Bumped out the way. It will be room for KCG, and they'll go downfield again. Still not really winning out on possession, but you give this team enough time, and they'll find ways to make things work as Takua will win that challenge. Still on the dribble. It's Takua, the dunk. Can't go far. In goes Ant. It stays wide as KCG attacking the net, but Torrent is holding down well. Their defense was a huge issue for puttable document format files in their last series when they played against them. And I think if you're KCG Chaos, yeah, the only way you're really going to score consistently is by removing the defenders.
Indeed, Sporty. If you remove the defenders of Torrent and Gelion, then you'll be able to score a goal because of how awkward they will be. Val tries to get center towards Ant, and we start to see the defense from Torrent start to show why they have been the best defense so far, I would say, in this event. As we see July clear it out, making Takua wait for an opportunity to get out of his own half once again, and Nave continuing on the attack for Torrent. Bell getting it past July, tries to get it past Averted, but isn't able to do so. Takua takes it off his own backboard. Nave with the pre-jump. July, last man back, gets dunked for his efforts, and Ant with a shot wide. Averted, able to take it away, gets it past Bell, and he continues on the efforts, and Takua with a block. Ant, last man back, gets a good 50. July pre-jumps, and Ant with another 50. July up, tries to get put back there for Averted, and Averted with a great angle shot. He's able to take the lead up to 2 off of a great pass from July.
Torrent's just continuing to score, continuing to add. They have been under a lot of pressure this game so far. They've definitely been feeling the pressure, but they're back, and they're definitely ready here as Averted demoed away. KCG wait back as it will be Nave jumping in. July. Bell. Chaos still have time, but they gotta work quick here. That slow start, they really can't continue to keep it as Ant hits it wide, but it could be Takua. That effort won't go anywhere as it's actually gonna be Vel again in the midfield for Ant. Always hit the back post. It was chaotic in front. Chaos had control, but it's Ant who missed the nets. And with 30 seconds to go, I don't know if Chaos have enough time anymore.
They might not have enough time, but they need to score right now to even have a chance of getting back in this game. But the ball is back in their half. This is not what you want to see if you're a fan of KCG Chaos. Takua tries to take it down the field. He's not able to get past the defender. And Torrent, again, just shutting down any offensive attack. And Ant scores right now. And now it's a deficit of 1. Chaos might try a kick-off strat on the kickoff here to try to even it up. And we will see right now what they decide to do.
3 seconds, one big play, and they're going to win this kickoff too. KC Chaos need to go across the field as it's Ant. High point touch, July can't read it. Averted that will end game 1. Torrent Gelion on the fake play will allow Averted to end this game and start the series in their favor. So for KCG Chaos, it is their call now. What we see for game 2, I'd be surprised if they don't pick 1s. But we'll see. I mean, they've been good in 1s and 2s. They're a very well-rounded team. It's really going to be a question of what game mode do they choose. For Chaos, again, I think it's going to be 1s, and it is going to be 1s. I'm not surprised. Ant's one of the better 1v1 players in this tournament, and I feel bad for July because he's almost certainly going to be playing against him, but July really doesn't stand much of a chance against how good Ant is.
Indeed, and Chaos did choose 1s, and Ant will be taking it for KCG Chaos. Or Gelion might be July, or it might be Averted or Knave. We might see a change in the 1s roster, we don't know. But we have seen July take a lot of the 1s so far, but he hasn't won a single 1s game yet this event that I know of.
He hasn't won one in the final bracket, is probably the better way to clarify it here. And it feels bad for him because he's had to play against players like Av in 1s, so not exactly what I would say is easy in 1v1's perspective, and unfortunately, it doesn't get much easier when you have to play against Ant, who is maybe just as good as Av is and as Jared is. For now, though, we go into Game 2, the 1v1 action here to continue our crew battles event here. Torrent, they're one step closer to the Grand Finals. I know people have been counting them out, but that Game 1 may give a good amount of hope for people here to see if to maybe think Torrent's got this one, but definitely hold your breath on this one as Ant. Definitely the stronger 1v1 player on paper, and for July, I think really the whole hope here is that he can hold on and not let Ant win by a lot. If he can, and Ant himself, he's known for having a not strong mental. If he can hold on, if he can make life difficult for Ant, even if he doesn't win, he's probably done all he needs to do in making Ant annoyed. So for July, I think the plan here is maybe not entirely to win, but just to make Ant annoyed, make Ant go tilted.
Indeed. This game is very mental, especially in 1s. If July can upset Ant, then that's one player from KCG Chaos pissed off, and that will upset the mental for the entire team of Chaos in the next 3s game, and Torrent already taken a game off in 3s. We could see another 3s game win.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, Ant's such an important player on this Chaos side, but I know he's just trying to take things slow, trying to really see what July's going to do. Right now, though, July, he's sitting on the goal line. Oh, he's actually going to get this save as well. Ant couldn't hit this one in, and they will go for another challenge. Oh, but Ant's just completely destroyed him there. A second goal for KCG. And Ant's proving why he is one of the better 1v1 players here. You feel bad for July. He's not had a lot of easy 1v1 matches this tournament. But, yeah, Ant's not going to exactly make it easy for him.
Indeed. This is an expected way to go for Ant, but we will see if July will adapt and try to come back in this game to at least preserve his own mentality. Even though he's not expected to win this, Ant will take this ball back to his own side, take control, waits for July to challenge here, gets a solid 50, and now the ball is bouncing back middle for himself, and he decides to shoot, and he scores, takes the lead up to 3, and July just starting to panic a little bit on the defensive end.
I think it's not even just panic, it's just the fact that he's being outplayed by a player who, as we're seeing, has definitely got his number right now. And I mean, he made a pretty good run in the RLCS 1v1 event yesterday, so no surprises that we will continue to see him perform well tonight here, as it will be July trying to take the other way. Will get taken out by Ant, though, so time for Ant to go downfield again. He's got a lot of room in front of him. Maybe an airdrop bump play. Nah, he's just gonna flick it. July has no chance. That is a powerful shot. And July, no chance on saving that one. Ant continues to score.
That was a crazy flick with a crazy amount of power. He flicked out from midfield Sporty, and it went 104 kph. That's a crazy flick indeed.
Well, for KCG Chaos, they'll be waiting here as Torrent on that dribble will shoot it on! And it's July, his first of the 1v1. And he went for that in-and-out save, and he was kind of in the wrong position to begin with. He didn't have a lot of boost, had to go into the net just to try to get somewhere, but way too slow. He made up his mind way too late, and he gave July an open net to shoot at.
And this will bring July's mental up in this ones game. He's going to be trying to cut this deficit as much as he can to keep his mental game intact, to keep going. And he goes for a musty dunk. He gets it. And now the deficit is down to 2. And doesn't get the block here on the musty. And July just sits in front of him and scores off of it.
Hey, July's putting up a couple goals here, and again, I said I think his plan here is just to, try to tilt Ant a little bit here, and hey, those goals are definitely going to help him as well. July's still putting up some pretty good numbers, even against some very impressive one-for-one talent here, as Ant will keep it. July takes the play. Ant will chase after this one, but it is July first, as here he goes. Across the net will be July. Ant. He's got to be careful here. July might try to demo him out of the way, but he'll just take the ball instead. Room for July. One-on-one play as Ant's got boost. July going right at the net. He's going to go for an air dribble bump almost certainly. And he's got it too! That's a perfect setup for the air dribble bump. And July with a third straight.
And that air dribble bump will definitely affect Ant's mental. And we will see how much that gives Ant his mentality down.
Half the game still to go here as a demo will favor the defender in Ant. 2.5 minutes left on this clock, and for Ant, a 1-goal lead. He's got to take things a lot more seriously now. He'll win the flick. That's 5-3 now, and even after going down even after getting 3 goals conceded, Ant still just keeping it simple, keeping it clean. He knows that he can beat July on a lot of these flicks, a lot of these dribbles, and he's really utilizing that. He's had a couple goals like that so far.
Indeed, and he will keep on doing it because it's what is working against July. And July was his first kickoff of the game, and he scores off of it. Now the deficit is back down to 1 goal, and kickoffs are starting to be a worry for Ant against July here.
I never thought I would ever think July would even be this close to Ant, but clearly July, I mean, maybe it's because he played Av earlier, he knows that he can play well to these high-ranked players, and he is taking the battle to Ant. Unfortunately, he has not taken the lead yet this game, and Ant's not going to let him have it here. Another goal off the kickoff. This time it's for Ant as he delays the play, and it's 6-4. A lot of goals in this game so far, but one thing is definitely staying consistent, that's the fact that Ant continuing to keep himself up by a couple.
And we see July start to try to come back, and we've seen a lot of goals for July that were amazing goals that could possibly tilt out Ant to try to score more of those not necessarily crazy plays, but just normal plays, and Ant just beats out July. July overcommits there, and Ant takes the lead up to 3.
I don't really know what that was from July, to be honest. It looked like he was trying to go for like a wave dash flick, whatever it was. He was far too close to Ant, because once he tries to go for that play, Ant recognizes it, and he just parks the car, waits, and takes the ball away from him. So maybe July getting a bit too cute with one of these plays, but credit still to July. He is keeping things close. Now he'll go on the dribble. Ant gets beat. July won't have the boost to tuck this one in, so back he goes to the midfield. Ant wins out the play, and he'll just throw one at net. July can't get there, and Ant with another. He's doubling the output of July at this point.
What a shot from Ant. He saw that July was not going to get back in time, didn't have the boost to get there, so he just took a shot with power. He gets a flick off the kickoff, goes for the shot again. He's up by 5 now. This game is starting to get away from July, and July is just trying to make sure this doesn't get too far away from him. so he can try to at least upset Ant at least a tiny bit.
I mean, at this point, I think for July, he will be pretty happy with himself, but the thing is, he just cannot seem to win on those dribbles. Every single dribble that Ant has, it's turned into a goal. July cannot seem to defend against that, and that's a huge weakness if there's a play like that over and over again, that is just being a goal after goal, and I mean, at this point for Ant, every single play he's going for, it's a dribble, because he knows July can't seem to stop him on those plays, so July, at this point, just trying to find some goals, so he'll try to go for the fake, but Ant's caught him there, and this is an open net. He'll go for the double digits. He'll get double digits as it's 10-4, and Ant's making sure whatever he does, he'll make sure this game gets away from July sooner rather than later to tie the series up and give Chaos their first win of the semifinals.
And now we see why Ant is indeed Ant in ones. He will bite away your confidence in a game, and he will just keep on shutting you down over and over again. July will have an opening right here. He's able to score here, and he cuts Ant's lead in half.
Well, I mean, Ant's doubling his goals at this point, so for July, it's 5 goals at this point. I mean, he has really no chance to come back here, but you have to think for July, he'll still be pretty happy. Like, this is a lot better than maybe I think a lot of people had for him, and considering he's had to play against Av, considering he now has to play against Ant, he's had some tough 1v1 matches. He's had some tough 1v1 matches this tournament, this final bracket, but I mean, credit July, every single time he's been called into 1v1s, he has taken it, and he has played, and he doesn't seem to have that mental hurt too much. Ant's gonna take this one back. He'll waste out a couple more seconds just to make sure this game is over. July is not gonna challenge him. Now he will, as he's gonna actually almost get a 6th goal from that play. But I think at this point for July and Ant, they both know this game's over. They both know this series will be even at 1 game for each team, and I don't think either player is really too surprised by this result. I don't think any analyst is either. That does mean we go to Game 3 with a tied series, and it's 3v3 once again, where this lead will be decided. And for Torrent, they won the first game in ones, but you got to think for KCG, Ant's it might be feeling pretty good now. And after a little bit of time now, getting to wait, I have to think that they have now warmed up, and a warmed up KCG Chaos is infinitely better than a cold KCG Chaos.
Indeed, Sporty. We will go back into threes, seeing Ant now basically being warmed up. We need to see Vel and Takua come back in as warm as Ant is now. But they have a beast winning in Averted and Knave. Those players were shutting them down in the threes game, but we will see what happens here.
Yeah, with Game 3 up next, again 3v3 action still. If Chaos have warmed up, as I think they have, they're going to definitely play a lot better than they did in Game 1. I think the reason why Torrent played so well in Game 1 is because Chaos weren't warmed up. They didn't look great. I think if we start to see the Chaos that we expect, this is going to be a very tough Game 3 for Torrent. It's going to be a real wake-up call for them that this series is way tougher than they imagined it would be.
Indeed.
Game 3 up next. Everybody's back in for this one, and with the series lead up decided up to these teams, what a big match it will be this evening for everyone involved as we go right into Game 3 in DFH Stadium. For KC Chaos and Torrent Gelion, their chance to take the lead in the series. And again, as I mentioned, if Chaos is playing as we expect them to, Torrent Gelion is going to get a rude awakening.
But we start off seeing Torrent with the boost advantage. Knave goes for the sidewall double, doesn't get contact with it, so Takua has a free touch on the ball, gets it over one, tries to air dribble it all the way, and Ant puts it a little bit too high for his teammate, passes it back down to Val, and Val puts it in off of the opposing team's car. And now KCG Chaos starts game number 3 in the lead.
It's a good start for Chaos as well. They really needed this. I mean, Game 1 went so poorly for them that they need every goal they can get here just to get themselves into it. 3v3. It's the game mode that's played the most in this series, and if you're not confident in your freeze ability, unfortunately, that does not bode well for you. As Knave's gonna get another, somehow finds the bottom left corner. He just got the last touch on this one, and Torrent, I mean, they'll take this goal, no matter how weird it looks.
Indeed. We will see exactly how much that affects the mental of KCG Chaos, knowing that should not have been the touch that you wanted to see out of L, but another shot comes out from Averted, and he takes the lead for Torrent.
Great 1v1 play in the midfield as well. Recognizing that back post is open, and Averted keeping his head up, keeping his mind open, was ready for the kickoff to go that way. And now a 1-goal lead for Torrent, flipping the game around here. KCG have had quite the tough battle so far, and you really think for KCG and their confidence they need another soon. Well, they'll get it. Takua falls on top of it, and a goal back. We're not even a minute into this game, and we've had 4 goals already.
Takua with an insane shot. He pops it up into the air and comes off the ceiling just to pinch it into the net. And now we're back into it. And we see first man on the ball is Takua. Takes it past July. Bell goes for the demo on Nave, and Nave clears it over to the corner and will beat out Nave. And July will be waiting in the corner for the ball. Bangs it out. First man up to the ball is Nate. And Nave puts his shot down to July. July takes a shot and scores.
1 goal up again for Torrent. They have not sat down. They have not gotten quiet. It's a great play in front, and July was there. All eyes were on Nave for KCG Chaos. They were all ready for that shot, but they didn't recognize July was in the midst of the play. And now, 1 goal down again. They've got to get another response. Vel, Takua, up to the corner. Will get a second touch. That goes far away from the net as July will find Averted. Torrent, long touch down the field. Vel keeps it away. Nave jumping to go for KCG, but they'll win that challenge. Unfortunately, they won't win the play to get offense. Now they will. That bump helps them out. It's Vel in the midfield. Averted keeps it out, but here goes Ant off back. It's a free play in front. July will be there first. And KCG head back to defense to look again. Takua, the dribble. Takua with space, a flip reset. Ant's there, it's gone above the net. Vale can't score now and open it the other way. Ant chasing it. Will keep it to the corner, but it's Torrent still. As Vale again. In field, July, save away. Follow up for a Nave. That's gonna go right to the front bumper of Vel. And KCG Chaos still trying to search for that goal to tie things up. They are searching far and wide. Still haven't found it yet.
We see an infield passing play from KCG Chaos, but Torrent Gelion is just reading everything right now, Sporty. They cannot get past the defense of Torrent, but they need to start using each other more. They need to play more together and play more aggressive, or else Torrent Gelion will have that strong defense we've been seeing all series long for threes. And Averted able to take another shot on, takes the lead up to 2.
I don't know what happened there. And Overcommand Takua not on the same page as Vel. Both them pushed up. And Takua, I mean, he just can't challenge there. He's up too high. So double commit for KCG. Torrent Gelion now lead by 2. The first time we've seen them lead by 2 in this game, I believe. And for KCG Chaos now, things are going to start to get a little bit more panicky as Averted. 2 goals so far. He's been the player to watch so far on Torrents. Even tonight, he's been amazing. Every single series has been, as July kept out. Another demo will open the play for Nave. Averted waiting behind, but it will be Vel in the play. Gets rid of Averted. Takua up for Vel. KCG Chaos do they have an option in the midfield? Vel will leave it, but nobody home. And KCG Chaos, everybody waited back. Ant wasn't going to be in the play in time. Now it's Vel. Fake on 1. Vel still. Pass 2. Ant in front. Takua. 1 goal away.
What a play from KCG Chaos. First Vel with a fake, tries to flick it over 1. Ant with a block, and Takua there to clean it all up. That was a full team action play right there. And the defense for Torrent wasn't able to block that. And now this goal deficit is 1. Averted over Takua there, trying to take their lead back up to 2. Nave blocks a shot opportunity, and Averted taking the ball away. Ant will be first man on the ball, has an open net, takes it, shoots it, scores!
Tie game for each, and Torrent Gelion won't get away with this one as July just couldn't get the boost. There was no one behind him. And Ant who rose to the occasion in the 1v1 game. Now here again in Game 3, as less than 90 seconds to go, and KCJ Chaos on a goal streak. 2 goals in a row. Torrent, Gelion waits, but they'll need another chance here. Knave on the play, gets play through Vel. It's July. Backwall play will be kept out by Ant as Averted waiting all the way back. This will be room that Chaos can work with. Ant sacrificing his life just to get the ball in the midfield, but it will be Knave's play. Averted taking down the defender after defender as Torrent rushed down the field. Ant left up for Averted, Jelion as well, and Vel will keep it out. Ant, save away by Knave. Torrent is waiting, but maybe not waiting long enough here, as that one kept away. Ant, Vel, Knave clears it back. 40 seconds to go, 1 goal to win it.
1 goal to win it all. 30 seconds left on the clock. Averted will try to keep it out of his half. Ant pressures Knave, and Averted cuts out that play from happening for KCG Chaos. And it's waiting on the sidewall. Averted clears it out, and Val will be first man on the ball. Tries to get it over to Ant. Good block from Knave, and Takua back on the ball. Tried to get past July, and Val continuing on the pressure, puts a shot on, and July is able to clear that one out. Ant leaves it for Takua, and July beating him out. And Ant is last man back, decides to bang it out. Takua demos July, and it's overtime.
1 goal to determine series advantage. 1 goal to determine a 1-game lead going into the 2v2 matchup. Torrent won the 3v3 game earlier, but overtime, a real tough position to be in. But an infield pass! It's Knave to end it! And Torrent lead again!
Just like that, that net was wide open. Ant tried to get back in time, but because Takua got bumped out of play, and that's why that goal was able to happen in the first place. If Takua did not get bumped, he would have saved any shot opportunity, and Ant would have got back in time if the ball ended up getting past him, but that bump made things happen.
What a performance so far from both these teams. I think everybody could be surprised with how Torrent Gelion is playing today, except maybe Torrent Gelion themselves. They were confident coming into this final bracket, and for good reason. They're showing it here today against one of the top seeds in KCG Chaos, but we got a 2v2 here. KCG Chaos, I mean, they've won the 1v1 game, look good in that, but in 2v2, this is going to be close. It's going to be competitive, and you really feel like for KCG Chaos, this is a must-win territory.
This is a must-win territory for KCG Chaos. If they end up losing this 2v2 game, then that could upset the mental for them. And like you said earlier, in the ones game is very bad mentality, and that could cost them the last threes game of the series if they lose this twos game.
Yeah, but I don't think we can predict anything yet. I mean, KCG Chaos still needs to win this game to begin with, so we'll wait. We'll see what they do here as Taka and Vel taking on Knave and Averted. And I worry for how Averted's going to play. He has been so good this evening. He's been so unbelievably scary on the side of Torrent Gelion. And if you're KCG Chaos, you're putting your head on a swivel, watching for Averted, because not only has he just been good overall on the ball, off the ball, he's been the one getting the bumps in the demos. And, well, as you saw last game, that was what won it for them in that last goal. And in 2v2, with all this room, expect even more of the same from Averted.
Takua gets demoed from Averted. As you say that, Knave takes control of the ball, tries to flick it over Vel. Takua bangs it past one, Averted. Last man back, able to block shot after shot once again. Knave is able to get control, bangs it over to Averted. Averted with a shot on, Takua with a save. And Vel will rush back, try to get Doink on the ball, and Knave will take control, but gets dunked out from Takua. Averted takes his time. Val is already up, but Averted is able to get past him. Takua has to take his time here, waiting for Knave to challenge. He gets it past him. Averted will block an opportunity there. And now Averted with the attack for Torrent. Val trying to get it out of his half, and Averted takes it away. Knave with a shot, and Torrent take the lead.
Yeah, just great recognition here from Averted. Just takes his time, plays the patient game in front of that post, knows that Chaos are going to jump before he does, and he wins that challenge, leaves it in front, and Knave, from that distance, he's not missing. Torrent off to a spectacular start to try to take match point in this semifinals.
And Val will try to put it center for his teammate Takua. We see a double commit come from Torrent on the back lines. Averted had the block. Knave jumped anyways, and that left the net wide open for Takua. And now KCG Chaos are right back in this game just like that.
You can never really count out this Krusty Crew Gaming organization, can you, in any of their matches? It's an org that has a long history of keeping things close, of always finding ways to recover, and Chaos definitely a shining example of that here, as Knave, kept out by Vel, averted to the corner. He'll take his time here, as he's got to be careful. Vel's going to win that challenge. It's Knave who will keep one out, but a bit of an awkward touchy. Doesn't have the boost to work with, so you know Chaos is going to challenge early here. Knave will find averted one-on-one play. Takua will stay up, but Torrent just trying to take the boost away, trying to slow down Chaos. They know a lot of time still to go, and KC Chaos, if they have boost, they're going to be scary to deal with. The demo there will open up the backfield as averted. Has room. Vel waiting, but he can't challenge. Here they go. It's kept away by Takua as Knave to the corner. Takua chased down from behind, will have the advantage on the speed, but now he's getting chased again. Bumped off the room. Here goes averted. One good touch to the flip. Will put it in front. The dunk. It's on the line. It will be kept out by Vel. And KCG Chaos stay in this one. Vel subbing in for Brock in this tournament. And boy, he has had a lot to do so far, but he has done so well tonight to really allow this Chaos team to play well, even when they don't have their full roster.
Indeed, and Knave just gets back in time there from Takua's shot averted. Will have time in the air, trying to get it down, but Vel is just there waiting on the backboard, takes his time, and Knave will be a first man on the ball, challenges Vel, and Vel continues on the pressure, trying to flick it over averted, and averted blocks out him and Takua. First man on the ball will be Vel there. Knave will try to clear it out, and he's able to do so. Last man back is Takua. Verde cleans it up, and now Torrent are up by 1.
Yeah, Chaos threw everything up for that one. Takua, I don't think he realized that Vel hadn't been back at that point. Vel was out getting boost, and a miscommunication leads to a bad rotation, leads to a wide open net for Knave, and averted will make sure that goes in. He has been everywhere so far, averted. I mean, this Torrent Gelion team, I didn't have any faith in this roster making it even to the top 4, and clearly they have a very good chance of making it to the grand finals here, as it will be averted to clear it away. He's got room and a little bit of boost. Takua trying to challenge first, but it's averted who goes right around him here. Takua can't go. Vel will, as averted waits back. One-on-one. That's a huge touch for averted. Big block at a big moment. And Torrent Gelion, that's a big play to keep the possession, to keep the ball away from Chaos, and to just continue to make Chaos more and more nervous at this point in their series.
And Val beats out averted. Last man back is Knave. Knave has to get a touch out. Try, and averted is able to get back, and he takes control of the ball. Val will early challenge this, and he's going to try to get a center for his teammate Takua, but Knave is able to clear that out to the corner. Takua, middle, and Val is nowhere to be found, so averted takes control of the ball. He takes it over to Takua. Val leaves, takes it. Knave puts it back center for averted. Vel clears it out, and now this ball is going the other direction once again. Vel over to Takua, good block from Knave, and averted waits his turn, gets it over 1. Vel last man back, gets an awkward touch, but averted wasn't able to dunk it to how much boost he had. Both members from KCG Chaos is there on the wall. Averted will be first to the ball there because of it, and 30 seconds remaining. Torrent are up by 2.
Yeah, man, goodness, what a performance from Torrent so far. Averted stepping up. He's had all 3 goals so far, and Torrent have needed all 3 goals to stay at this point in the game. 24 seconds left, and match point potential here. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. Knave will take the kickoff here, so Torrent, another chance to score. Averted shoots it high, but up by 2. They don't need to score at this point. They just need to have good defense as Knave 3-jumps that play. Demoed out by Vel. It's open realm averted. Oh, it's a huge block on Takua. Got up late, but he still made the save. KCG, try again. It's Vel, but it will go wide. And Torrent's Gelion. What a performance so far in the semifinals. They lead the series 3-1. Only one away from a grand final appearance.
The last game mode is 3, so no third. And Torrent have won every single 3v3 game mode so far, so you must think, if you are Chaos, how will we change things up in order to win the 3v3 to lead into another possible 1v1 with Ant to take the momentum away from Torrent?
I don't think it's going to be 1v1. Likely Torrent's going to choose 2v2 if they lose this next game, but the thing is, you say how can they win, and yet last game in the 3v3 mode went to overtime, so I don't think I can doubt Chaos' ability to come back in the series. You can't doubt KCG Chaos. It just comes down to, can they do it? Torrent have had a spectacular performance. I am pleasantly surprised by how well Torrent has played this tournament, and they continue to impress me even in the semifinals, even when it feels like they shouldn't be winning these matches. They're only one away from winning this series and going to the grand finals to take on Knight.
And Knight will be a dangerous threat, especially with how they've been playing all weekend long. And now we go into game number 5 in the possible last 3v3 game mode of this series. But will KCG Chaos turn it around for themselves, or will Torrent Gelion end it here?
Well, it could be either way, but so far for Torrent, Averted has been the player to watch out for. Now it comes down to, can everybody do it together as one last time in this series? It's not only is this a spot in the grand finals up for grabs, a part of the prize pool up for grabs for both these teams as well, as July will get the first clear out. Vel jumping in is Knave as it will be Averted on the ball. Was players behind him here as Ant trying to jump in early. Now is Takua. Still Takua as... Oh, he got a bit faked out there. And Ave can't take it. Vel's gonna shoot! Vel's gonna score! And KCG Chaos, they needed Vel to show up. He was a standout player yesterday. And in Game 5 when they need him, that's a great way to get things going. And a great way to get some momentum to a team that doesn't have any.
Indeed, Sporty. And that's exactly what you want to see out of KCG Chaos. And now we see another goal off of kickoff from Ant. And Torrent Gelion starting to struggle in the game that they should win in after winning 2 threes games in a row.
I mean, again, as I said before, that last 3v3 game was overtime. I don't think I can really say it's a should win for Torrent, but you really feel like if you're Torrent, you just want to get the series over with, go to the grand finals. Not put yourself into game 6, not put yourself into another 2v2 game mode, but KCG Chaos not making this easy as July up in the air for Torrent. Will clear it down. Vel can't get there. Takua will. Still shoot it above Averted. Knave to the corner. Vel bumped out of the way here. Ant can go for this, and he will win the challenge as Ant again falling onto it. July. Knave. Takua will go right across the net, but no one there to shoot it in, and Torrent Gelion again. Down the field is July. Knave to the corner. Averted to hit the net, but it will be easily kept out by Vel as July goes again. Some room and some opportunities here. It's a lot of boost for KCG Chaos, and we saw in that 2v2 game what really allowed Torrent to win was the way that they were able to control the boost around the field. It was KCG Chaos who felt like they were on no boost at times, whereas Torrent always seemed to have at least something in the tank. In 3v3, they're not having nearly the same control, and it's making a huge difference.
We are seeing that take play, and Takua with a double touch to go 3-0 in this game. July wasn't able to win that 50 like he wanted, and Takua will be first man up to that ball, scoring that double touch because no one was ready for it on the side of Torrent, and Torrent's mental must be going down after that play.
Torrent down by 3, and you really feel like, yeah, as you said, it feels like at this point they're starting to lose grip on the game here as Takua, for yet another play in front, will be right for Vel. He has a couple so far, but take this one as he's demoed away. July cleared straight back to Ant. KSG Chaos going all in for the demos, and it's working because Ant will score on a wide open net. It's a 4th goal for Chaos. And, I mean, with the series on the line now, this is the perfect way to play, the perfect message to bring to Torrent.
Indeed, Sporty, it is the perfect message to send to Torrent. They want to let them know this is their house, this is their life. They want to take this away and go into the grand finals and meet 100x Knight to try to take the first place prize. But first, they have to win 3 games in a row against Torrent. Averted, trying to clear it out, trying to slow down the momentum from KCG Chaos. Nave gets bumped away from Vel and doesn't get contact there. Takua taking control, trying to put it center towards Vel, but Nave blocks the shot opportunity there. July, that one, and Averted trying to clear it over to July. July will try to jump up for it, but again, it gets shut down from the defense of KCG Chaos. And Nave trying to rush it out of his half, and we start to see Torrent start to panic a little, trying to get out of their half, trying to get even just a goal in this game. Bell clears it out. Nave continues on the ball, trying to get it down the field. Takua back on the ball, continuing his efforts. Averted loses that 50, and July will beat out 1. Nave tries to get a touch there, and Vel continuing being a menace to Torrent, Gelion, and this tournament. Takua blocks a shot there from Torrent, and now the ball goes the other direction.
Well, minutes ago at this point for Torrent, they're just looking for any goal to give themselves any sort of hope going into Game 6. And I think the question now is not what the scoreline is going to be at the end of this game. We know Chaos are going to win this at this point, but I think the better question to ask here, Lepid, is what game mode are we going to see? I have to think it's going to be 2v2 in Game 6. The question is also, who are we going to see? Because I have a feeling, I mean, we saw Torrent play 2s last time, and they had July in with, I believe it was Averted. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Chaos with Ant as well as Takua, maybe Vel's jumping in again. Whatever it is, this Game 6, it's going to be a clash of giants. As well as the 2v2 game mode, and Torrent, I think, are going to have a much tougher time than they did the last time around, and because it's a much tougher 2v2 roster with Ant on it, and Ant, well, he's good at 2s. We haven't seen him play 2s a lot because he almost always plays the 1-for-1 game mode, but when he does, he fits in very well with Takua. Torrent's going to have a very tough Game 6.
Indeed, and we will see what it is here shortly in 5 seconds. Nave just trying to get a goal for KCG Chaos to try to flip this switch. And July going to the backboard, trying to get set for Averted, and Averted take the goal of this game, trying to switch the momentum. And we will see if that stays how it is for game number 6.
Well, for KCG Chaos, it's a win in Game 5, but this is going to be the call of Torrent Gelion. And again, I would be surprised if it's not 2v2. They will choose, considering that's the game mode they won, considering that's the game mode that they would have a much better chance in. And yeah, I'm not surprised. 2v2 is the call, so we are going to go into 2v2s up next. And that means for Torrent, again, they're 1 win away from making it, but Chaos likely are going to play Ant in this 2v2. It's going to be a tough game for Torrent to play in. But Lepid, you know, knowing what we saw earlier from Torrent playing against Ant, what's the plan that that this Torrent team has to have? Because I'm almost certain it's going to be July and Averted playing in the 2v2. What's the game mode they're going to bring in to try to compete against Ant? Because Ant is proving, especially in 2v2s and game modes where he has a lot of space, he is a menace on the field.
I think they're just going to try to cut down the space that Ant has, so he cannot do everything that he wants to do. And that's just up to Averted, and I think it will be July for Torrent Gelion in this game. But it is Ant Takua against Averted and July for this 2v2 game. They have to shut down Ant, have to shut down the momentum from the last game. And we will find out if they are able to do that right now in game number 6 on Neo Tokyo.
Feels like there's a lot of pressure, a lot of weight on this game for Torrent to end the series here, to not have to see Game 7 and not have to face against Chaos one last time. But Takua will not let them stand. Bulldozes through the defense, and Chaos in 9 seconds are on the board.
And now we see exactly why they need to shut down Takua and because it's a full team effort game, they need to start shutting that offensive pressure down. And July gets past Ant. He's trying to get past Takua, but he gets demoed by Ant in the process, and Takua takes control into the air, once again wins that 50, and July bangs it down the field. Ant will take control, gets it over to Takua, and first man on this ball will be Ant. Ant 1v1 against July. Ant passes it over to Takua, and Averted wins that race. July takes the ball away from Averted, which I don't think is a very smart idea there. Takua will cut that off, and Averted bangs the ball down the field. Ant will cut that play off. July tries to get over to Averted, and Ant will cut that passing play off once again, and Averted will continue trying his best to get it down the field. July off the backboard beats out Takua. Averted bangs the ball down the field, and Ant takes control. And Averted will cut that pressure off.
Torrent doesn't have space right now. They're getting beat on every play. They can't seem to find the room to make things happen. With so much time already gone at this point, Torrent just trying to go. They're just looking for any play down the field, any play in front of the net, any play with space. This could be it though. A miss for Ant. Takua can't take it. Averted jumping in will not win out on the play as July is beat, and Ant will put it on to Takua. A second goal for Chaos as Torrent pushed themselves way too thin.
Indeed, and this is exactly what you want to see out of KCG Chaos. They are not allowing the space for Averted or July to take control of this game, and this is what you see from high-level players. Averted wins the kickoff of a great fake from July, who goes for the Spanish kickoff onto Takua, and that's why this ball goes into the back of the net.
One player cheated, the other didn't, and that's where the goal comes from, as Torrent with a bit of a fluky one here in Game 6, but when you're down by multiple goals, I think you'll take just about whatever you can get here, as it will be Takua again. 3 minutes still to go as Averted. He's down to the corner, but we'll have the play. Again, Takua challenge, and Torrent, I've noticed, are definitely playing a lot slower in the ball here, and that means that Chaos, whenever they challenge early, they seem to catch Torrent in a bad position. They pay attention to how fast Torrent play the ball out of their half, because if they continue to play as slow as they have, Chaos are going to start to score a couple plays off of that. They're recognizing it, they're seeing it, and I have a feeling it's going to make a difference soon as July finds Averted. July in room will try to get that bump on Ant, but he won't be there, and he doesn't have the boost for it, and now he goes back. Ant, not demoed out of the way, will chase down July as he'll get the demo. July too slow again. Averted just clears it out, and Torrent, Gelion trying to get getting some room. Now it's July, wins that challenge. Takua gets a piece of it. Ant will wait in a one-on-one play here to Takua. Averted gets the block, and with 2 minutes now to go, Torrent still down by 1, still leading opportunities, and still hasn't really gotten much to show for themselves.
And July trying to get out of his side of the field. Takua will just wait patiently, and July will go for the bump, and it's now a 1v2 against Ant, and both players from Torrent overcommit. Ant will just take the ball down the field, controlling it, and scores, takes the lead up by 2. And we see this field of play just switch just like that.
And you have to feel bad for Averted. That pass was not great at all. July, he has to go for it. He doesn't really have an option there, but that pass from Averted down the field in 2-on-1 play should have been a lot better. It wasn't, and that's where Chaos stepped in as Ant flip reset. Cleared back by Averted as Torrent trying to chase after, but it is going to be Chaos first. Takua, the flip reset. Be Averted on the play, and a Cookseer pinch will find July. That's actually a great pass upfield. July's got the room. We'll leave it for Averted. That's off the bar. Takua will get a piece of it anyways. and Torrent trying the best they can, but nothing has worked for them this game. Ants and Takua are a strong defense, and no matter what Torrent tries, no matter what Torrent does, KCG Chaos are always ready, are always prepared, and are always making those blocks.
And July trying to get there for Inverted. Inverted takes a shot and scores off of July's great efforts, trying to make the defense of KCG Chaos awkward. And the only person back who had boost was Ant, and he was slow to get back, which allowed that goal to happen.
1 minute, 3 seconds for 1 goal. Torrent just need one good reason to get back in this game, and you will be seeing Game 6 all tied up. But for KCG Chaos, another great chance, a demo, a wide open net for Takua, and he's not missing inside the final minute, and Chaos are back up by 2.
That was a great demo from Ant onto Inverted, the only person back who had boost, and July was able to get back in time with the amount of boost he had. And now you must think, if you're Torrent, how do you come back in this game? Because the looks of KCG Chaos are starting to look stronger than ever. And demos out July, Takua back on the ball, taking time off the clock. Averted wins that 50, 30 seconds remaining, and will get beat from Averted. Averted will try to bump out Takua, and July will lose that race to the ball, and Ant will score another goal to take the lead up to 3.
Yeah, and for Chaos, I think that's going to end this game as well. They have done just enough to keep out the Torrent 2v2 gameplay. And for the second time tonight, we're going to Game 7. Tonight has had a ton of long matchups, and well, it will continue once again here as Game 7 up next. And I think for KCG Chaos, who have been down 3-1 in the series at one point, all the momentum, all the pressures on their side. It just feels like nothing can slow them down now. KCG Chaos are going to Game 7 on a massive victory. And for Torrent, you really feel like, just like it was at the start of the series, everything's going against them here. They've got to find a reason to come back in this game.
Indeed, they want to start to try to get the momentum back in their favor. Takua will try to get over to Ant for one more goal. That ball is up in the air for grabs. July will kill it. KCG Chaos takes game number 6, and we go to game number 7.
Another Game 7. Another Game 7. We have had maybe a night that's gone a lot longer than anyone could have expected out of all these matches. Torrent have put up an amazing effort, but KCG Chaos may be able to swipe it away from them. As Game 7 up next here, Lepid, and with 3v3 action, you think for Torrent, momentum, pressure, a lot is against them here. Boy, they have a tough match ahead of them. They're going to need to play quite well to really not only take the game, but to keep themselves in this one, because KCG Chaos are flying right now.
They are flying. They need to shut down KCG Chaos if they want a spot in the grand finals against 100x Knight. But if you are KCG Chaos, you want to keep on playing like you are playing right now, because that is what is winning you this past 3 games in a row.
Game 7, Champions Field once again, and a spot in the grand finals awaits Knight. 100x Knight wait for their competitor as KCG Chaos take control. It's Vel on the move, will get bumped out the way. July goes next. Ant to the sidewall. July will win the challenge again as KCG jump on the play. Averted. Doesn't really get the touch he wants on that. Vel's gonna have this clear as July waiting. Ants will go again, and KCG Chaos with some early offense, but you know Torrent is waiting for the opportunity to strike. Now this could be it. Averted, pass 2. Vel with the save will be right back to Takua, and Torrent on low boost at this point. Everybody racing back, and being up that high on low boost, it could have been dangerous. They have definitely not had a lot of boost control in the last couple of games, and in Game 7, you think if there's any way for them to win it, they've got to win boost, they've got to win midfield, they've got to win control.
Indeed, Takua does a double touch off of his own backward, trying to get over to Val. Val is able to clear it out. Averted takes control of the ball. He waits for contact, and Nave jumps up for the ball. Vel will be first man on the ball, but July wins that 50, and Averted will take control over to the sidewall, waiting for Ant to challenge, gets it past him. Bello over to Ant. Ant shoots, and July with the save. Takua back on the ball, tries to get another shot on. July with the block. Nave has to get a block here. He does. Averted with a good clear. Now he's racing back, and he puts it off the backboard for a teammate who's not there. Vel, there's over to the other side of the field, and Ant trying to get over to Vel. Once again, Takua, last man back. July continuing on the pressure, and we have a little over 3 minutes left on the clock, and Ant takes a shot, scores, and that's the first goal of this game.
Game 7 starts with Ant, and it may end with Ant too if they continue to play the way they are. A big shot. July did not go for the boost, could not challenge, and that means that's an open play for Ant, and that's not missing the net, that's for sure. 1 goal up for Chaos.
And now we see Torrent on the back foot here. They need to score a goal, but Ant will take his time, killing the clock, and Takua tried to take another shot on, and Averted able to clear it out for the time being. Averted beats out his own teammate. July will go up for it, and Takua punishes that overcommit from Torrent. Gelion, there must be miscommunication there. All 3 players were in the same spot on the field. Ant and Takua was waiting to see that happen, and that's why they scored that second goal right there.
You mentioned earlier that Torrent might be panicking. I don't think they were panicking earlier, but they're definitely panicking off of that play, that's for sure. Has a 2-goal difference now, and Torrent facing the deficit of 3 because Vel will take 1 as well. 3 goals for Chaos, and from 3-1 down in the series now, it really looks like it's going to be them who go to the grand finals unless Torrent can do something miraculous.
And that is starting to look very unlikely now, but as time starts to dwindle, we will see more aggression come out from Torrent. Gelion. July doesn't get the touch he wants, and Ant just trying to kill the clock now. July able to clear that over to the corner for the time being. Averted. First man back on the ball, and Takua wins that race. And Nave tried to get out of his half. Averted doesn't get the touch he wants. July trying to get it out, fails to do so. And Takua continuing on the pressure here. Nave winning that race, and he takes the ball down the field trying to get past Vel, but Takua will be there last. Averted up, gets a reset. He can't do anything with that, so he decides to leave it. Takua takes it down the field, but Nave cuts that opportunity down, and Averted puts it there for July. July takes a shot, but that shot's weak. Nave again goes. Averted off the backboard for July. July shoots, but fell there to save that away. And now we go back to Torrent's side of the pitch, but Averted able to clear that one out for the time being.
And it just feels like for Torrent, they just have not been able to get any sort of confidence in them. That 2v2 loss has really taken the life out of this team as Averted waits back. Vel clears it away. He'll get a second touch too. Will leave things for Ant. Room for Ant. Under 1. Won't get past the other, but it won't really matter. Torrent is running out of time. 1 minute left to go, and if you're Torrent, that light is flickering away. There seems to be so little hope for them. They've got to get goals. They've got to get upfield. But KSG Chaos, a brick wall standing in the way. Takua to Ant, again down the field. Nave doesn't have boost, and a tough touch to make. Vel to the corner. Infield, it will be kept out by Averted. And July will go again. Maybe a chance on. It will be a goal for Torrent. 33 seconds to go. If they have any hope of winning this series, it has to be here.
It does have to be here, and they have to shut down the defense that has been so strong this entire series in KCG Chaos, but they also have to deal with the amazing offensive pressure that they've been getting put on from Chaos as well. But Ant over to Vel, back over to Ant. Ant goes for the reset, And good save from Averted. Takua beats one out, and July is able to clear that one out. Torrent has to score here, but it's not looking likely. Averted off the backboard. Takua already up. Gets blocked out from Averted. And 3 seconds left. This is not enough time for Torrent to come back. And KCG Chaos with the Spaceman reverse sweep.
3-1 deficit, and now a 4-3 win. KCG Chaos deserve that spot in the grand finals. They had to work for it. Torrent, Gelion playing better than I think anyone expected them to perform this evening, and yet that's only as far as the grand finals. So what a show so far as our grand finals said. Knight takes on Chaos. I think many people expected this matchup here this evening here, Lepid, but gotta give credit to Chaos. That's a tough series. They had to work quite hard just to get to this point.
Indeed. Now they're coming into the next series against 100X Knight Worm, ready to face anything Knight has to give them. But Knight is a better team overall than Torrent, so they're going to have to fight for their lives here in the grand finals.
They're gonna have to really fight for it. I mean, and it's late too. These teams, I know they're exhausted. It's been a long day for everyone, but we're gonna go to a break. When we come back, 100X Knight, KCG Chaos, the grand finals. We'll see you soon. This is it, the grand finals. It felt like it's taken us an eternity to get here, but we are here. The grand finals is right around the corner, and boy, what a match it will be coming up here. It's 100X Knight and KCG Chaos Knight looking to win their second tournament in a row, whereas for KCG trying to win their first in ATS history through an incredible 7-game series against Torrent. Gelion joining me here is Lepid and WaTesla, and boy, this is it. One more match to go. It's been a long evening. But this is the time for you to step up, to show up, and to play at your best. This is going to be a great series.
Indeed, it will be. I cannot wait for this series to get underway. We've seen a lot of Game 7s today, and we saw a few Game 6. We saw a Game 5, and I can't wait to see what this last series has to play for us.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to see what this last match will have here. Tesla, you've been watching all day. You've gotten to see both these teams play. What do you think is going to be the deciding factor in this matchup?
I said it earlier, even though that I had picked Gelion to win it all, that I thought the strongest team was probably 100X based on their performance yesterday. They've done nothing to disappoint today, and having the long grueling series that KCG just went through, I don't see anyone stopping 100X, so I expect them to go ahead and get the dub here and take home the $140.
I mean, what do you think is going to separate Knight between Knight and Chaos? What do you think separates them from Chaos?
Oh, it's definitely Jared. It's hands down Jared.
He's had his
down.
performance. He's had a great performance
Like
today.
I mean, the big win to send him here over Av, like, is just the cherry on top of an outstanding performance. Hands down, he's got to be the highest goal scorer individually for the whole tournament thus far, and he's probably won the biggest underdog ones match because he took down one of the big 2 or 3 to clinch a series. Whenever Av wins that, to send it to Game 7 where they got a chance in 3v3, and he shut that down. So, yeah, I think Jared himself specifically is going to be the difference in the series.
Love to hear that, and I love to hear the confidence that I think so many people have in tournaments like these, and I think both these teams coming in are quite confident. I mean, the benefit is for KCG, they're not slow anymore, so how we're doing here. But for now, what a match it will be, what a grand finals it will be. But now we gotta say, for the last time in the Ultimate Division, who do you think will win the tournament? Who do you think will win it all? Knight and Chaos. Tesla, we'll start with you. Obviously, you got Knight winning, but by how much?
I think Knight's going to win in 5, only because I don't think KCG will roll over, but I just don't see them being able to consistently keep up with Knight, so I'm going to go Knight in 5.
Lepid, I know that you've been watching both these teams intently. I know you've been praising both these teams as well. Who do you think has the edge here?
Honestly, Knight has a solid chance tonight, but I gotta go with the fan favorites in chat. KCG Chaos takes it in 5.
Ooh, he's going to go with the Chaos fan favorites. I love that. You're pandering to the crowd here, Lepid, but I do love that as well. Unfortunately, I got Knight as well. I think it's going to be a 4-1 in Knight. I think I'm going to agree with Tesla on this one. But hey, the benefit is we're here for a great series. We're here for the grand finals. A $200 prize pool split between 2 teams. Lepid, this is it. The last match of the Ultimate Division. All that these teams have done has come down to this. From 12 teams to 2 to 1 last match. Knight and Chaos, a big matchup as well, and of course it all starts in that 3v3 playground as well in Game 1. Boy, what a series it will be. We are really up for quite the treat for all of you watching. This has been a couple hours in the making. It's been a long day, but it's Knight and Chaos. One last match. Can Knight go 2 tournaments in a row, or does Chaos find their first ATS win as an organization? We're here, we're ready, and we are in the game. Game 1, a best of 7, Knights on the blue, Chaos on the orange, and this is one last match to determine who will win it all.
Harry starting out for 100X Knight. Takua able to clear that one out for the time being. Jared doesn't get the touch he wants, and with the shot on, Perry with a good save. That's what we want to see out of Perry with the defense. 400X Knight, Jared able to clear that one out for the time being, and now we see the field flop sides once again, and this ball will be going back and forth for this first game as both teams warm up to each other, and Takua trying to get over to Manny, but and it was clear that one out for the time being. Manny puts it up, puts it off the ceiling and scores, and that's the first goal for Serenyx night.
That's a beautiful goal as well. Manny Alar getting them on the board and that's just a nice shot off the ceiling. He makes it look so easy, and I think this is going to be an interesting matchup as well, just due to the fact that these teams play so differently. Knight are they're a very chaotic team. They like to play fast, they like to get in your face. Chaos are quite slow. They're one of the slower teams in this tournament. They really do play methodical. They take their time with everything they do. It's a weird mismatch of playstyles in these 3v3 games, and for Knight, with how fast they play, KS better make sure they do not get outpaced.
Indeed, if one of these teams get comfortable with their own play style, then it could be very dangerous for the other team. And Knight starts it out with this game lead. Perry with a good defensive save there and able to take a shot on for the first shot for KCG Chaos, and Jared is able to take it down the field and trying to continue on the defensive efforts, but Vel takes his time off the sidewall, passes it over to Takua, and Takua takes a shot on. Vel gets a demo on Jared, and KCG Chaos score the first goal of this series.
Vel's still working his magic even after this many hours in. KCG Chaos need him to be that kind of player. Need him to push up, need him to be the aggressor for a lot of what Chaos wants to do. He's got to be the spearhead on a lot of their offensive chances, and if he can get upfield, if he can find the space to make things happen, Knight are in deep trouble. Their defense is probably the weakest part of this team, and against a player like Vel, he can exploit all those openings.
Indeed, Sporty. He has been the MVP, I would say, on the side of KCG Chaos, but the MVP from the other team, Jared is standing in his way, and as I say that, Ant scores a wide open shot after faking out many parries, just standing still, frozen, and that's where KCG Chaos takes the lead.
Big play for the captain of KCG as Jared, not trying to lead his team the same way, will get by one as Perry can't. We'll leave this. Takua demoed away. Now boom for Manny Alar. He's got Jared in the midfield. They've connected before. They'll connect again. Manny finds Jared. Tie game at 2.
And that's just a great pass out from Manny, seeing Jared midfield, knowing what from KCG Chaos solo in there, and was able to block it in time. And this game is back to being tied.
Manny with space. Knight trying to take that lead for the first time in this game. Will not get past Vel. Perry with room. Takua. Jared. Oh, he's gone for the challenge here. Vel will leave it back for Ant. Knight. Up the field will be Manny. Jared's gonna chase this one down. Vel won't have. Jared with room. Gets one, but can't get through Ant. It will be Takua up next. Not boost. He doesn't have a lot of options here as Perry chasing it down. It's Ant's first touch to set up Takua. Across the map, well, nobody really there. Vel's gonna be next to this, but by the time he's here, Knight's already got boost, and they can challenge this play. Vel, pass 2, but Perry's waiting. Patient. Oh, but he backflipped. Manny's gonna get the save. Perry's gonna jump out. He won't get it. Chaos attack. 3-2. As a mistouch from Barry, he backflipped in spot, and from there on out, it was absolute chaos.
What a placement shot from Ant, seeing all the players from Knight awkward in the net, and he places it bottom left corner. And again, starting out the offense off of that kickoff, Jared awkward, Vel early challenges, and now they're up by 2 for the first time in this game.
A big lead for Chaos. They just add even more to it now. Vel, again, spearheading this offense. He's the first one up every single time. And he has been tough to take down for Knights here. And it's really tough for anyone to take down here. As Chaos seems just to let Vel do his thing. And clearly that's working because Vel is making magic happen. As Perry, flip reset, stop by Takua. Jared will jump through, but it's Ant on the challenge. Manny Alar off the ceiling will leave this for Perry, but it is Serenyx Knight needing another chance. Perry upfield, off the corner, demo from 1. Will leave room for Jared. Reset. Jared, the fake. Jared past them all. It's Perry. Save on the goal line. Somebody got in the way. I think it was Vel. And KCG Chaos clear this one out. What a huge stand.
And KCG Chaos continuing to show that they have some of the best defense in this tournament. Manny trying to show that it doesn't matter how strong your defense is, our offense is better. And Perry tried to put it center for his team, but Ant is able to clear that one out for the time being. Manny doesn't get the touch he wants. And Jared back on the ball, trying to put it center, but Val with another shutdown of a 100x Knight offense. And this team from KCG Chaos has been unrelenting so far in this game.
They've slowed down Knight in the midfield. They've slowed them down when they are trying to get those transitions. Knight just can't seem to find that consistency that they had even against Serenyx. They had consistent pressure on offense. Against Chaos, they have not had any of that so far. Manny can't win the play. Off the corner, it will be Vel to keep it out. Jared jumping in. Now Perry goes again. Knight can't seem to get the play away. And Chaos down the field again. Manny saves, but it won't be enough. KCG Chaos slowed down 100x Knight and take game one.
Game one indeed is in favor of KCG Chaos. Now we see Knight choose 2v2s.
2v2 choice. I don't think that's too surprising for a Knight. I mean, I think they're pretty worried about Ants, and that makes sense. Ant's a scary player. I think they're really worried about how Ant's going to play this one. And Lepid, knowing how well Ant's been playing today, I think it's just them. They don't want to take chances. And who knows, I wouldn't be surprised if they play Jared here, trying to really lock down the 2v2 game mode. Because if they can win twos, I know they're decently confident in their ability in threes. They could maybe give up the 1v1 games and still have a good chance. Just an idea. We'll see what their strategy is coming into this.
Indeed. But 100x Knight have to take this next game to gain back their confidence. KCG Chaos was majorly controlling that game. And now we will see if Knight can turn this series around for themselves, or will KCG Chaos take the game mode that Knight should try their best to win. But KCG Chaos put in Ant for twos with Takua, and Knight puts in Perry and Manny LR.
I think it's kind of interesting that Chaos themselves are not playing Ant, but I think they realize just how scary Knight is, and I mean, for them, I think this is their push to try to get a 3-game lead. If they can win this, then you think they have all the reason to win game 3 in the 3v3 mode again. I think this is an interesting call from Chaos, but it's their way of trying to get an early lead in the series. It's a lead where Knight cannot come back.
Manny tries to go for the sidewall double there, but Perry passes it down the field to Manny, and Takua, it was clear that one out for the time being. Takua again wins the 50, and Ant will take his time in the corner waiting for one to challenge, wins the 50 out, and Ant will dunk out. Last man back. Takua will put a shot on, but Manny won't get back in time. Ant up, trying to get over to Takua, who had no boost in the tank, and Manny is able to clear that one out for the time being. Ant controlling the ball, trying to get down the field, bangs it down, and Perry will get it past one. Ant will be waiting for this chance to save, and that's a great bump effort from Manny, making it awkward. And Perry had a wide open net because of it.
Good bump attempt, good play, and this Knight, this is why they're so scary, the 2v2 game mode, even with KCG Chaos' best 2v2 players on the scene. It's still very clear. It's very clearly evident that Knight themselves know what they're doing. Oh, but that's a great fake from Ants. He's on one! Oh, that's perfect from Ants!
What a shot from Ant, waiting for Perry to commit. Doesn't let down and just bangs that ball top right corner. Manny wasn't able to get up in time, and this game is now even.
I can't believe Ant somehow found that shot up the kickoff. I mean, that is a difficult angle. It's not even a place that I would even recommend shooting at, and Ant finds the placement for it, as now he'll get the save. Manny, challenged by Takua. Knight's got to race back. It's Perry with boost. Takua does not. Around the corner, still with that boost. Chasing it down is Takua. But he won't keep the play as now it is Ant on the ball. Leaving it for Takua. Perry bumped out the way. Takua can go to goal. Perry's awkward, but he'll get the save on his back foot. And Knight clear it out, and even getting bumped through that play, Perry stays in it long enough to get the block.
And Ant will take his time here, gets it past Manny. Perry will be able to get up to that, and Takua back, able to block that one away, and tries to pre-flip into that. Manny will pinch it back into his corner with help from the other team, and Perry able to clear that as far as Takua. Takua up, 50s Manny, and Manny wins that one, and Ant will wait for his turn to strike. Perry beats out two members of KCG Chaos. Manny already up, tries to put his center, and will clear that one out to give time for Takua to spawn back in. Perry over to Manny. Manny is able to take a shot on quite yet, and Takua able to clear that one away for the time being. And back on the ball, puts a shot on. Manny has to rush back, isn't able to get back in time, and instead puts the ball into the back of his own net.
Manny Alar pushed up high, had boost, but could not outplay the ball there. KCG Chaos. Again, it's a risky push to play Ant in the 2v2, but they have the lead. Now they'll need to look to hold it, because if they can hold it, you think they set themselves up in a perfect spot for 3-0, but that didn't take long. Perry off the kickoff, and this went completely horribly for KCG. Ant went right under the ball. He was trying to lose the kickoff to the corner, and that was just about as bad as it could have been. Perry wins the kickoff and then scores right off of it.
And now we see the momentum shift back and forth in this 2v2 game. We have no clue what will happen next. Takua with a bump on Manny. Perry will be up first. Puts a shot on. Takua with a good save. Perry passes it down to Manny. Manny will put a shot on. And now Knight is in the lead.
We haven't seen a lot of infield passes from Knight so far, but it feels like it's their bread and butter at times, this infield play with Perry and Manny Alar, and that is just a great duo teamwork here. Manny Alar has done so well to really allow his teammates to succeed, but not even that, but he's allowed himself to be in a position where his teammates can allow him to succeed. And it really takes a lot to put yourself in the right position so often, but Manny Alar, he has put himself in the right position as that flies in for Ant. Chaos will take it.
Chaos indeed will take that. Ant wasn't expecting to score quite yet, and surprisingly, Perry gets demoed there off of his challenge, and now this game is tied once again. Ant wins the race to the ball off the cheat, and now Ant will go for the doozy dish, gets blocked for his efforts, and Perry will be on the ball, takes it up, and he goes for the net, he goes for the bump, he scores, and that is why Knight is playing like they are right now, because Perry has shown up to play.
He's been quiet at times, Perry, but you can always rely on him to make a clutch play in the air, and Knight have done just that, but only up by one. There's still a lot of game left to go, and Ant and Takua, I've proven before, they're not ones to give up very easily in these games. As Ant, the flick, gets both to commit. Manny Alar doesn't have boost, doesn't really have an easy play to make, but he does leave it in the midfield as Takua. He'll go all the way back, can't really do much else here as Perry takes the play. Ant beats Manny Alar. Perry's the last one back. It's Ant again. Still Ant going all the way. He'll get the 50-50 that he wants, but it took far too long to get there. And all Perry's doing is waiting for time, waiting for Manny Alar to get back. He did that perfectly. And KCG Chaos doing the challenges, but they've got to win some plays here. Ant can't take the ball away. He'll get the demo. Chaos still have possession, but with a minute to go, it is them who need to make the first move.
All what RGX Knight wants to do now is kill the clock, maybe score another goal, because they are in the lead with 36 seconds left on the clock, and Mandy will score another goal off the open net that KCG Chaos gives them. Ant tries to get it out, but that ball pinches out right towards Manny, and Takua, with no boost, tries to push up, grabbing that corner boost, and that's why that net was open right there.
Chaos took a chance and it did not pay off. And now off the kickoff, they'll take another one. And this will also not pay off. Perry takes, I believe this is his fourth this game. 100x Knight will almost certainly win game 2 with this one. And for Chaos, Lepid, this was a risk for them to play Ant in this game. It did not pay off. Now they have Vel to play the 1v1 against Jared. I don't think I can favor Vel in that matchup. This is a huge risk for Chaos. It's paid off. It has not paid off for them. And now Knight, the door is wide open for them to take over in the series.
Indeed it is, but that's another goal for Perry off of a great pinch from Manny off of Takua's car, and Perry scores the 5th goal this game for the side of 100x Knight.
This game is definitely over now. It's 3v3 up next, but if you're Chaos, the alarm bells are ringing because I don't know how good Vel is in ones, but I can't think that he's gonna beat Jared in the play. I worry for Chaos. I mean, they really need to win this next 3v3 game because if they don't, they're giving Knight essentially a 3-1 series lead, and Knight generally don't drop leads.
Indeed. This has turned into a dangerous turn of events for KCG Chaos. But will they win the threes games? The threes game right after this news game here. We only will find out after this ball has dropped and 100x Knight wins game number 2.
Now they're one game closer to winning the tournament here. Game 3 up next. The series resting on a very important 3v2 game early in this series as well. And I mentioned Chaos. They need to win this match. I don't know how good Vel is in ones, but having seen Jared today, I don't think Vel's exactly going to be favored in that matchup. This is a worrying sign for Chaos. They took a risk here, and it looked like it was going to pay off for a time. They had the lead at one point in this game, but it didn't hold for long. And, well, I mean, with the 1v1 almost certainly going to be going against them here. This is about as bad as it can get. Knight could very easily turn the series around and win the thing early if Chaos don't play at their best.
Indeed. This threes game is very important for both teams. If 100x Knight wins this, they could put this series on match point in the 1v1 with Jared going into it. But if KCG Chaos wins this, they don't have to worry about that one's game mode very much. They want to win the next threes game to see what happens in the next ones or twos game. But the thing that matters most is the game we're going into right now, the 3v3. Who will win, KCG Chaos or 100x Knight? Let's find out right now.
Game 3 of this best of 7 of the Grand Finals. It's a big match. You think for Knight this is their opportunity to take over the series, and Jared looking to do just that. A goal early, Knight off the kickoff, and Jared, who has been lights out tonight, continues his incredible performance.
Indeed, Jared will shut down any attempt for 100 KCG Chaos and trying to take this game away. Takua will take the 50 against Manny and Perry. Fellow will try to take an opportunity there. Jared will clear that one out, and Ant will clear that over to his own corner. Takua with no boost in the corner. Jared already up with Perry. Perry trying to put it there for Manny. Manny gets blocked out from Vel, and Takua will clear it the other direction. That shot's on. Jared is able to clear it away for the time being. And now we see an offense coming from KCG Chaos, and tries to put it back center. Vel over to Takua. Takua up. Vel up. And Jared continuing on the attack.
Jared again will be saved away by Ant as 100x Knight only lead by 1, and now they've pushed everybody upfield. Vel on a breakaway. Here's his chance. Here's his net. Gets the fake on Perry, but he can't put the shot on. Yasko again. It's Takua. Perry waiting. Now Ant up over the net. Perry not there. Vel to Ant. Save away by Manny. Perry can't get it. It's a chance. Walk in. Saved by Manny Alar. as Knight crowd around. Now they go the other way. It's Jared, saved by Ant on that infield play. Knight take a swipe, but it won't go anywhere, as it's left for Perry. Periscope to the corner. He's bumped out, and KCG Chaos will take their time back to slowing this game down. They won the 3v3 game earlier because they were able to slow the play, make Knight flinch. And Knight's definitely doing that on defense, but so far up by 1, they're not giving them much to look at. Demo, it's an open chance. Manny can't find the shot, but Jared will help him out. Right behind him as Vel with boost. And that's an open midfield as well. Vel's going to keep this one going, but Perry will chase him down. And KCG Chaos will watch as this play gets away from them again. 3 minutes to go. Knight with a very minor lead, but if they can play the defense they are, Chaos it's going to take everything from Chaos to just get 1 in this game.
And Takua taking it down the pitch. Manny trying to get back, but Jared blocks his own teammate. Has to pass it over to Perry. Perry will block out Ant over, and this play has gone completely wrong for 100x Knight. Vel has an open net, and this game now became even off of an overcommit from 100x Knight.
Annie Olar didn't look like he was paying attention. He was in the midfield, still driving up, even after the play bounced off the back wall. So Knight just completely botching an effort on offense, and I didn't think it would take that much to get through. Now a chance! Oh, it's beautiful of a man. Caught Knight early, and Knight, they've been flinching a lot on the goal line. Jared does so here, and Ant, he's just waiting. Chaos, all they're doing is waiting for Ant to make their move. Once they do, they can put in that counter, and now they take the lead.
And now KCG Chaos now have the lead. Knight has to win this kickoff here. They do, but Vel with another save. Jared up, doesn't get a shot on, and Manny is awkward with the ball. Vel doesn't get the touch he wants to get, and wins the 50 there against Perry. Loses the 50 against Manny. Now KCG Chaos are on defense for an extended period of time, and finally gets out. Tries to go for the pinch, doesn't get it. Takua able to win that race to the ball, and now this game has turned into the favor of KCG Chaos. Jared over to the sidewall, over to Perry. Perry shot is wide, and Ant clears that one out. Manny back on the ball, but gets cut off by Ant. Vel cuts off Manny. That shot's a little bit wide. Jared's able to clear it out for the time being. Perry loses that 50 against Takua. And now Jared back on the ball. Manny clears it over to Ant. And Jared has to get a touch here. He gets it out of his half, goes for the must. He gets it out, gets another touch on the ball. He tries to push there for his team. And Manny will be on the ball first. He doesn't get a shot on. And fakes out Perry. And pumps it up for his teammate. And Takua able to block that one out.
HG Chaos double committed on defense in that last play. I thought that was going to be a good chance for Knight to score, but they didn't panic here, Chaos. They got right back to the play, won that next challenge, and got the play out as Jared gonna get very far, and Chaos just looks so calm right now as Perry, second touch! Is that on? It was! Ant will be on the end of that as Jared will go again. Perry over to Nat! It's in a Vel! And it's a tie game again!
And we see Nolan seeing Perry midfield trying to cut off that midfield pass at 100x Knight pulled off in the 2v2. And that made the defense from KCG Chaos awkward, which led to that own goal from Vel. Vel tried to put it center field for Ant. He actually gets another touch, so Ant has to wait. Manny wins that race, gets a touch, and now this ball is on the half of KCG Chaos.
Aqua with 30 seconds. That's not a good touch. Perry, oh, he missed the net there. It dings off the left tough right as Chaos again in awkward. They're in shambles. The rotation's not there, but Ant clears it away and will give his team some room. Knight, not a lot of boost to work with there is Jared. It's Val! Front posted in! Super sub strikes again!
Super sub indeed. Val has shown up time and time again to put his team on his back, trying to shut down any offense from any team that he's been against, and that's the kickoff goal for Vel. Vel puts the lead up to 2 with 6 seconds left on the clock. Knight have to figure something out in the 3v3 game mode.
Yeah, this has not gone well. Vel's got a hat trick in this game. KCG Chaos have won again. Knight can't seem to do it. They can't seem to figure out how to beat Chaos and the way that they play. Unfortunately for them, that means now 2 3v3 games in a row they will not be able to win. As this one is going to be tough for them as well. It will end in favor of Chaos. We go to the 1v1 mode. It's going to be Jared and Velachurio, and the way the Vel's been playing tonight, he's got a lot of work to do. He's been making things happen in 1s and 2s, but sorry, in 3s and 2s, but we haven't seen him in 1s, and that is until now. For Vel, if he want to take match point, what a huge moment this will be for him. No pressure as well. It feels like on Vel. His team's leading. His team's in a good position. The 3v3 mode has been strong for them. It feels like there's no pressure on Vel to, in this next game, and if he can win it, well, Chaos, they have 3 chances to win the whole thing. Sovereign Heights, Game 4, up next, and the way these teams are playing, boy, we are in for quite the show. It's Vel and Jared up again. I mean, you have to think Jared's the favorite in this matchup, but with the way that Vel's been playing, there is no pressure on him, isn't there, Lepid?
No, there's no pressure on him. There's all the pressure in the world for Jared to win this ones game, because he is expected to win this against Vel. He has been an insane ones player. He shut down Av, and now we will see what happens in this ones game shortly.
Performance it's been tonight for Jared, what a performance it's been for Vel. You talk about MVPs, I think these are 2 frontrunners, it feels like, for both teams, leading them into battle, leading them into success. And yet, it's 1v1 now that could be what determines Chaos's lead or another tied up series. Vel's got a lot of work to do. Jared's the favorite, but you said it. All the pressure's on Jared to perform. If he cannot do it here, this series could very well be nearing its end. But I mean, you gotta feel like he's got all the pressure on him now. Vel, carefree, but a tough battle ahead against Jared. A 1v1 action here in Game 4, and for Knight and Chaos, what a big moment this is for both these teams. What a huge turning point of the series this could be if Jared can perform well. And Vel, oh, he's having fun with this. He's on a merc this game. So Vel's going with a different card this time. He's trying to take this one carefree, and for Jared, he's got to be all serious, all business now, because his team and their tournament relies on him, almost certainly relies on him winning this 1v1, as Vel just looking to do the impossible and take down Jared, give his team an even bigger lead in the series.
And Vel taking the ball off the wall there, tried to make Jared awkward. He is indeed the funniest card I've ever seen in once, the Merc. He might want to win all the 50s against Jared, which is why he chose the Merc. He doesn't get contact with the ball there. Jared misses the wide open net there. Vel rushes back, and Jared takes boost control in the corner. Vel trying to make Jared awkward. He puts a shot on, though, and Jared in the lead.
He just bullies through Vel at this point, runs right through the back of his car. And for Vel on low boost, I mean, he's stranded right there, and he has no boost. And it's going to make things very tough for Vel, as Jared just looking to get the job done. Looking to tie the series up, give Knight a chance in the 3v3 game mode again. Chaos have been so good in the 3v3 mode, but we've seen Soft in these 1v1 games turn the series around. And, for Jared, he's had a good looking night tonight, but I feel like if he can win this, he can fire up his teammates, get them back in the series, and get them that 3v3 win that they so desperately need.
Indeed, Sporty, they need that 3v3 win badly, or else this could go terribly wrong for them. And Vel, with a great save there, Jared was just waiting for the ball, and he scores his 2nd goal of this game.
Yeah, credit to Vel, it's a good save, but unfortunately, Jared's waiting for the follow-up. He knows he's got a lock on Vel at this point. He just needs to make sure that he keeps the game as it is, doesn't give up anything for free, doesn't give Vel any reason to have any confidence in the rest of this series. But again, for Vel, he just looks so carefree out there. He doesn't worry. He's not worrying. He doesn't look at all nervous. Jared, he just needs to play the way he's playing the way he is, but you gotta feel like, I mean, at this point for Chaos and Knight, that's Vel is, again, just trying to play the way he wants to, just trying to play confident, trying to play calm. Whereas for Knight and for Jared, they do know that, I mean, there's a lot resting on this game. Jared, again, dribble. Flip reset. Vel will challenge as he's only 2 goals down, but a tough road ahead as he'll go again. Takes that challenge. Jared to the sidewall. Up in the air he goes. It's a chance for a 3rd goal here as a flip reset. Trying to get a 2nd. Won't see it. Vel will clear it away. Still no goals for Vel this game, but he's absolutely making things tougher for Jared as Jared will put in his 3rd goal here. Vel pushed up high, and Jared will see the open net through.
As expected, Jared has taken this lead, but Val is just looking to have fun in this game. He doesn't really care, and we see that he's going to play this one out fully. Val wins that race to the ball, has the boost advantage. He waits for the ball to drop. He goes into the air, fakes out Jared, and he tries to get a dunk on Jared, and Jared bangs the ball back down the field and takes the lead up to 4.
Good play from Jared. Good play overall. 4 goals in a row, just catching Vel on these overcommits when he has no boost. Clearly, Jared's got the advantage, and for Chaos, this was really a product of them taking a huge risk in Game 2, trying to win that game and go up early in the series. Clearly, that has not exactly paid off well for them, but, I mean, look at Vel. He doesn't look too concerned, and I think even in the likely case that Knight's going to win this game dominantly, I mean, Vel just does not care. It looks like he has no care, no worries, and for Chaos, they're not worried themselves. They know that if they need to go to ones again, they've got Ant available, and they know Ant can absolutely take down Jared. It's going to be a close game, but Ant, I think, and many people consider Ant to have the advantage in that 1v1 matchup.
Indeed, we will see what will happen in this game and the next, but Val will just take his time, trying to waste time off the clock so he can just go back into a 3s and go back to how he was playing. And Jared is just trying his best to win this game.
Yeah, Vel definitely, I mean, he's been playing mostly the 3v3 and 2v2 games for Chaos, so I know that's really where his role has been held here, as he'll take this one back and keep control as Ant's the fake. We'll go on the dribble. Gets one. Keeps it going. Oh my goodness, trying to flick it over Jared, but Jared has full boost. He's not going to let that go in. And Vel will watch this goes all the way back on no boost again. Jared almost beat him to the ball there. Will keep the play close with a minute to go. Jared's just going to keep control, waste out time. He's done his job at this point against Vel. As far as he's concerned, he's done his job. And we'll go to 3v3 again for Knight. They've had a tough time countering the slow rotations out of Chaos. What do you think Knight needs to do to counter what has been Chaos's midfield control, and especially their way of controlling the pace of play?
They just need to stop overcommitting. That's why Chaos have been able to shut them down off of counterattack after counterattack. They need to make sure they do not do that consistently, because Chaos have been punishing them. That's how they've been winning the 3s games, and Knight with their pace is the reason why that's been happening.
I was trying to find his first goal here. Will actually have it as Jared couldn't handle it correctly. So Val will get one late here in the 1v1 matchup, but again, I don't think either of these players are too concerned. Val's just happy to get a goal with the Merc. He's very excited about that. So Val's happy to get a goal, and at this point, yeah, I mean, everybody's having a little bit of fun with it. I mean, this one's gonna... I mean, we all expected Jared to win this match. Val wasn't gonna stand much of a chance against him, but this is gonna be in a tied series here for Knight, and as we go back to the 3v3 mode, you know Knight, they need to take this game seriously. They have not won in the 3v3 mode yet tonight, and boy, it's gonna be a very, very tough run. They got a lot to perform. They got a lot to do.
They do have a lot to do, but we will be going back into 3s, and that has been KCG Chaos's game mode so far tonight. And now we see if Knight can take their first 3s game of this series, or else this could be a series to go wrong.
Game 5 and match point on the line as well, Lepid. So these teams battling for that advantage in this. It's another long series tonight, and I'm happy that our grand finals is a long one here. We've had so many amazing matches, so many amazing performances, many amazing games like it, but it's 3v3, and you mentioned it. Overcommits have been a bit of an issue for Knights, and they've wanted to really play fast. They like to play fast, like to play up in the face of other people, but Chaos generally aren't a team that, you know, ever feel too nervous, and I mean, we'll just have to see. I mean, they got a lot to do. They got a lot to perform, and it's gonna be exceptionally difficult now for them to get those wins. But if Knight can do it, they take the lead, and in the one build that they've been having issues with tonight in this grand finals, if they can win a 3v3, they only need to win one to win the whole series.
Indeed. And we will see who will win this threes game right now, right this second. Will 100x Knight win their first threes game, or will KCG Chaos show their dominance like they have this entire series in threes?
Yeah, and I said it before, all you need to do is win one 3v3 game to take the series if you're Knight. That's the motto you have here, but Chaos, they're just going to continue to play in the game mode that has awarded them well in the grand finals. Ant catches Jared reading in the corner. That is an incredible angle. I don't know how Ant finds that.
That's a crazy angle from Ant. No one from the side of 100x Knight was expecting it, and Jared will take control of the ball. Bell able to save that one. Parry up, and blocks that opportunity. Wins the race against Manny, and Jared brings the ball down the field over to Manny. Manny up to the ceiling, pitches it down, and that shot's a little bit wide. Parry was able to take a shot on there, and now Parry continuing on the pressure. Manny over to Jared, and good block from Vel, and now we see the offense start to constrict for 100x Knight, but the defense stays strong on the side of KCG Chaos. Parry makes it down the field, gets over two, last man back is Ant. Jared makes it up into the air, goes to the air dribble bump, but Ant's there waiting. Takua up, takes control, and goes for the bump on Parry, and Vel over to the corner. Manny misses the ball. Jared, last man back, gets bumped for his efforts of the save, and Jared saves that one. Fell with a good 50. Manny has to flick it over to Takua, and Takua is just there waiting. Parry with a solid 50, and this is where 100x Knight has struggled in the past to even it up. Just score a goal.
Yeah, they've had their issues winning the pace of play, and it doesn't help that they're down by a goal in this game, where they have to be the ones that chase this game as well. Will keep the play going, and for Knights, you really feel like they've got to do something different to really take control. They've been trying to, you know, continue to do the same thing over and over again, and it has not worked yet, but I want to see more bumps. I want to see more of those demos. They haven't had a lot of them. Chaos have done very well to avoid, but you think if Knight can just connect on a few, that can open things up, but that's a mistouch, and in comes Velachirio. He just came out with the 1v1, and I said it, he didn't look all that nervous in the 1v1 game. He knew it wasn't going to be his game, but Freeze, he's back in his comfort zone, and, well, so far, this entire final bracket, in these 3v3 games, Vel has been a leader for Crusty Crew Gaming.
We see that Blake start to enact against 100x Knight. 100x Knight hasn't scored a goal yet in this game. Vel will pass it over to Ant. Ant loses that 50 against Manny, but Takua able to get back in time. He races the ball down the pitch. Parry doesn't get contact with the ball there. Takua has a chance to score, and it's just a little bit wide. And last man back against Jared. Jared puts a shot on, gets demoed from Ant, but Ant gets the save. Cheerio, and that shot's wide. Ant goes for the pinch. Manny is able to block that one away. Takua takes the ball. He has time, and Manny takes possession down the field. Manny again back on the ball, puts it center. Vel with a great clear. Jared last man back goes for the psycho, and Vel blocks that one away. Vel has been there again and again and again.
Vel has been all over the field again. You said it in 3v3. It's been his domain and his game mode to work with. As Knights will try to get a chance upfield. They just have not had success on the offensive side. As Jared to the net, it's Ant with Vel up ahead. Ant still with it. He didn't play in the 1v1 mode. If we see ones again, you think he'll be the one to go up next, but Knight not thinking about that right now. They gotta get goals. There's still time left for them, but time winding down. They have not been able to win control in these games. It continues in Game 5 as Jared stopped by Ant. Knight will be the ones waiting back as Chaos go upfield again. This is just wasting so much time off that clock. Time that Knight need.
We see Knight stride to score a goal there, and they do. Great pass from Manny. The defense from KCG Chaos wasn't expecting this fake from Perry, and doesn't get the touch he wants. And that ball goes right into Jared's car, and now Knight is back in this game just like that.
The minutes ago, Knight need one more to take, but when you think with this time, they can absolutely do it, but tough road ahead, that's for sure, as Manny takes the demo. An open chance in front, Takwa will have the play, but gets bumped as well. Vel, huge clear, gives his team some time, as Manny won't be able to receive this one, and for 100x Knight, gonna keep that speed going. They know how little time they have left. They've got to play at the pace that they've wanted to all night long, as Vel, the corner, KCG Chaos, so good at slowing this play down, so good at wasting that clock. Knight have to get any chance they can. They only need really one good chance to come back in this game, as Manny couldn't put it on target. Perry jumps in, 30 seconds to go. He's in a headlock with Takwa. That will slow down the play. Now he gets bumped. Ant can't win it. Jared to Manny. It's open! And a tie game with 18 ticks of the clock to go.
And doesn't get contact with the ball there. Val doesn't get contact either. That ball's just open mid for Manny to take, and that's 20 seconds left on the clock. Even game, and now we see a chance for Knight to take the first threes game of this evening, and Manny able to take the lead off of the kickoff.
Could this be their first win? 14 seconds. 14 seconds to put themselves on top for the first time in the grand finals. Kickoff again. KCG Chaos now need to do everything they can to get this one back. Vel, back to Takua. Ant will wait the challenge for Jared. Manny Alar jumps in, but he won't be able to win the play. It's Vel who waits. Takua back post, can't score. Vel again has Ant in support. Vel right behind. He'll keep things alive, but it's Perry to clear. Perry to keep things going. It's to the orange depth of field here. Chaos need to go across the domain, but they can't get the ball out. And Knight, for the first time tonight, leading the grand finals, and it's 3-2. They're on match point. Game 6.
Chaos chooses the game for game 6. And
I have to think it might be 1v1 here. They didn't do well in 2s, unless they are confident in their 2v2 ability, but I feel like it's going to be 1v1. Because I would actually expect Ant to have a very good chance of beating Jared here. I think it's going to be even, but I mean, we saw the 2v2 mode earlier. Unless they have something that we didn't see, they're going to choose 2s as well. So, an interesting choice here. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that choice. They didn't look good in the 2v2 mode, and I think they were playing, and both teams are playing their best rosters for it. I don't know if that's the choice I would have made if I was KCG Chaos, because Knight played Manny and Perry, and they lost them, and I have to think they're going to play Jared in this 2v2 instead of one of those other two players. I don't know if I agree with this choice, but for Chaos, obviously they've got some time. And wait a second, they may not actually go 2s. They may go with 1s again. We'll see what they choose here. But with Game 6 up ahead, a tough choice here for KC Chaos. They initially said they want to do 2s. Now they said they might be reconsidering that decision. So we'll give them some time. We'll let them see what they think. Personally, I'd love to see Ant play against Jared, but looks like it is going to be 2v2. So it is going to be 2v2 chosen here. So we go to Game 6, 2v2, and it's Aqua, Jared, and Perry. So many are not showing up. It's Jared and Perry instead. This is it. Knight can win the whole thing here. They won the Pinnacle Cup not too long ago. Can they win the Paradise Cup after it? Or does KG Chaos take us to one last Game 7?
And one last Game 7 might be the case here. But they have to win this 2v2 game first, and then right after a 3v3 game if they want to win this Paradise Cup. And in their way is a strong-looking 100x Knight now. Very wasting time trying to get the ball down the field, and the net's wide open for Ant. Ant puts it a little bit wide. That's off the post. And Ant puts another shot on Jared with a block. Perry has an opportunity to take this ball down the field. Takua overcommits. Now Ant's last man back, but he's able to get it past Perry. And Jared waiting for a chance. He early jumps for it, and Perry goes again. Takes the ball down the field.
And Lepid, I wonder, coming into this game mode, what do you think? Why do you think Chaos chose this game mode in the first place? Game 6. I mean, they didn't win the 2v2 game mode earlier, and that was against a whole different looking Knight roster, one without Jared on it. Why do you think Chaos chose the 2v2 mode? Is this more so just based on ego? They want to win this mode because they haven't won it at all tonight? Or do you think there's something else that they saw in that 2v2 mode that makes them think they can win this one?
I think they realized that 100x Knight were doing the same thing that was happening in the 3's game mode, which was being a lot of jumpy and aggressive plays, which if they play their slow game, it might mess up the Knight's gameplay in 2s as well.
Perry to the back wall will try to get things started for Knight, but no goals yet as Ant will go again. Another 1v1 on Jared, but Perry's back already. Jared, midfield. Takua chasing him down as Perry's gonna pull up on this one. A shot for Takua. That's up the crossbar. Ant jumps in as well. Takua will wait, but will get no chances as Perry will flick it away. ACG Chaos still searching as it's Takua again. Reset, stopped by Jared as that's in front of his goal. Ant almost had a jump on that one as Jared one-on-one with Takua to the nets. Takua will save, and we're halfway through this game, still no goals, but both these teams have had their chances, still nothing good enough. And what I am most surprised about, no demos, nothing more than that, just two teams trying to do the most mechanical things they can think of.
And we see a little bit of bump plays there from 100x Knight. Jared tries to pass it down to Perry, but Perry overcommits and has a wide open net opportunity. This time he shoots. This time he scores it.
That's a big miscommunication. Perry and Jared not on the same page. And KCG Chaos Game 7 very likely at this point, but they've got to keep their nerve. This is a intense Game 6, an important Game 6. And they need to find their control as Jared nearly stole that one away from Takua. Cleared away for Chaos, but Perry's already up. Jared is too. The back wall looking a bit open there, but Ant's got boost, and Jared has no opportunities to work with. Perry can't win the play. Takua will take that ball as he's taken out from behind. Jared on a race to the net. Ant's got to chase him here. It's Jared to the goal, but Ant gets there just in time. And Knight still searching as Ant past one. Won the challenge by Jared as he'll get demoed away. Ant waits back as Takua, no control. Perry can't win the play, and Knight just throwing the ball upfield, hoping something can stick, but Chaos, they've done a great job at maintaining boost and really not letting Knight have what they want.
Knight is starting to go for those more physical plays, trying to steal the boost. Takua tries to get up in time to save that shot from Jared, but Jared gets around him with a simple air dribble. Gets it around Takua's jump, and it has no boost in the tank, cannot jump, and that goal goes in.
And that's a big goal as well. Tied again as we're heading into the final moments of this game. 100x Knight, maybe a second in tow. It's Jared, not on target. Takua, he's tripped on the net. Jared will jump in. That's a great recovery from Takua. Using the ability to jump just to get out of the way, to get that block, but he won't win this. It's Jared again on an open goal. Knights are 1 goal up and 1 minute away.
1 minute away, but this could be the death of KCG Chaos in this tournament. This is their last life in this series. They must win it in order to even have a chance of winning this series. And has a shot opportunity. He takes it, he shoots, he scores. This game is not over quite yet. Ant still has his one's ability of flicking the ball into the back of the net.
What a finale we'll have here in Neo Tokyo on Game 6 for Chaos. The hope of Champions Field once again. Rarely do you think players ever hope for Champions Field, but Chaos are here as Knight again Perry, no, not enough boost to work with. Jared doesn't have a lot himself. Will still take the challenge here as Takua can't beat him out. Jared again. Back to Perry. Knight on their heels, but HG Chaos acing it down. It's Jared again. Ant dunked out in front. Takua keeps it away. Jared again. Takua. That is a tough play to make. Had no boost. Was left all alone, but Knight could not find the net. Now they gotta get this out as Takua save away by Jared. Time running low here. Knight, maybe one big chance. It's Jared on the dribble. Ant's there to wait. Takua off back wall will slow this one down. Give Ant time. Now he flicks it past Perry. Jared. Oh, he's missed it! It's an open chance here! Takua one-on-one! Great job from Jared, gets back in time. Perry keeps it away. And Knight may be setting themselves up for one last chance. As Jared will let this hit the ground. He's not taking any chances. We go to overtime. Knight are 1 goal away.
1 goal away indeed. And KCG Chaos in their wake, trying to get a goal here to bring it to game number 7. Jared will early challenge this. That ball goes right towards Perry. Ant, last man back, has to dodge a bump, and that shot's wide. Jared picks up the corner boost. He has boost, he has ball, he has a reset. Ant blocks that shot. Perry overcommits. That net's wide open, and it's in. We go to game 7 in the grand finals.
Game 7 again! Our 3rd time tonight, and Perry, you said it, he overcommit. Took a chance he should not have. And in overtime, Ant gets that winner. KCG Chaos just need one more win, one more game. It's in the hands of both these teams for Knight. They couldn't get it done in 6. And it's game 7 now. Champions Field. These teams under so much pressure, under so much, I'm sure. It's late, they're tired, they're exhausted, but there's one game to go, and this is for it all. Lepid, I don't know if we could have scripted this much better. Seriously, this is I don't know if we could have scripted this much better. This is a perfect grand finals.
Perfect grand finals indeed. I cannot wait to see who wins this series, who takes it all. Is it KCG Chaos, or is it 100x Knight? We have a game 7 to find out on Champions Field.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for much better here. You couldn't have asked for much more. For Knight, having won the Pinnacle Cup not too long ago, trying to add another ATS accolade. They seem like a team that can never miss the grand finals no matter where they're playing. ACG Chaos waiting in the way. This is Champions Field. 1 game left. 1 championship to crown. 1 team can take it. And 1 team will be remembered. Game 7. Champions Field. The grand finals. You couldn't have asked for much better for both these teams. And now you get it. 5 minutes on the clock. This will be the last 5 minutes they'll have. 100x Knight, KCG Chaos. The winner takes all.
And this is, so far, 100x Knight's game mode to lose every single 3s game except game number 5 went in the way of KCG Chaos, but 100x Knight will not let that pass them because they did win the last 3s game, but with that last 2s game going in the side of KCG Chaos, this could turn the other way quite quickly, and Mini has full possession of the ball. Gets it over to Perry. Perry tries to get it over to his teammate. Bell is up, puts it over to Ant, but Jared intercepts that pass, and Ant puts it over to Takua. Takua tries to put a shot on. Manny is awkward and back, and Bell trying to put it back center, and Jared able to clear that one out for the time being.
Yeah, and you think that that first goal is going to be the goal to win this game for either of these sides. Everything resting on who goes first. It's Perry to the floor. Momentum riding on who can put the ball in the back of the net. That's Perry again. Team captain for our next Knights. He's been active with Manny Alar, but man, they gotta be active for one last game as Jared. He's been that solo effort maniac, but it's Perry again to clear things away. Jared to the sidewall. Perry to chase it. One chance. Save away. Manny goes up. He'll dunk out Bell. Now it's Jared. It goes towards goal, but it will stay wide. And Ant will wrestle this one away. 100X Knight still on offense. They have not given up the play just yet. Off the back. Perry in front for Jared, but Ant sees it away. And 100X Knight still looking for a chance. It's Manny to Perry. The duo will be saved by Bell. Chaos with a couple plays on defense, but so far, they're clean.
And we see the strong defense come out from the side of KCG Chaos, and specifically Vel. Vel has been the strong standing player for KCG Chaos so far, and 100X Knight has went back to the roots of being super aggressive on offense. Will that be the reason why they win, or will that be the reason why they fall? We will find out in this end of the game. And Jared has a wide open shot and scores, takes the lead, has the momentum for 100X Knight.
And you've asked for him, the MVP, it feels like. Jared, the leader. He's not the captain, but he might as well be. What a huge effort. The first strike goes to 100X35 Esports. And Jared, he'll get another off the kickoff. It's 2-0.
KCG Chaos needs to find a way to bounce back from that, or this game will get away from them. But 100X Knight is there trying to block them, trying to get more goals, trying to kill the time. So KCG Chaos cannot come back to Kua with a shot on. Manny blocks that one away, and the ball is back on the side of KCG Chaos just like that. Perry with an early challenge, and now the ball is still in the orange half. Once again, Chariot Vel has to clear this out, and that's a double commit for 100X Knight. Takua up off the sidewall for Vel. Vel takes control of the ball. Manny and Jared's there, and that's an infield pass for KCG Chaos, but it doesn't go in. Jared pitches it off, up. Manny pushes shot wide, and Perry up, gets a reset, leaves it for his teammate, but Takua up. Jared up with all the boosts in the world, puts it down to the goal line, and we see Knight start to constrict their pressure onto KCG Chaos, and that's another shot on. Perry takes the lead up to 3.
And you gotta feel for Chaos here. They've been playing so defensively this game. The defense has stood tall, but simply put, against Knight, the last thing you want to do is win by defense, and Chaos, they're trying it here, and they're getting a front row seat to why it often does not work. In Game 7 on Champions Field, Knight hold the cards.
They indeed hold the cards here in this game. They have been relentless in this game, not letting KCG Chaos get out of their half. They've been having a great midfield presence. Takua clears the ball down the field, but Manny's again blocks a clear from coming out. Vel has to block here. Takua able to clear that over to Vel. Vel clears the ball down the field, but Perry's back in time and has a shot opportunity, and Manny blocks that from happening. Jared blocks that shot, and the ball goes the other direction. Vel able to block that one out, and Perry back on the ball. Can't do anything with that one. And now the ball goes down the other side of the pitch, but Manny blocks that from happening. And now we are finally on the 100X side of the field. 30 seconds remaining. This is a do or die moment for KCG Chaos.
They gotta work quick, they gotta work diligently. Ants can't get through Manny as it's Perry up, but no touch made. Chaos have players upfield, but that's a huge dunk from Perry. 10 seconds to go, and Chaos, they won't have the chance in Game 7. It's over. Knights won the Pinnacle Cup, the ATS season for Pinnacle Cup only a few months ago. They'll win the ATS Paradise Cup 3 here. 2 championships in a row, 2 victories in a row. Tonight is the night for 100X35 Esports.
And 100X Knight wins that series in style. We will be seeing them in the interview booth shortly for their victory lap win against KCG Chaos.
Yeah, seriously, what a performance here. 4-3 by the end of the night here. Knight did everything they needed to. They could not seem to win the 3v3 mode either tonight, but they got it done when they needed to. And in the last two 3v3 games, winning both of them, looking good at it as well. What a bracket it has been. 4-3s all around as well. It has been insane, to say the very least here, in terms of what we have seen so far. But for Knight, 2 championships in a row for them. This team it might be a dynasty level squad with what we have been seeing so far. As we're going to bring back WaTesla now to close things out. Tesla, Knight wins the whole thing. I know you had Torrent on your watch, but how does it feel to see Knight win this one in Game 7? It took a lot out of them. They couldn't seem to win the 3v mode, but they did get it done when it mattered most.
Yeah, it was definitely not the story I was expected to be told, but we got to the same conclusion. Shout out to Knight. They played excellently the entire tournament. They had to play the extra game coming into this because of the unexpected upset to Vagabond leading into the playoffs. But they handled business and were even able to lock it in and get a threes win there for Game 7. A shout out to them.
Huge performance here. Lepid, just seeing all the matches tonight. Yesterday was pretty short. We had a lot of very quick matches. Tonight, we had 3 Game 7s. We were waiting for the moment. We got 3 of them today. I think we got everything that we wanted, didn't we?
Yes, we got everything we wanted. We got, what, like 3 to 4
3 Game
full
7s.
game series?
We got 3 Game 7s tonight. A couple Game 6. We only had one series that wasn't 6 games. Like, that's what I find so insane about this tonight, is that we had 1 Game 6, 3 Game 7s. It's a night of long matches, long action. I don't think we were prepared for this, but I'm welcoming this with open arms. Tonight, we haven't seen a final bracket this entertaining, final bracket day this entertaining in a while, and credit to these teams, they made it happen. It was an amazing night of action.
Indeed, it was the best night of action, and I'm very happy that it went this way.
Yeah, me too. And you know who else is happy as well about this one? It's 100x Knight. Clearly, 100x Knight pretty happy about how things have gone, as we're going to get the players in for a short interview here. We'll have Perry, Jared, and Manuel join us. Welcome in, Perry. Welcome in, Jared.
Hello.
And welcome in, Manuel. As soon as I can get him in here, Manuel. I'm trying to check his name. Come on, computer.
Hi.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Everybody here? No, they're not. Let me get them in real quick. Manuel, I guess. Oh, there we go. Now they're all in. Welcome in. A long night. My goodness, that was exhausting. But hey, 2 championships in a row here. You all played amazingly. You all deserve this as well. Jared, talk me through it. Tonight it was competitive. Your last championship, you had another quick series. Tonight, you had a couple long matches to go through. How are you feeling? It's a long evening, but hey, it's all worth it.
We trolled a lot in this last series. I don't know what it was, but we just couldn't hit the ball. But we brought it back. We should have won the 2s game. We should have swept, honestly, but we got caught off guard the first game, and then we just couldn't get ourselves together until fully Game 7. What?
I think Lepid's still thinking. Tesla, you have something that you want to ask one of these players, or?
Yeah. So Manny, how are you able to consistently be the anchor in the midfield for the team in the threes across the whole tournament? Even yesterday, early on in the threes, I think in the first threes game y'all played yesterday, you had 3 assists to 3 goals for Jared. You were diming him up. Y'all look like Stockton and Malone out there. So how are you able to consistently be the anchor regardless of the play style y'all were going against coming through the tournament?
To be entirely honest with you, I think it's that we have some actual chemistry. I've been playing with these guys for a little bit, not a whole while, but I've been doing some leagues with them and whatnot since joining the team as a sub some months back. And these are good guys, and they know how to play the game right, so it's easy to play along with them.
Harry, how does it feel to take that series to Game 7 after that 2's game performance?
Well, honestly, we weren't aiming for a Game 7, but it felt good to get the win at the end of the day. It was a very dragged out day, so it kind of sucks we went to game 7, but we got the job done. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we definitely. I mean, you definitely did. I don't know why I'm saying we did. We got to watch it. We got to enjoy this match as well up here in the booth. I know all 3 of us had our fun as well. But again, what a performance it is. What a match it is. And hey, we get to name another MVP. And I feel like it's a broken record here because he won the MVP in season 4. Jared, you're the MVP again. I mean, Jared seems to find ways to show up on championship date. Jared, getting that MVP award for a 2nd straight championship. I know you'll get another accolade here. Talk to me, just like as the MVP, getting another MVP award. Kind of what's the feeling right now? After going through this night, I'm sure not only are you tired, but I'm sure also quite happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm thankful to a lot of my teammates. They helped me play however I want to play, and then the ones helped me a lot. I feel like I played the ones a lot because I'm the most ones who played the most, and then what helped me the most was when I got shit on by Av, and then I brought it back.
Sorry,
to
sorry,
win
everybody
the
watching.
series.
Sorry about that, everybody.
My bad.
Jared puts now 5 cents in the swear jar. I see.
My bad. But yeah, it's great. Thankful to my teammates to let me play how I want.
Again, it was so fun to see you guys. Congratulations on your victory, a 4-3 win as well in that championship as well. So you guys, you played amazingly well. You got their win as well. Seriously, you looked good. You looked amazing. You found success as well. You guys continue to win and continue to lead through. But of course, before we go, Perry, is this the start of the 100X Knights dynasty?
I mean, hopefully that's what we're aiming for. So yeah.
All right, that wasn't as confident as I thought it was, Perry. Is this the start of the 100X Knight dynasty?
All right, no, yeah, it is, bro. It is.
There you go.
Sure.
No, but again, I get it. Perry's tired. He's tired. It's been a long night. You guys have had to wait a long time for your matches. Congratulations on your win here, 100X Knight. Congratulations to all of you. We gotta get some shoutouts here. You all deserve it as well before you guys, I'm sure, go to sleep. Or maybe not. It's 1 a.m. Honestly, who knows? You guys might just go right into ranked after this. Manny Olar, do you have any shoutouts? Anything you want to say here?
I do this for my mama and my little brother too.
Of course. So now move to Perry. Perry, do you have any shoutouts that you want to say? Any final words?
Shout out to my team, and shout out to my friend for making me late to the first series. Yeah.
As we'll now move to, well, you can shout out Crypto for stepping in. He looked amazing tonight. Jared, do you have anything you want to say as well?
Shout out to 100X for supporting us and all we do, and then shout out Zabby for teaching us how to play, coaching us for a while, and then yeah, thanks to my teammates for everything.
Of course, and 50's here as well. We haven't mentioned yet, but 50's here. He's the Oregon of 125 Esports. Getting to see Knights not win just once, but twice. You weren't here last time they won, but you are here tonight. It's been a long evening, but a well-deserved victory, taking down KCG Chaos in the Grand Finals, having that win over Serenyx. They went through the gauntlet, 50, but 100X Knight might be the clear top team in ATS from here on out until somebody can stand up to them.
Listen, I'm always watching. I'm always behind the scenes. I may not be active in the stream chat, but I'm definitely active in their chat. But no, I'm just proud of these boys, the other 100X boys, for making as far as they did. And you were talking about a dynasty. Well, these boys ain't ever losing. Just remember that. So shout out to all the guys over there, ATS, and everyone that put in the Paradise Cup. We've won before in Paradise. We've done it again this time. We won ATS. We win a lot. So this is just a 100X thing. So shout out to the boys for showing up and playing and how they do and winning chips.
Have done that. What a night it is. Thank you so much for joining here, 50, Jared, Manuelar, and Perry. Congratulations, Paradise Cup 3 champions. As you said, 50, not only 2-time and just overall championships, 2-time and ATS Paradise Cup championships. This team won Paradise Cup 2, although under a bit of a different looking roster. Still, you guys looked very good as well. Congratulations. No, you didn't win Paradise Cup 2. You made a decent run in Paradise Cup 2. You won ATS Pinnacle Cup.
It was the 2v2 thing that
the 2v2 thing. Oh, you're shouting out. I see. You're shouting out.
Listen, 100X is notorious in Paradise Cup, so I just wanna let y'all know it's all love. Whether you root for us or you hate us, it don't matter. You're still talking about us, and we just want to put on a show for you guys. So, thank you everybody for tuning in. Appreciate it.
Of course, and thank you all so much for joining. Go get some sleep. You guys deserve it. It's been a long night. Congratulations on your win, 100X Knight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, Lepid and WaTesla, what a late evening it is. I know all of us need our sleep. I'm tired. I know I don't look the way, but I'm tired. All of us are tired. Let's get some final words here before we end off tonight. In fact, before we even end off the night, we should talk about our upcoming bracket. I'm sorry, I gotta drag you guys in for a little bit longer. Excellence Division next weekend as well. I'm gonna keep this short. 8 teams again. We're gonna do this whole video all over again next weekend. So if you love what you're seeing tonight, the Excellence Division is up next. 8 teams in that bracket, starting on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. What a grand finals that will be, as, again, hugely impressive for all these teams. Hugely impressive for Hunrix Knight, for KHD Chaos, who made it to the grand finals. But let's get some final remarks here, Tesla. Getting to see this whole bracket, knowing that we get to see it all over again next weekend. Do you have any final remarks?
Not at all. This was a great tournament. We had a little bit of everything. Subs stepped up. They were MVPs for their teams. We had a record-breaking overtime for the mainstream. We had a bunch of game 7s. We had a team come from the losers bracket with the extra game and win it all. There's not much you can expect if you like playoff competitive sports that you didn't get over the last 2 days. So that was a great time.
Well, Lepid, being the one who started the Paradise Cup with the 2v2 Orc Owner show match, and then, of course, the Paradise Cup 2 after that. Getting to see the Paradise Cup continue to grow, continue to evolve. What is it like getting to see Paradise Cup 3 now? Half of our champions being crowned.
Honestly, it makes me happy with how much success teams been having, how much fun they've been having, and I cannot wait for the next.
As well, that is a huge night from myself, Lepid, WaTesla, and Maxine, who's not here on desk with us, to all of you out there watching. Thank you so much for joining us for the 6.5 hours we have been live today. It has been a long broadcast, but to all of you watching, thank you all so much for joining ATS Paradise Cup 3 Ultimate Division Finals. Be back again next Saturday when we do this rodeo all over again. From SpuddyOC and the rest of the ATS staff, take care. Have a great night. We'll see you next weekend.